Chapter 554, Unexpected, 1. Chapter 554, Unexpected, 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. It was late at night. In the bedroom, Angele was having a sweet dream on a large bed. Although he was a wizard, he still enjoyed sleeping from time to time. It would make him feel relaxed. The cold moonlight shined through the window and landed by the bed. A white shadow slowly appeared in the moonlight. It looked like a woman. The woman stood by the bed quietly and stared at Angele. Ugh! Angele made some noise and turned to the other side. The woman could only see his back. The white shadow disappeared after Angele made the noise like she was never here. Angele suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes and looked in the direction of where the woman was standing. "This thing can go through my barrier," he muttered. The painting started bothering Angele again. However, he had to keep visiting it as he needed the material for the summoning spell. Also, Angele still wanted to find out the truth about the painting and would not give up just for some strange things that had been happening to him recently. Crank! It looked like that the door was pushed open by some wind. It was dark outside. Angele got off the bed, walked to the door, and was about to close it. Pa! A pale hand grabbed his wrist and tried to drag him to the other side of the door. Angele's expression changed. It felt like his right wrist was locked by a claw and his bone ached. The pale hand's pull was so strong that Angele could barely stand still. He realized that what outside the door was no longer his living room. It had to be the entrance to somewhere dangerous. "I can't be dragged to the other side." He tried to resist the pale hand and his body was trembling. "Damn," he shouted and stabilized his feet. Angele released a lot of black smoke. Bam! He won. Angele's sight blurred and everything disappeared. He was holding the handle of the door in hand and could see the moonlight on the living room's floor. The place was cold and quiet. Damn it! He hit the door hard and made some loud noise. "It seems like you want me to stop." He assumed the painting was trying to stop him from studying it. Red light appeared around his eyes and it looked like boiling lava. "I won't give up the painting. I need the dust for my spell that helps me study the realm power. You'll pay for what you have done," he muttered. Bam! The door was slammed close. There were birds twittering outside the window. "Have a seat, please. This is a special flower tea I made with tongue fruit and green flower leaves. Try it." Angele put down 2 wooden cups and sat opposite Fur in the living room. Fur was wearing a tight black dress. It was early in the morning and he could see the white smoke rising from the wooden cups. The creamy and fragrant smell of the tea permeated the air. Fur was a bit surprised after she saw Angele. The elite wizard, who was smart and calm, looked a bit tired for some reason. She could even see the dark circles around his eyes. "I apologize if I'm mistaken, but are you having trouble sleeping recently? I have some tranquilization potion here." Angele smiled. "Thank you, but using the tranquilization potion is risky. I might get addicted." "Don't worry, it's nothing serious." Fur nodded. "I almost forgot that you're a potion master too, but our wedding is tomorrow and I hope that you're prepared for it." Angele was a bit speechless after hearing those words. The two would be sleeping on the same bed soon, but they were talking like they just met each other. Fur was being very polite to him and it made the situation even stranger. "Don't worry. People all know why we're getting married." Angele smiled. Fur heard that and nodded. It was true that Fur never loved Angele and Angele never loved her. They were getting married because Vivian asked them to. Fur was a wizard that loved research and exploration just like Angele did. "I can talk to Vivian if you don't like me," Fur spoke in a low voice as she stared at Angele's dark circles. "Also, I'm here to see how you're doing on the hill. Do you mind if I take a look around?" "Of course, go ahead." Angele shrugged. "Ah, I have some desserts I made in the kitchen. I'll grab you some. He stood up and walked to the kitchen. He disappeared at the corner quickly. Fur grabbed the wooden cup and sipped some tea. The tea was tasty and creamy, it quickly warmed up her body. She suddenly heard the footsteps coming from the staircase. The noise was crisp and rhythmical. Master Green? That was fast. Fur put down the cup and saw a woman in a white dress walk into Angele's bedroom. Fur's brow furrowed, it felt like that the woman did not see her at all. We're not even married yet and you're already doing this to me? Fur was Angele's fiancé after all and was a bit angry. She thought the woman was trying to make her jealous. I'll find out why Master Green loves you so much. Fur stood up and looked at the kitchen, however, she noticed that Angele was not making any noise. Is he doing this on purpose? Fur felt even worse. She decided to go and talk to the woman. Fur was certain that the woman was not from the elemental hand and assumed that Angele was keeping a local resident in his own house. A mortal will get old in just a couple years and she'll no longer be attractive. I'm different. Fur smiled. I'll still be the same 200 years later. Fur pursed her lips and walked to the bedroom. The door of the bedroom suddenly closed as Fur stepped into the room. Fur? Angele sat down with a plate of peanut muffins in his hand. He glanced around but could not where Fur was. The tea on the table was still warm but Fur was nowhere to be found. Angele's brow furrowed, it only took him around 10 seconds to grab the dessert but Fur disappeared after he came back. Where are you, Fur? He shouted. No one responded. Angele noticed that something was off. He stood up and scanned the area using the biochip. He looked around and noticed that the door was his bedroom was closed. I don't think I locked the door. He walked to the bedroom but thought of the pale hand he saw last night and decided not to open the door. Fur, he shouted. Talk to me if you're inside the bedroom. Angele moved away from the bedroom. He checked the guest room and the storage but he did not find anyone. I have a bad feeling about this. Fur is gone. He rushed to the staircase but realized that he had not opened the bedroom's door yet. Angele's expression changed, he walked to the bedroom but he found that someone locked the door from inside. He hit the door hard. Bam! Crack! The door of the bedroom was broken into pieces. Inside the bedroom, Fur was hitting a door on the other side anxiously. Green, are you there? Come on, open the door and let me go. I don't like jokes like this. Angele was surprised after he saw the scene. The bedroom only had one door and Angele just entered through. There should be a window on the wall opposite to him but it was replaced by another door. Fur heard the noise from behind, she turned her head around and looked at Angele with confusion in her eyes. Crank! The door Fur was knocking slowly opened. A pale arm reached out and tried to grab Fur. Run! Angele shouted and charged to Fur. He grabbed Fur's arm and dragged her away from the door. The pale arm missed and everything disappeared after the two wizard sights blurred for a second. They were sitting opposite to each other in the living room. The tea and the peanut muffins were still on the table. The tea was still nice and hot. What just happened? Fur had no idea what just happened. She looked at her wrist but there was no mark on it. You grabbed my wrist hard, right? What's going on? Lowering her hand, Fur raised her head, however, she noticed that Angele disappeared. A woman in a white dress slowly walked up the stairs. Fur noticed that the woman's face was covered by her long hair. Fur had trouble breathing. She watched the woman walk to the second floor and could no longer hear the footsteps. Green? Her voice was shaky. Master Green, are you still here? Fur. Fur. She could hear a voice coming from the far side and it sounded like Angele. Fur's head ached and her sight blurred for a second again. She saw that Angele was shaking her shoulders anxiously. "Are you all right? Answer me." Fur looked at Angele but noticed that there was a pair of pale feet standing on the second floor. It was the woman, but her body was blocked by the staircase. The woman was wearing a white dress and her skin was extremely pale. For some reason, Fur knew that the woman was staring at her. It felt like that the woman could see through the objects that were blocking her sight. Fur could feel a chill running down her spine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 555, Unexpected, 2. Chapter 555, Unexpected, 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. Green. Did you see that? The woman. The woman in the white dress. Her voice was shaky. Fur casted several spells when she was trapped in the bedroom, but nothing worked. The only thing she could do was yelling and asking for Angele's help, but she realized that the woman was still around. A woman in a white dress. Angele's expression turned serious. He rescued Fur from the bedroom, but she just sat there and remained silent. Fur did not say a word no matter what Angele did, and she finally regained consciousness after Angele shook her shoulders. "What did you just see? Tell me about the details." He suddenly noticed that the light faded away from Fur's eyes again. His expression turned serious. "Come on, not again." He picked Fur up, left the house, and rushed out of the fence. Angele found a random tree and slowly put Fur down by it. Cough. Cough. Fur started coughing. She was trying her best to breathe. It almost felt like that she was choked by something. Fur leaned against the tree trunk and lowered her head. Her mouth was wide open and Angele could see the saliva dripping down her chin. It took a while for Fur to recover. She was still breathing heavily and there was fear in her eyes. "Green, who the hell is that woman?" Angele crouched and remained silent for a second. "I don't know. Why is there something so dangerous in your home? That thing is more terrifying than a soul form." Fur's voice was hoarse. "I'm going to tell the elders about it." "Don't. I almost died there." Fur was almost shouting. Angele's brow furrowed, but he was not sure what else he could say. "I had a problem with my research. Actually, you know what, I'll have to reconsider our marriage." Fur inhaled deeply and slowly calmed down. "I assume that you didn't tell Master Vivian about this. Although I don't know what that thing is, I don't want to stay near it." Angele nodded. "Fine, I understand, however, don't say anything to Vivian. This research is important to me, but I don't want her to get worried." Fur stared at Angele with fear and anxiety in her eyes. "All right, I won't tell the elders about this. I'll say that I just don't want to get married. Thank you, and sorry." Angele stood up and took out a blue potion from his potion. He removed the stopper and blue smoke was released from the test tube. The blue smoke turned into a small snake and disappeared between Fur's brow. Fur felt much better after absorbing the snake. Flying snake potion. "Thank you, I needed that." Fur stood up. "Don't worry, I won't tell Master Vivian about this, but I think you should talk to her when you need help." "Yeah, sorry, you wouldn't be dragged into this if you didn't visit me." Angele felt sorry for her. He had been doing everything alone in his house and the previous visitors did not encounter any problem. However, after the last time he observed the dust, the woman started bothering him again, and his house became dangerous. Angele did not expect the woman to attack other people. "I'm a wizard and I understand the risks that are associated with research, so I'm not going to tell you to stop doing the research." Fur wiped the dust off her dress. "However, I think you should be more careful when progressing with the research since the woman is dangerous." Angele nodded with a serious expression on his face. Fur turned around and headed to the town. Her speed increased gradually and she disappeared from Angele's sight quickly. He stood in the forest and glanced at his house. The place was cold and quiet. The house reminded him of the two-level building in the painting. They looked similar. No one can stop me from accomplishing my goal. I don't care if it's dangerous or not. Angele made up his mind and returned to his house. He entered the living room and closed the door. He glanced around and walked to the basement again. Angele pulled up the trapdoor and closed it after entering the basement. He stood in front of the gray platform and inhaled deeply. He could still see the countless dark red runes around the gray platform. Angele quickly took out a dead body of a yellow squirrel and chanted an incantation. The life energy returned to the squirrel's body and it was quickly revived. The squirrel jumped down Angele's hand after making some noises. It landed in the center of the platform and disappeared. Woo! The rune walls quickly rose up from the floor and they were surrounded by rotating runes. The gray platform was sealed by the rune walls. Angele was satisfied with the result. I still have some time before the end of the month and this is my last chance. I'll have to wait for a long time until I can cast the spell again. He checked the time using the biochip and started meditating in front of the rune walls. Time passed. About 2 hours later, Angele slowly opened his eyes and took out something that looked like jujube. He started eating the jujube slowly. He finished around 30 jujube and his face turned red slowly. There were also silver flames sparking around his mouth. It's about the time. Angele stood up, looked at the rune's walls, and opened his mouth. Silver flames were released from his mouth and slowly entered the rune walls, disappearing into the air. The jujube were called silver sparrow fruits and were made by Angele. The silver sparrow fruits could help him detect the energy movement better. The bloodlines inside Angele's body would not help him detect the energy movements better since those ancient creatures did not have such abilities. He wanted to get the best result of the summoning spell, so he had to make the special fruits using his knowledge. Silver sparrow fruits were perfect for the occasion. Angele stared at the rune walls after releasing the silver flames. Endless realms. Endless dimensions. Listen to my call and open the dimension gate. Chi. It sounded like a piece of cloth was torn apart. Dark light flashed in the basement. A half-naked woman with 6 arms appeared inside the rune walls. The bottom half of her body was the tail of a snake. The snake woman had clean skin and a beautiful face. She looked elegant but wild with her silver snake tail. A cross-realm summoning ability. Interesting. The woman spoke in the chaos language. The silver necklace made of teeth on her neck was glowing. Who are you? You went through the defensive barriers and summoned the sage of the 6-armed snake race. Angele checked the energy wave the woman was releasing. The woman might be stronger than a rank 6 wizard. There was a terrifying shadow in the woman's body. Angele could hear warriors roaring and weapons hitting each other from the shadow. 6-armed snake race? I'm sorry, this is a summoning spell that I created, but I can't control what I summon. He had never heard of the 6-armed snake race, but he knew that there were so many realms and it was possible for him to summon a strong creature from any of the realms. The snake woman was looking at Angele curiously. It's the first time I see a creature that walks on only 2 legs, but our upper bodies looked identical, she said as she glanced around. All right, outsider, why do you summon me? What do you want? I have just one simple question that can only be answered by a strong being like you. I wonder why the realm power didn't weaken you when you were summoned here. I'll pay you back if you can show me the secret. The snake woman was strong, but she was not impacted by the realm power. It was hard to believe. That's it? The snake woman looked at Angele and nodded. The method is simple. If your power is stronger than the limitations set up by the realm, you can just cheat the realm power by building a barrier that will hide your true power around your body. That's what I did. Ha! I understand what you're saying, but how do you build the barrier? Angele was excited. He was about to solve a problem that all sealed forms wanted to solve. The snake woman hesitated. It's a simple technique, but it's still a secret and it requires a lot of special materials. Also, the barrier can only be built in my own realm. I can build one for you, but you will have to pay for it. What do you think? It depends on what you need. Angele smiled. Weapons. A lot of metal weapons. The snake woman went straight to the point. Metal weapons? Angele was surprised. He did not expect such a strong being to ask for something so simple. Metal is rare for my realm and the realms around my realm. Get me 60,000 tons of metal weapons and I'll tell you the technique. Also, I'll build a barrier for you. The snake woman spoke with a calm expression on her face. 60,000 tons of metal weapons? Angele was scared by the number. He would need a huge amount of energy if he wanted to send the weapons to the snake woman's realm. He doubted if he could accomplish that even with the refined true form. There might be thousands of realms between his realm and the snake woman's realm. Sending just one weapon to the snake woman was already hard. Yeah, my queen will consider it as a fair trade if you can provide 60,000 tons of weapons. The six-armed snake race has been ruling 7 realms for over 10,000 years, but we barely have any metal weapons. I assume that the number is a bit too big for you? The snake woman told Angele some background information intentionally. However, the snake woman noticed that Angele was still calm after hearing the information, and she realized that Angele had never heard about the six-armed snake race. The metal weapons will not be a problem, but the energy needed when transporting the weapons is. Angele's brow furrowed. The snake woman was surprised. She thought Angele would not be able to provide that many weapons. Well, take this. She thought for a while and threw a silver teeth necklace that was similar to the one on her neck to Angele. Pa! Angele caught the necklace and looked at it. What's this? The snake woman raised her head and spoke proudly, a dimension locator. We use it to do trade with outsiders. You're lucky, we've only handed out 5 locators since the empire was funded and this is the 6th one. Angele knew that he was lucky. He did not expect to do a trade with a strong being from a different realm. It was an important experience for him, however, he knew that it would only happen when the strong being he summoned was strong and intelligent. Only the ancient wizards had the ability to something like this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 556, Same Kind, 1. Chapter 556, Same Kind, 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. Angele inhaled deeply and stored the silver necklace in the mirror. That's a useful tool. Six-armed snake race, huh? I'll remember this name. The snake woman nodded. Alright then, you don't have enough energy to keep this spell going. How long do you need to collect all the metal weapons? Angele thought for a second and responded, 60,000 tons of metal weapons. I'll need some time. Can I refine the weapons so it'll be easier? Refine? What do you mean? The snake woman was a bit surprised. You mean increase the density of the metal? Angele heard the question and nodded. The woman hesitated for a second and responded, it'll be great if you can refine them. I hope you'll have the weapons prepared the next time we meet. I'll prepare everything in 1,000 years, Angele promised. Sounds good. The snake woman was satisfied with what she heard. One more thing. Take this with you. I don't want you to die before you finish your job. She threw a finger-sized golden key to Angele. The handle of the key looked identical to the upper body of the snake woman. This is a doomsday key, only activate it when absolutely necessary. It'll help you in a life-threatening situation, but there'll be consequences. Angele caught the key and observed it carefully. He cut his chest open and inserted the key into the wound quickly. The wound was bleeding but healed within seconds. The whole process surprised the snake woman. Maybe you don't need this key after all. Maybe. Angele knew that the woman noticed the power of his bloodline and smiled. Gee. The snake woman disappeared into the air and the space in the rune walls became empty again. Angele patted the key in this chest calmly. The pain from the wound was barely noticeable to him. It's about the time to cast my last summoning spell of this period. I'll have to wait for the next tidal moon if I want to cast the summoning spell again. He started chanting the incantation again. Dark light flashed on the platform. Woo! A white goldish rune circle that was made of countless triangles appeared inside the rune walls. The rune circle was spinning at full speed and looked like flowers with sharp edges. The noise came from the sharp edges rubbing against each other. Angele's expression turned serious after seeing the scene. Such a strong realm reaction. The target is from somewhere far away from the wizard world. He muttered as he made several rune gestures using his hands. The smoke that was dark like ink was charging into the rune walls and became part of the rune circle. The light from the rune circle was getting more and more intense. A golden oval appeared in the center of the circle, its surface glistening. The strange vibration noise was making Angele's body numb. Still going? How far does it have to be for the summoning process to take so long? Angele was getting excited. The summoning spell Angele created had random target. It was possible that he could summon a strong being like the snake woman again, but it was also possible that he would get a pebble. It all depended on his luck. The distance between the realms was not what decided the outcome. Angele covered his eyes with some red light to defend against the eye-blinding white light from the rune circle. Gee! He finally heard the familiar noise as the white light disappeared from the basement. Everything returned to normal. Angele blinked his eyes to adapt to the change of the light and looked into the rune walls. He was a bit surprised after seeing the result. The creature in the walls was extremely weak. It was peaceful inside the walls. There was a young woman that was about 20 years on the platform. The girl had an average face and was slim. Angele found it hard to believe after seeing the woman's outfit. She was wearing a white t-shirt with a pair of jeans and there was a pink hairpin on her head. Love was printed in the center of her t-shirt and it was eye-catching. What a realistic dream it is! The woman rubbed her knees and slowly stood up. She started checking the environment as she put her hands on the rune walls. A black box fell out of her pocket as she straightened her back. Ah, my communication device. The girl lowered her body and picked the box up. Angele's brow furrowed. A communication device? The girl reminded him of the Earth. Everything was handled by biochips before he reincarnated into this world. Communication devices were used before the biochip revolution, but it was possible that the woman came from somewhere similar to Earth. Angele started thinking. He was not concerned that another person from the Earth could achieve what he had achieved in this world. His achievement was not solely due to the help he got from the biochip, and he doubted if another person from the Earth could reach his level using the same method. Angele's biochip had been upgraded multiple times and he survived countless dangerous battles. He also explored many ruins and collected many strange items. The biochip helped him to progress faster than others, however, it was not the only reason why he succeeded. Suddenly, Angele recalled how he reincarnated into this world. He realized that it might not be just luck. It was possible that someone summoned his soul and threw it away since his soul had no power. His soul then entered a dead person's physical body who died not so long ago. He thought of many things and it took him about half an hour to conclude everything. Strangely, the woman was still in the rune walls. Angele thought that she could not last that long here. Angele pursed his lips. Maybe she's too weak and the rune circle did not even treat her like a living being. Hey, who are you? The woman waved her hand and she was curious. It seemed like she thought she was having a dream and she was not scared at all. Although Angele could not understand her words, he still managed to analyze the meaning of the sentence using his mentality. Which country are you from? Angele suddenly questioned back using the mentality wave. Which country? I'm from United Morrigan, the girl responded. Look at my hair and my pupils, pure black, and my skin is yellow. I'm from Mingan City and I'm a student of Mingan University. My name is Shinrueli. What's your name, handsome? Angele's brow furrowed as he looked at the woman. She was average looking, she was weak, and she did not seem very intelligent. The woman was useless to him. Angele would not get a lot even if he traded the woman for something else with a wizard. However, he would not kill a human being that might be from another Earth. Can I have a look at your communication device? Angele's sight fell upon the black box in the woman's hand. What? The woman sounded a bit anxious. This is a privacy invasion. Hey! Come on, what are you doing? The black box left her hands and landed on Angele's palm. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes as he pressed the buttons on the device. It took him seconds to figure out how to operate the device. He also scanned and analyzed the device using the biochip. She's from a world with a low technology level. Angele played with the communication device in his hand. The thing looked like a smartphone, but it was powered by a diamond-shaped stone instead of a battery. The diamond-shaped stone was releasing heat. Angele could easily figure out how the device worked. He knew that the evolution of technology was different for different realms, and he was in a world that a strong individual would be recognized for his talent. Their technology is not as advanced as the technology from the Earth. Angele felt a bit relieved. He did not want another human being from Earth. However, he also realized that he might be able to return to Earth someday. The problem was strong wizards or strong beings could destroy everything on the Earth if they wanted to. Young one, what if I tell you that this is not a dream and you won't be able to return to your world? What will you do? Angele put down the communication device and looked at Shinrueli. Seriously? Shinruei looked at Angele. She was still in shock. The dream is almost too realistic. Wake up, young one. I have something else to do and I'll come back for you. Angele grabbed the communication device, turned around, and left the basement. Gee. He pushed the lid open and saw a pair of a woman's feet by the staircase right away. The only things he could see were her feet. Her upper body was blocked by the staircase. Angele stared at the woman's feet and his expression slowly turned serious. You're crossing the line. I guess I'll have to find a way to deal with you. He muttered as he landed on the floor of the living room. He was still staring at the woman's feet. The strange thing was that he could see the woman's feet through the gaps of the staircase. However, there was nothing above the handle of the staircase. It felt like that the area above the handle and the area below the handle were two different realms. Angele's sight moved. He could only see the woman's feet when his head was above the handle and he could not see anything if he changed the angle. Pa pa pa. The woman turned around and walked upstairs. The noise gradually disappeared. Angele just stood there until the woman's footsteps completely disappeared and felt relieved. He hesitated for a second and walked to the handle of the staircase. He reached to the area above the handle using his hands. A strange thing happened. He looked at his hands from a lower angle and they just disappeared. It felt like that his hands were no longer in the house, they went to a different dimension. Bam! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 557, Same Kind, 2. Chapter 557, Same Kind, 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. Suddenly, something grabbed Angele's hand, dragging him to the other side. Angele was caught off guard and hit the handle hard. It felt like there was a pair of hands that were dragging him to a completely different realm. Die! Angele narrowed his eyes and released some dark smoke from his right arm, which quickly turned into the claw of a scorpion. Crack! It sounded like the claw cut something into pieces and he could finally move his right arm again. Angele quickly took 2 steps back and looked at the handle quietly. Such power! He recalled the day he met the woman for the first time. The woman traveled using the tree trunks like she was at another dimension. I need to take her out as soon as possible. Angele's right arm was surrounded by dark smoke again and it quickly returned to normal. He walked upstairs and entered the room that was opposite to the room with the painting in it. Everything was calm and peaceful. He picked up a crystal orb from the bookshelf and rubbed it several times. The white crystal orb started glowing. Green, I'm sorry about the wedding. Fur said that she wanted to delay the wedding because she needed some time to get prepared. Vivian's came from the crystal orb. The wedding will be delayed for 2 years. I think I should give you 2 some more time. The voice repeated after the sentence was finished. Green, I'm sorry about the wedding. Angele sighed. I guess she didn't say she wanted to cancel the wedding because she didn't want to disappoint Vivian. She was scared. He put down the crystal orb and the white glow faded away from the orb. Angele stayed in the room with the painting most of the time for the next 10 days. He also delivered food and water to the girl in the basement daily. The woman finally understood that it was not a dream and felt depressed. She would still do what she had to do to survive, but she did not say anything else. Angele was not concerned. He spent most of his time studying the painting. He also visited the elders and Vivian from time to time. He tried to see if there were any mineral resources around. He found a large iron mine in a hill around the town. It took him 2 days to locate the mine. The only thing he needed to do was mining. Angele spent some time and developed a perfect metal force field to help with the mining procedure. The iron ores would be refined by the force field as well. The 2 realms finally started separating after a couple months. It was summer. The chilling wind was blowing over the trees in the forest. Angele was writing something down on a pile of yellow leather paper in his reading room. The only noise here was made by the pen. Angele's shadow leaned on the floor under the bright light from the candle and his shadow was waving in the wind. He suddenly stopped writing. Angele raised his head and looked out of the window. The night sky was dark. Finally, a dark red glow surrounded his eyes and a large shadow of a scorpion appeared behind him slowly. Woo! A red wave suddenly appeared in the night sky and expanded to the endless sky. It felt like that the red wave was scanning the whole sky. Phoenix, we'll be going back now. Are you coming? Bone's voice was sent to Angele through the energy waves released by the realm power of Nightmare Realm. Fly back in your true form if you want to leave with us. The realms are separating and the realm power will be pressuring you again. Angele smiled and responded, Don't worry about me. I have something else to take care of. Do whatever you want. You can come back when you want to anyways. Bone was not concerned. I wish you were with us. The lords of the Northland were pushed back into the dimension tunnel and vapor slashed the tunnel in half. We almost created a dimension vortex. Thanks to you, we finally defeated them once, ha. Well, we were just lucky. Angele chuckled, but he did not say anything else. Their conversation ended as Bone's voice slowly faded away. Angele put down the pen and stood up. A strong pressure appeared and moved to Angele as he stood up. The pressure was coming from all angles. He released some black smoke, but it quickly disappeared under the pressure. It felt like that there was a mountain over his back and he had to use all his force to support the mountain. The feeling was familiar, but he had not got used to it yet. Angele shook his head. Although he still had the power of a rank 3 wizard, the power was from his bloodline, and it was impossible for him to fully activate his true form. However, it was still possible that he could release a strike with the power of a rank 6 wizard once. The dimension channel to the nightmare realm is disappearing. He muttered and looked at the sky. It felt like that he could see the entrance to the dark channel closing slowly. The good thing is that I have a lead on how to handle the realm power. He turned around, left the reading room, and walked downstairs. He opened the lid and entered the basement. The woman he summoned was still surrounded by the rune walls in the center of the basement. The woman looked excited after she saw Angele. "Hey! When will you let me go? Why do you even keep me here?" Angele glanced at the woman and waved his hand. The rune's walls slowly disappeared and the girl was finally released from the prison. The girl ran to Angele and she looked a bit scared. "Are you a mage? I've read about something like this." "Mage? What's that?" Angele chuckled, but he was not here to check on the woman. He walked to the corner. There was a T-shaped rune circle on the wall. The white runes inside the circle were crawling slowly, looking like strange white insects. Some silver liquid was dripping down the bottom of the rune circle. The liquid was collected by a small hole below the circle. There was already a good amount of liquid in it. Angele nodded slightly as he was satisfied with the result. "Hey, can you teach me some magic skills?" The woman named Rueshinli opened her mouth again. Like the thing you just did." You waved your hand and the light walls disappeared. "Can you teach me that?" Angele glanced at the woman and scanned her using the biochip. The woman's body was weak and she did not seem very intelligent. "Aren't you scared? I could kill you, . You won't, right?" Shinrue chuckled and took 2 steps back. "You summoned me because you thought I could help you with your research, right? You're just the waste of a failed experiment." Angele was just being honest. "Well..." The smile disappeared from Shinrue's face. "If you were not a human being, you'd end up in there." Angele pointed at the garbage disposal tunnel. The woman came from a place like the earth and Angele kept her alive because the woman reminded him of the old days. Also, he would not waste his resources if the woman was not a human being. Shinrue pursed her lips and took several more steps back. "What are you going to do to me then?" "It depends." Angele smiled. "You're a student of a university, right? What were you studying? Country structure and society." Shinrue responded in a low voice. "Huh?" Angele was a bit surprised. He suddenly reached to the woman's head as his eyes glowed. His red eyes looked like 2 clean rubies. "What are you doing?" Shinrue leaped away and she stared at Angele anxiously. "Huh? My illusion spell didn't work?" Angele sounded surprised. He was going to trick the woman using illusions and read her memory, however, the spell failed. "That's interesting." Angele was interested. He walked around the woman and observed her body. "I think there's a problem with your body. I was going to help you." "Why are you scared? Do you really think I'm interested in your weak body?" Shinrue was still anxious. "Well, whatever. I'm the one who summoned you, so I'll give you some advice. The world is dangerous. If you dress up like this, you might be considered as a witch and you'll be burnt. It'll be better if you can stay in the town that's not so far from here, or you can just stay at my house. I'll clean the storage room for you." "Don't use the living room," Angele explained. He noticed that the woman was a bit different. "Also, no one can understand your words. I can help you learn the language for a price and it'll only take a second for the process to complete." "Seriously? You can teach me a language in a second?" Shinrue got excited again. It almost felt like that she was mentally unstable. "Of course, for a price." Angele showed the woman 1 finger. 10 years. Work in this house for 10 years. Clean the rooms, wash the clothes, and cook the food. If you think it's a good deal, come find me in the reading room on the second floor in 3 days. Also, I need to leave for a while. You can find the food in the kitchen. 10 years? Shinrue was surprised after she heard the word because it sounded like 10 years was nothing to Angele. One more thing, the reading room, kitchen, and the storage room are the only 3 places you have access to. There was a gentle smile on Angele's face and he looked a bit curious as he looked at the woman. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 558, Reunion, 1. Chapter 558, Reunion, 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. Seriously? Shinrue's expression changed after hearing those words. Yeah, I suggest that you spend some time in the reading room. You can read all the books there and it's a test to see if you can become my student. Angele smiled. However, it seemed like Shinrue misunderstood these words. I understand. It's a test, right? I'll try my best. Her expression looked serious. Angele nodded as a red glow surrounded his eyes. Some translucent black smoke flew to Shinrue, however, it did nothing to her. Alright, the illusion spell doesn't work and the bloodline ability did nothing. He had a general idea in mind. She can check the painting for me since that's the only thing she can do right now. I'll turn her into an apprentice if she survives. It seemed like Shinrue recovered from the depression after the conversation and started asking about the runes again. Angele answered some of her questions as he led the woman to the living room. The woman was excited, she was running around while screaming. Angele sat on the sofa and started thinking. Angele was almost certain that the painting was not a soul form, it might be a strong being from a different realm. It was possible that the being could travel through dimensions. He was not sure what the painting was trying to do, however, he knew that there was a secret hiding behind the painting. It was from the nature of his strong bloodline. It was the reason why he decided to keep the painting. He thought that the secret might help him and the soul forms. The secret might solve everything for them. It's time to pay the nightmare realm a visit. He picked up the brown wooden cup from the table and took a sip from the green fruit tea. Angele tapped on the surface of the table slightly using his right hand. Pa! A ball of black smoke was released and splashed everywhere. The black smoke coated the doors of the rooms excluding the reading room and the storage room. The kitchen had no door so the woman could still access it. Bam bam bam. The doors were closed and sealed. Angele locked the rooms he wanted to lock and was satisfied with the result. What happened? Shinrue walked around the living room carefully. Nothing, just do whatever you want. I have to go now. Angele stood up and stared at Shinrue in the eyes. Remember, this is a test. I'll take you in as my student if you can pass the test. Shinrue nodded with a blank expression on her face. Bam! Angele's body turned into a ball of dark flames and disappeared into the air. The sky was dark and there was thunder rumbling. In the dark red plain under the sky, a ball of dark red flames appeared on top of a small hill and it quickly turned into a human being. The man was wearing a black robe, his long red hair trailed over his shoulders. I need to find out the truth about the sealed forms. Angele overlooked the Doomsday Eye Tower on the far side of the plain. There was an enormous black shadow that looked like a human being standing by the Black Pyramid. His body looked like a cracked rock. It was a shell made by the mud and sand. A ball of black smoke rose from Angele's feet and he quickly flew to the black shadow. Rumble. The thunder rumbled again and the noise was lowered gradually. At the waist of the giant shadow, there was a white eyeball. The eyeball rolled and stared at the approaching black robe. 2 men in black armor with black edges bowed to Angele. They turned into golden light and disappeared into the sky. A ball of black smoke stopped in front of the eyeball as the two men left. The black smoke vanished into the air, revealing Angele's body. "It has been a while, devil." Raising his head, Angele looked at the giant eyeball. The eyeball rolled and Angele's appearance was reflected on its surface. "I'm preparing for the next auction right now. I already invited 2 sealed forms that just woke up in storm. It's great that you're back, Phoenix." Angele smiled. "I'm here to ask you an important question, a question about us." Devil's pupil retracted slightly for a second. "I knew you would ask about this sooner or later." Devil stopped for a second and continued, "It's a question that every sealed form wants to solve." "You want to know why we sealed forms are sealed, right?" Angele nodded. "Yeah, we're strong and we have long life expectancies, but why are we sealed? Are we sealed by someone else or do we just seal ourselves?" Devil was searching through her memory and did not answer the question immediately. The two remained silent for a while. It took a while for Devil to organize the answer. "Phoenix, you're not born as a bloodline inheritor, so you don't understand. We have the power and the long life expectancy when we are born. It's like you're born in a rich family with a strong background, everything is ready for you. We conquered many realms and we defeated many strong beings, however." Devil stopped for a second before she got to the point. "The stronger the bloodline is, the more problems there will be, in another word, our power is limited." "Problems?" Angele's brow furrowed. "I knew it, you won't seal yourselves for no reason." "Yeah, we seal ourselves for a reason," Devil agreed. "The power of bloodline came from the realm and the support from the realm power is the main problem. With the support of Nightmare Realm's power, we're undefeatable, however, with the support, the bloodline power will consume our souls. The bloodline power needs the support of realm power, it'll drain the life energy from our souls when the realm power is not present. So, we seal ourselves when there's not enough realm power," Devil continued. "That's the cost of having such strong power. We can't leave our realm. We can conquer as many realms as we want, however, we're trapped in the Nightmare Realm." Angele's expression turned serious as Devil explained. "Do you mean that you have to seal yourselves when there's not enough realm power even if you're in the Nightmare Realm?" Devil confirmed, "We can only be woken up when the realm power is active. There will be no support from the realm when the realm power is inactive, so we have to seal ourselves. The situation will be the same for you. You'll die if you don't seal yourself when the time comes. Is there another way to handle it? Extract the power from the souls you collect and you'll be able to delay the process." It was also the reason why the sealed forms loved to collect souls. Also, souls will increase our life expectancy. Angele inhaled deeply, it was not the result he wanted. The people he knew would all be dead because he would be sleeping for thousands of years when sealed. He wanted to stay with Vivian until she passed away, but it would be a problem if he had to seal himself. The power of the Nightmare Realm is the source of our bloodline power, but at the same time, it trapped us in this realm. Without the support of the realm power, I'd be dead. That's the truth I've been looking for." Angele was certain that Devil was telling the truth after thinking for a while. "How long until we need to seal ourselves again?" "We can enjoy our lives for around 3,000 years every time we unseal ourselves. We'll seal ourselves again after the realm power becomes inactive. It's still early so you can enjoy your power with nothing for you to worry about." Devil chuckled. "I'll enjoy my life more if I don't have to seal myself from time to time." Angele shook his head. "Haven't you guys found a way to bypass the rule after all those years, that?" "Well, there's a way, but it's hard to accomplish." Devil chuckled. "I can tell you the method for free since many people already know about it." "What's the method?" Angele listened carefully. "Our bloodline power is supported by the Nightmare Realm's power. No matter which realm you are from, you're now part of the Nightmare Realm. Nightmare Realm's power will be strengthened if a bloodline from a different realm is accepted by it. However, the realm power will become your enemy if you try to break the restriction. If you can handle the realm power by yourself, you'll no longer be restricted by the rule. Devil stopped for a second and continued, you can also find a way to hide. If the nightmare realm can't find you, you'll be fine. However, this is just the first step. After that, you need to make sure that your life energy is not drained completely by your own bloodline power. The easiest way is to seal yourself, become a guardian of a different realm, or collect souls. The best way is to become a strong being that's at a whole different level. It seemed like Devil had a big goal. Become a strong individual like the ones you heard about in the legends so you can fight the realm power without any problem, like Ancestor Sela of Chaos Realm. Ancestor Sela was the water ancestor. It provided water to 5 different realms after it left the nightmare realm. Ancestor Sela represented the purest water source. Ancestor Sela, is it at the same level as Light Ancestor? Angele wondered. Yeah, you know what you need to do now. Devil explained everything and stared at Angele. Angele calmed down. Why don't we just give up the bloodline power? We can't. Sealed forms are considered as part of the nightmare realm. It's like your body, you don't want to cut your own limbs off, right? The nightmare realm won't let you give up the bloodline power, Devil explained. Understood. I'll validate that by myself. You have the Scorpion Woman's bloodline and you should be able to travel through the realms. Maybe you'll become the 3rd seal form that escapes the nightmare realm. I would suggest that you check out a realm that is at the same level as the Chaos realm. Devil closed the eye and stopped talking. Angele narrowed his eyes. So, it's possible to escape the nightmare realm. Can you tell me their names and experiences? Raising his hand, some red light shined upon his palm and turned into a red bead. Thanks. Angele turned around and disappeared into a ball of dark flames. Devil opened her eye again after Angele left. He might be our hope. The last one who escaped also had the bloodline of Scorpion Woman. Angele checked the wooden house after leaving Doomsday Tower and the woman in black already left. She left a letter and said that she had somewhere she wanted to visit. He was not concerned, the woman could barely do anything for him after he became Lord of Terror. Angele organized the house and received a message from Devil's service. The servant reported that they found people at Angele's old place, so Angele headed to his home right away. It took him 5 days to get to the mansion by the river. The white walls and the fences were covered with green vines. There were many dried yellow leaves on the plated path. The rusty gate was half open and Angele could see the footprints on the ground. Maybe Fry and Freya are back. Warmth filled up Angele's mind. He spent years with them and he already considered them his own children. He recalled the day Fry left the mansion and the dedication in his eyes. He still remembered Freya's cute face. Angele stopped thinking and slowly walked into the rusty gate. Crank! The gate made some noise as it was pushed open. Some birds flew away after hearing the noise. The white, black, and red birds left the mansion and quickly disappeared into the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 559, Reunion, 2. Chapter 559, Reunion, 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. Angele checked the footprints and noticed that there were more than one people here. Many people entered and left the mansion. Angele confirmed his assumption. Suddenly, the door of the main building was slowly opened. A group of human beings wearing tight white suits appeared. Their leaders were a man and a woman. They were both around 35 years old. The man and the woman looked surprised after they noticed Angele's presence. Green! Green, the middle-aged woman shouted in a shaky tone as she stared at Angele's face. Angele's sight fell upon the woman's face and he realized that the woman looked familiar, although there were scars on her face. Freya and Fry, he wondered. Green. It's really you. Freya rushed into Angele's arms. Angele opened his arms and hugged them. They were much taller than he remembered. He recalled the day Sando left the two children to him. They had already grown up. Freya's was trembling in Angele's arms. Angele rubbed her head as a smile appeared on his face. All right, come on, you're not a kid anymore, stop crying. I thought we would never see you again. Freya said in a shaky tone. Fry had two swords on his belt and there was a crystal band on his head. The man had some mustache. He slowly walked to Angele and looked at Angele respectfully. Angele patted Freya's back. All right, let's enter the building first. It looks like you're doing well. Are you a leader now? Fry nodded politely. Yes, I'm a judge in Colin's Church of Hunter now. Fry always knew what he wanted to do and he was talking like a leader. He did not waste any time on saying meaningless words. The rest of them remained silent, but they all looked like experienced warriors that were good at ambushes. People like them were perfect for random encounters. Most of them were young and their gender varied, however, it seemed like they were wondering who Angele was. Angele entered the building with others, but he was speechless after he saw what happened. The decorations in the living room were removed and there was a white platform in the center. On the platform, there was a tombstone. Rest in peace, Green. The sentence was engraved onto the surface of the tombstone. Angele looked at Fry and Freya after seeing the tombstone. Green, we tried our best to find you, but... So we thought that you already passed away. Freya quickly explained. Green, we visited your mansion many times over the years, however, we never found you, Fry explained. His voice was a bit hoarse, and it seemed like there was a problem with his throat. An armored woman on the side exchanged eye contact with other team members and left the building. The other members quickly left as well. They wanted to create the space for Angele, Fry, and Freya. They stood in front of the tombstone. Angele asked them about their experiences. Freya and Fry became famous in the territories of the human beings but almost died during the small-scale wars that were going on. Fry became a representative of the young generation in the church and later the judge of the church after some political wars. With the help of Fry, Freya successfully survived the wars and became the commander of the church's elite team. Angele told them a fake story. He said that he was just exploring the realm and described the scene by Devil's Plane. Angele was smiling while speaking. Freya could feel the warmth climbing up her heart just by looking at Angele's face. She knew everything would be fine if Angele was with them. However, she wondered why Angele's appearance never changed. 20 years had passed, but he did not age at all. Freya made sure that the other team members left and asked, Green, it has been years but you still look the same. It almost feels like that time stopped for you. A drug I took would keep me young and my life expectancy is longer than average because my body is slightly different, Angele explained. I think you should remove that since I'm still alive. Fry and Freya chuckled. Although Fry was a judge and Freya was a commander, they acted like children when they were around Angele. Angele was the one who took care of them when they were young. After all, he was like their father. Fry quickly grabbed the tombstone and put it down. Have you created your own families? Angele asked a random question, however. Fry lowered his head after hearing the word and Freya remained silent. All right, I won't force you to answer my question. You must have your reasons. I think you're not here just to visit my grave. Angele pointed at the tombstone and laughed. Fry hesitated for a second, but he still decided to tell the truth. The biggest hidden base of the human beings was detected and we need to eliminate the monsters that are threats so the relocation operation will succeed. We passed by this area so we decided to visit the mansion. Monsters? Angele was a bit surprised. There shouldn't be any monster in this area. What exactly do you do in the church? Tell me, Fry nodded and explained his duty in the church. he also told Angele about the basic system of the church. Time passed. Angele only asked several questions. Fry was doing the talking most of the time, and he told Angele how hard it was for the human beings to survive. The church is in charge of our people's safety. We need to find safe places to build farms or shelters. However, there were traitors who became servants of the Lord's. Our work is to find and hunt them down. Bam! Before he finished these words, something made a loud noise outside and the whole building started shaking. The dust fell from the ceiling. It's Victor! Retreat! Everyone! A young man's voice came from outside. Damn, how did it catch up? Stay in your formation and prepare the hunter's blade. Noises made by metal weapons and exploding bombs followed after the voice. Fry and Freya's expressions turned serious. They charged out of the door right away. The hunters were attacking an enormous white caterpillar. The caterpillar was chubby but strong. The hunters were holding dark scimitars in hands. A large piece of flesh would be cut off the caterpillar's body every time it was hit by the scimitars. I didn't expect Victor to be so fast. Retreat, everyone, retreat now. Fry drew his swords and charged forward. His body turned into two shadows and he quickly struck the caterpillar on both sides of its head. Chee. Two large wounds appeared on the caterpillar's body and white blood spurted out of them. The caterpillar was screaming in pain as it struggled. Bam! The caterpillar exploded and the white blood splashed everywhere. 10 more caterpillars appeared in the forest, moving toward the humans at full speed. There was a caterpillar that was more than 10 meters tall behind the smaller caterpillars, and it was also moving toward the human beings slowly. There was an upper body of a man on top of the largest caterpillar's head. The man's body was connected to the caterpillar's body. The man was bald and naked. The color of his skin looked identical to the color of the caterpillar's body. Insects! We finally found you. The man spoke. His voice sounded like the noise made by the caterpillars. Fry took 2 steps back. He looked anxious. He exchanged eye contact with Freya and she quickly sent a signal to the team using a hand gesture. The whole team started moving away from the caterpillars slowly. King of Victor! I thought you would only send your servants. Fry looked to the right before finishing the sentence. A monster with the head of a snake and the body of a human being slowly stepped out of the forest. Snake Shadow Demon. Frey's expression changed. You're fast. I've been following you for 6 days. I'm going to capture you all, ha! It's hard to meet the judge of the church. The snake man sneered. Step back, arrogant bastards, someone behind Fry spoke in a deep tone. Angele stepped forward and his eyes were covered with a red glow. Which lord are you working for? How dare you talk to me like that? The snake man's sight fell upon Angele. Green. Fry stepped forward and stood in front of Angele. I'll take care of this, don't worry. It's fine. Angele smiled. Chee. Raising his hand, Angele released some black smoke toward the snake man and the caterpillar man. The black smoke turned into a snake and hit the invisible barrier in front of the snake man's body before he realized what just happened. Crack! The barrier broke into pieces. Roar! A shadow of a monster appeared behind the snake man. The monster had the head of a snake and the body of a bird. I'm the Lord of Dire and my name is Honora, who are? Bam! The black smoke snake turned into a large hand and crushed the shadow, penetrating the snake man's body. The shadow turned into black smoke along with the snake man before it could finish the sentence. I've informed the lords that this is a restricted area. I have the right to kill the creatures that invade my property. Angele lowered his hand and looked at the caterpillar man. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 560, Time Flies, 1. Chapter 560, Time Flies, 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. The caterpillar man was scared and quickly took several steps back. He turned around and started escaping without saying a word. The man's body hit the tree on the roadside hard and he was hit by some black smoke after running for a while. It looked like the black smoke was ignited. The caterpillar's body was covered with dark flames. Several seconds later, the caterpillar's body started shrinking like a balloon that was hit by a needle. His body turned into a ball of black smoke and quickly absorbed by Angele's body. Angele released some more dark smoke and took care of the other caterpillars. He then turned around and checked the situation. Fry was staring at Angele anxiously, his muscles were tightened and it seemed like he was ready to fight. Who are you? Are you really the green we know? Angele's power surprised him. He thought Angele was lying to them. Freya and the other team members also looked at Angele after hearing Frey's word. Yeah, I'm the green you know. Angele sighed slightly. I did lie to you about the drug that could keep me young, however, you should have wondered why the mansion was never attacked when I was here. He turned to Freya and stared at her. Girl, the sunflower never blossomed, right? Freya hesitated. She looked at Fry with confusion in her eyes, but her sight quickly returned to Angele, and it seemed like she was wondering what she should do. Fry remained silent for a while before opening his mouth again. Can you show us the strange golden device you used a lot when we were young? Angele chuckled. He took out the light of thorn from the mirror and activated it using his mentality wave. Chi chi chi. Rays of golden light landed on the ground, opening several burned holes that were smoking. He's the real green, only the real green can fully activate this thing. Freya quickly confirmed Angele's identity. Also, there's no point for him to lie with such strong power. Fry slowly loosened his expression. Sorry, Green, too many things happened recently. A bitter smile appeared on his face. I underestimated your power, I think. You survived in this realm for so long and I don't see any wounds on your body. It's nearly impossible for a normal hunter to do something like that. The other team members slowly loosened their expressions as well after hearing the word. Angele walked to Fry and patted his shoulders. He could understand why Fry questioned him like that. It meant that Fry had been in similar situations before. They had similar height, however. Angele looked a bit strange since he looked younger than the middle-aged man. Angele was much older than Fry, but it looked like a young man was patting a middle-aged man's shoulders. Alright, leave this place now. You don't need to worry about me anymore. Angele smiled. Aren't you leaving with us? Freya sounded a bit anxious after she realized that Angele would not join the team. Sorry, I can't go with you, but you can make this mansion your shelter. I'll know when you're here and I'll come back for you, Angele responded. Fry wanted to say something but he did not. Fry raised his right hand and waved. Let's go. Suddenly, a female member stepped forward and spoke loudly, Sir. I have something to say, ... Don't. We need to leave now. Fry stopped her as he knew what she was going to say. The female member had short green hair. She was about 15 years old but she looked like an experienced soldier. Although her body trembled after she was yelled at, she still did not move an inch. Fry decided to give her order again but Angele stopped him. What do you want to say? He looked at the girl curiously. The girl with green hair bowed to Angele slightly. I know it's wrong to interrupt your conversation but I have a question I must ask. With such strong power, why don't you contribute to the human organization? You're a human being too, right? The girl chose her words carefully but she was still questioning Angele's decision. Great power comes with great responsibility. As a relative of our judge and commander, you should join us and fight for our future, the girl with green hair kept asking. Angele smiled and shook his head. I apologize that I can't help you. Why? The girl looked surprised as she stared at Angele's face. Do you understand that if a strong being like you can help the human beings, we will have a much higher chance to survive? I understand, but I still can't help you. The gentle smile was still on Angele's face. There are too many things to explain if I have to convince you, so I'll keep it short. Fry and Freya are the only two human beings I care about in this realm. It won't really make me sad if all other human beings die, he responded in a cold tone. You. The girl was enraged. She stepped forward while breathing heavily, but another female member behind her quickly stopped her. It seemed like Angele's word reminded Fry and Freya of something. I understand. Fry stepped back and bowed to Angele. We'll leave now, Green. He was not angry at all. Fry patted the girl's shoulder and the girl returned to the team. However, she was still sad about what just happened. Freya kissed Angele's left cheek and said, "Goodbye, Green." Goodbye. Angele rubbed Freya's cheeks just like what he did when Freya was young. Fry and Freya knew what Angele was trying to tell them. They quickly disappeared into the forest with the team. Angele just stood there without saying anything else. He wanted the local human beings to understand that he could not protect them forever. Also, if Angele decided to join a low-level conflict like this, the lords might become his enemy since the low-level creatures usually worked for certain lords. What they did in the wizard world already made the lords from the north their enemy. The fight between lords would greatly impact the lives of the low-level beings. It would be a disaster for the human beings if they were caught in the battle. If Angele did not inform the lords from the south about Fry and Freya, they would not even make it to the mansion, and it would be nearly impossible for them to survive in the south. The mansion was Angele's territory, so he could help them defeat the caterpillars, and the Dire Lord would be fine with that. Also, the human beings in the Nightmare Realm were not related to Angele. He offered the help because Fry and Freya were in the team. He made sure that the team left and looked at the main building with white walls. The situation is still the same. I want to meet you again, but... Angele muttered and disappeared into red flames slowly. Red light flashed and the scene became clear again. Angele shook his head and checked the living room. It was quiet and clean. He could not detect any movement in the house. The orange light from the setting sun landed on the floor and illuminated the whole living room. The air smelt like burnt toast. Shinrue? Angele shouted and his voice was slightly buffed by his mentality wave. No one responded. Angele's brow furrowed. He was in the center of the living room and he decided to check the second floor. Kata kata. He stepped on the staircase and he could see the edge of a white dress by the corner on the second floor. Shinrue, he shouted again. The white dress moved back and it was quickly blocked by the wall. Angele had a bad feeling about this. He quickly walked to the second floor and turned left, heading to the reading room. He stepped on the wooden floor. The noise echoed in the house. The door of the reading room was half open. Angele pushed the door and entered the room. Ah! He heard someone screaming and it sounded like a woman that was groaning. Angele was surprised by the voice for a second. The voice quickly disappeared. Angele glanced around but he did not find anyone in the room. There was a black desk, a black chair, 2 red wooden bookshelves, and a tall candle stand. The painting was on the left and it was still covered by the blanket. Angele's expression turned serious. The voice wasn't an illusion, it must be the playback of someone's voice. The voice sounded like Shinrue, the woman he summoned. Angele already tested that his illusion spells did nothing to Shinrue and he doubted that someone else's illusion spells would work on her. He left the reading room and checked other rooms on the second floor but he did not find anything. He then walked down the stairs and started checking the rooms on the first floor. All other rooms seemed fine except the storage room. The storage room looked normal but Angele could smell the stink as he stepped into it. The storage room was small and dark. Many wooden planks were pinned on the door from inside and bloody handprints were left on the wooden planks. There were also some bloodstains on the floor. Closing his eyes, Angele released some gentle red light. Chi! Some blue smoke slowly appeared in the storage room and he could hear a woman screaming from the smoke. It's Shinrue, she's dead. Angele pursed his lips. It means the painting is not using illusion attacks and its attacks can deal actual damage. Angele wanted to find Shinrue's soul by tracking the remaining of her soul, however, the remaining of her soul was the only thing he found. He checked the blue smoke carefully and found some new information. I can track the path of her remaining soul to find the truth. After talking to iDevil regarding the disadvantages of the sealed forms, he noticed that maybe it was his bloodline that made the decision to keep this painting. If he could reach a whole different level, he would be freed from the realm's curse. He would not keep such a dangerous item in his house if he was the one who made the decision. Angele left the storage room following the path of Shinrue's soul. He quickly reached his bedroom and noticed that the bronze handle was destroyed and the white door was also covered with bloody handprints. He did not see any of those before summoning the soul. He remained quiet as he checked the handprints. After checking everything, he followed after the smoke again. They stood in front of a large vase at the corner of the living room. There were some green plants, white and yellow flowers in the vase. The flowers were beautiful and vibrant. The blue smoke moved to the other side of the vase through the gaps among the leaves. Angele pushed the leaves away and his pupils retracted after seeing the thing behind the vase. On the white wall behind the vase, he found a painting. There was a woman on the wall, staring at Angele with a smile on her face. The woman was Shinrue, who probably suffered before her death. She was wearing the jeans and the t-shirt. Her outfit was clean and organized. How's that even possible? Angele muttered. He reached to the painting but his sight blurred for a second. The painting quickly disappeared and the only thing left was the white wall. It was almost like that he was seeing illusions. I'm sure it was not an illusion. Angele was certain. The ability is nothing like an energy attack. Only an individual with power that's greater than my true form can accomplish something like this. If I can analyze this ability. He realized that the painting might have an answer to his problem. Angele put his hands on the wall. The wall was cold but his heart was filled up with warmth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 561, Time Flies, 2. Chapter 561, Time Flies, 2. Translator, _Leo_editor, Kurisu. Angele spent most of his time studying the painting after that. He tried many different methods when experimenting and it would take him at least half a day every time he decided to do something different. The mining rune circle was successfully developed and he kept refining the iron ores he collected, turning them into refined iron ingots. He just needed to collect the ingots once every couple of weeks. 60,000 tons of metal weapons were not a big problem for him. He could easily get loads of iron ore from the mine. Although he needed to refine the iron ore, it would only take him several years to finish everything, and the six-armed snake race could craft the weapons by themselves. However, he was having trouble activating the dimension locator. It seemed like he had to wait for the next month of the tide to come so he could contact the six-armed snake race using the power of the tide. Studying the painting, collecting the ingots, checking the dimension locator, and spending time with Vivian, those were the main things that Angele needed to do. Vivian was living like a mortal in the town. She developed several hobbies, and gardening was one of them. She almost turned the empty ground around her house into a colorful garden. She would visit the merchants that visited the town from time to time with Angele and go collect flower seeds in the hills. She also spent time with other local women. Vivian enjoyed the tea time and reading time. There were barely any energy particles in the air so the wizards would have trouble collecting them after casting spells, so they only cast spells when necessary. Most of the wizards were living like mortals in the town. Angele could still cast spells due to his bloodline power. However, the story was different for other wizards of the elemental hand. For ended up refusing to marry Angele, and Vivian found him several other girls. However, nothing worked out. The mortals could barely breathe in front of Angele because of the weak mentality wave he was releasing. Shinrue was the only one that had no problem with his illusion spells and mentality wave. Vivian gave up because of that. She thought that Angele had a long life expectancy and he could take his time. Time flew. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Some of the wizards moved out of the town to stay away from the mortals. They thought that the mortals would find that the wizards were different sooner or later. The first elder and the second elder also moved to 2 different towns that were far from here. Angele and Vivian were still living in the same town. They stayed in the shelters the wizards built for several years and changed their appearance slightly so the residents of the town thought they were children of Angele and Vivian. The life was nice and peaceful. Angele was still studying the painting and the dimension locator while waiting for the next month of the tide to come. However, nothing happened in the next 30 years. 100 years had passed when they returned to the town for the 3rd time as the relatives of Fenrir family. Angele's thoughts and mind changed slightly after living in a peaceful environment for so long. He learned a lot after all the studies he did and reassessed all the power he had. He noticed that wizards and strong individuals with bloodline power shared one similarity. They would all reach a whole different level after they broke their power limitation. Angele named the power limitation as Ancestors' Limitation and the level above Ancestors' Limitation as Shiva State. In the Chaos language, Shiva meant eternal. Shiva State represented the extreme power. After reaching Shiva State, it would be nearly impossible for him to be defeated and he would be able to affect the dimensional movement. Angele's refined true form was very close to the power limitation, which meant that he was one step away from Shiva State. However, he needed the support of Nightmare Realm's power to maximize the power of his refined true form. The other lords were all at the similar level, the only difference was how close they were to Shiva State. After reaching Shiva State, it was no longer about utilizing the rules of the realm. He would become the source of pure power, just like Ancestor Sela, who provided water to numerous realms. Shiva State could not be accurately defined and understood since it was a mysterious power level that was never mentioned. Shiva State itself was just a concept, so Angele barely learned anything about it after analyzing the information he collected for over 100 years. Shiva State was not just about power and energy. However, Angele was getting closer to finding out the secret of the painting. Also, the month of tide finally came again. Chi! The orange light from the candle appeared in the reading room. Angele put down the flint stone, walked to the wooden window, and pushed it open. It was night and it was dark outside. The wind that blew through the window was cold. Hoot! He could hear the owls making noise in the forest and there were several glowing flowers on the ground. There was a black mustache on Angele's face and his body was slightly stronger than before. He was wearing a silk shirt with long leather pants and boots. He looked a bit like his father in this outfit. Angele inhaled deeply. The air was wet but refreshing and it made him felt much better. He pulled out the chair and sat down by the table. There were test tubes, metal beakers, and some other lab equipment on it. There was also a rectangular box with a silver scorpion engraved on it. Angele pressed the lid of the box slightly. Pa! With the noise, the lid opened by itself. The box was filled up with broken pieces of ice. There was white smoke rising into the air. In the center of the broken ice, there was a red ball with the size of a fingernail. Angele grabbed the ball and closed the lid. He took out a metal plate and put the red ball on it. The red ball melted as it landed on the plate, revealing the dark dust inside. Angele's expression turned serious. He released some black smoke using his mouth, which quickly surrounded the dark dust. 100 years passed. I checked the dust that was from different parts of the painting, but there's one thing that I still don't understand. He sighed. The barrier from the 6-arm race can only help me temporarily. I need to advance to the next level so I can solve the problem completely. I hope that the study is worth my efforts. The month of the tide was coming and he could finally solve the problem temporarily. Angele was excited since he had been battling the realm power for over 100 years. Angele calmed down as blue light dots flashed in front of his eyes. His red pupils retracted slightly as he stared at the dust on the plate. Gee! His sight blurred for a second. Modifying the magnification. Zero's voice echoed in his ears. Magnifying. 246 310 000x magnification. Black, white, and blue dots flashed in front of his eyes. It felt like the light dots were flying by Angele and he could barely see anything. Finally, the magnification stopped after about 10 seconds. A platform with countless diamond-shaped substances appeared in his sight. There were so many of them that they looked like a sea of diamonds. Angele quickly found the diamond he observed the last time and started checking the diamond behind it. Magnify it and scan for unknown movement. Magnifying. Angele's sight blurred as the diamond was being magnified. The surface of the diamond was also made of countless small diamonds. No unknown movement detected. Angele was not depressed at all, he just switched to the next one. Time passed. Finally, Zero said something different when he checked the 3005th diamond. Unknown movement detected. Angele was going to switch to the next diamond, but his expression froze after hearing those words. It was the first time he heard a different response from the biochip after all those years. He tested all other methods, but it seemed like only the basic observing method worked. Was it a false warning? He quickly stopped what he was about to do. Unknown movement detected. Keep magnifying? Zero questioned again. Yes, magnify it now. Angele gave the order before Zero finished its words. The diamond was being magnified again. One side of the diamond moved closer and closer. He could see that there were countless black diamonds on the surface just like other ones. One of the diamonds on the surface was magnified again. The process repeated numerous times. It felt like that process could be repeated forever. The only things he could see were seas of black diamonds. Finally, Zero reported back again when Angele was about to get impatient. Ding! Maximum limit reached. Angele had no time to listen to Zero's word. He could not believe what he just saw. He was so surprised that he had to hold his breath. Angele wondered if he was seeing illusions. The magnification was completed. The surface of the black diamond was no longer a sea of diamonds, it was nice and smooth. It almost looked like the surface of a marble tile. Also, there was a hole in the center of the surface. The shape of the hole was irregular and it looked like an entrance to an unknown realm. He could even feel the chill that was coming out of the hole. Also, Angele found several pale fingers by the edge of the hole. It seemed like the owner of the fingers noticed Angele's sight and the fingers quickly disappeared into the endless abyss. Angele recognized the fingers immediately. It was from the arm that tried to drag him into an unknown realm. Does it mean that this is the secret of the painting? It's an entrance to an unknown realm? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 562, The Tide, 1. Chapter 562, The Tide, 1. Translator, _Leo_editor, Kurisu. Angele looked at the black hole and asked, Zero, can you move a bit closer? Zero remained silent. The only thing he could hear was some static. It felt like that the noise was from a TV with no signal. Several minutes later, Zero finally reported back. Unknown interruption detected. Blocking. Angele looked at the black hole and controlled the magnifier manually. He slowly moved away from the hole. The hole was getting smaller and smaller in Angele's sight and quickly disappeared into the sea of diamonds. Biochip recovered, system recovered, debug completed. Angele closed his eyes and opened them again, everything returned to normal in his sight. The dust was lying on the plate quietly and the flame of the candle was dancing in the air. His shadow was also waving under the dim light. Damn! Angele took a deep breath and stood up. He carefully sealed the plate and returned it into the black box to keep it cold. Finally, something new. Angele stood in front of the window and the chilling wind was blowing over his face. He was happy that he finally found a clue. Crank! Suddenly, the door behind him opened slowly, revealing the dark hallway. It felt like that the door was opened by a living being since the wind was not strong enough to do that. A woman in a white dress slowly passed by and disappeared into the darkness. Angele turned his head around and looked into the hallway. Again? He had already got used to the strange scene over the years. He stored the painting in the mirror when living with Vivian so the woman would not appear. He would observe the strange scene carefully when Vivian was not around. The noise coming from outside sounded like children yelling. The pitch of the noise was changing to high from low and it just kept going. Dada bird's voice. The sun is about to rise. Angele was not concerned about the door. He turned his head back and looked at the sky. It's time to visit Vivian. He put the box back into the mirror, turned around, and walked to the door. He also took down the black cotton coat from the hanger and put it on. The coat almost looked like a large cloak and there was some white fur around the neck. He locked the door and put on a pair of black leather gloves. Bam! The candle was extinguished as the door closed. As Angele was walking in the dark hallway, the wooden floor made some strange noise. The wooden floor was still holding up after all those years. Kata kata. He walked down the stairs, the noise was extremely loud in the quiet house. Angele tightened his coat and walked to the door on the first door. He carefully pushed it open. Bam! The broken wooden door fell to the ground. Angele was a bit surprised. Again? Shaking his head, Angele stepped out of the house. He was not concerned about the damaged door. He entered the forest and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Miss Vivian, have you prepared your flowers? In the town, a young man with a cart was shouting at a two-level house with red walls loudly. The sun was still rising and the dada birds were still making noises. There were several chubby women walking on the street with baskets in their hands. They broke the silence of the early morning. Behind a fence, a young woman with clean skin was carefully cutting the fresh flowers in the garden. The woman was wearing a white dress, the dress had a reflective coating, its texture was similar to silk. Her long black hair was tied up but there was still some of it trailing over her shoulders. Under the bright morning sunlight, the woman's large breasts and slim waist were eye-catching. Her legs were also reflecting the sunlight and they looked like they were made of white jade. The woman was Vivian and she had been living in the town for over 100 years. She dyed her hair black and looked just like a local woman. Also, the expression on her face was no longer cold, maybe the garden work changed her. Vivian straightened her back after hearing the voice, she put down the red roses in a small cart on the side. Almost done. Ram, you're too early. Do you want some breakfast? I have pancakes here. Vivian pushed the cart to the iron gate. She opened the gate and stepped out from behind the fence. The young man with the cart was wearing gray linen outfit and had short brown hair. He blushed and lowered his head after hearing Vivian talking to him. Miss Vivian, your flowers are so good that I won't be able to get them if I'm late. Ram responded, he sounded shy. Vivian quickly pushed the flower cart to Ram, who helped her push the flower cart onto his cart. Ram then took out a small piece of paper and stuck it on the flower cart. The paper was just a label. They wiped the dust off their hands quickly. All right, Miss Vivian, I need to collect flowers from some other families. Ram rubbed his hands, it seemed like he was cold. Take this. Vivian took out a yellow paper bag and gave it to Ram. Ram could smell the fragrance of the warm pancakes. Ram wanted to give the bag back, but his stomach made some noise right after he smelled the pancakes. Ram lowered his head and said, "Thank you." "All right, go ahead, young man." Vivian rubbed Ram's cheek and smiled. Ram nodded, he turned around and walked to the cart. He suddenly turned around after he realized he still had something to say, however, he was still too shy to look at Vivian's face and just looked at Vivian's boots. "One more thing, Miss Vivian, do you know that there's a ghost house at the east of the town?" "A ghost house? You mean the old wooden house on the hill?" Vivian hesitated for a second and realized what Ram was talking about. "Yeah, I know. What happened?" She looked at Ram. Ram lowered his voice. "Don't go near there. I heard that there was a strange person living in the house. He walks like a ghost and wears a black coat all day. That man might be a wizard." "Huh? A wizard? That's impossible. I heard that the Empire had already eliminated all the wizards." Vivian chuckled. "I don't know the details, but just don't go near there. My grandpa told me that the people who entered that wooden house all died or disappeared," Ram continued. "All right, I need to go collect the flowers. I'll talk to you later." "Sure." Vivian nodded. "Thank you for the information." "My pleasure." Ram bowed to Vivian slightly. It felt like that he was trying to show the respect like a knight, but he did it in the wrong way and it was quite amusing. "Go!" Ram shouted and the bull in front of the yard started moving. They slowly disappeared into the morning mist. Vivian stood by the gate and waited until the cart disappeared, then looked at the shadow on the left. A tall man slowly stepped out of the corner. He was wearing a black hat, and although Vivian could see the man's mustache, his face was barely visible due to the mist. The man took off the hat. It was Angele, he was smiling. "Do you need help?" "Of course." Vivian smiled and raised her hands. "All right, just give me what I needed." Angele took out a purple potion from the pouch on his belt and threw it to Vivian. "This will be good for a month. You can use it on any flowers in the garden." Vivian caught the potion and checked it carefully. "Great, it seems like you found some good materials this time. The quality of this potion is great." "Yeah." "All right, I need to go and open my shop. I'll see you at noon." Angele waved his hands and disappeared into the shadow. "See you at noon." Vivian shook the potion bottle several times and returned to the garden. Angele walked on the street slowly and the white steam coming out of his mouth merged into the thin mist. He found several milk delivery guys running around on the roadside. He walked past 2 streets and reached the south side of the town. There was yellow light coming out of the old buildings that varied in height. On the twisted street that was covered with mud, there was a vendor offering milk tea. The vendor was trying to get people's attention. "Famous Dubon milk team. Only 5 bronze coins per cup." The vendor's voice was a bit hoarse, but it was still quite loud on the street. Angele purchased a cup of milk tea and took a sip from the cup that was made of the tree leaves. The milk tea was creamy and fragrant. He could also taste the apple juice in it. He walked to the end of the street and stopped by a small shop. On the right side of the shop, there was a small river, and there was a grocery shop on the left. The door of the shop was covered with gray wooden planks. Angele finished the milk tea and dropped the leaf cup. He then quickly moved the wooden planks to the side. There were not many objects inside the shop. A red wooden counter, an empty showcase with multiple slots that were separated by wooden stripes, and nothing else. Angele jumped over the counter and pulled a small black wooden bed out of the counter. He flattened the bed and sat down on it. He then took out some strange items from a locker under the bed. There were square stickers that looked like herbal plasters, glass bottles with yellow dust inside, dried herbs, and some colorful beads or badges. They looked like a bunch of low-quality products. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 563, The Tide, 2. Chapter 563, The Tide, 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. Angele lined up the items on the counter and took out a complete set of rusty armor. The silver armor was covered with orange rust. It also came with a broken axe and a dirty crossguard sword. He rubbed his chin after everything was put down on the counter. I think something is missing. He thought for a second and took out several poem books from the mirror. He quickly put them on the right end of the counter. This pawnshop was Angele's only source of income in the town. He purchased the valuable items that others no longer wanted and sold them for a higher price. The price difference would be his earning. Angele had a long life expectancy and collected many things that he did not need. The pawnshop was a perfect disguise for him. He lay down on the bed and covered his eyes with a random book after everything was done. He quickly entered the biochips database and started simulating the controlling of his bloodline power. Angele did not waste any time over the last 100 years. He had already improved the spells using the bloodline power. Only the sealed forms would know if he was using the bloodline power or just casting wizard spells. One of his recent goals was to maximize the power and the controllability of his spells. He organized all the damage spells he knew and abandoned the ones that he did not need. Angele ended up with 3 battle styles that fitted his 3 talent abilities: Golem, Lion Man, and Lightform. He had to cast the spells separately before. After turning the spells into battle styles, he could easily switch to the best battle style during the fights. The battle style system was extremely helpful for Lightform. He needed to control his energy accurately and efficiently when Lightform was activated. Although Angele was still one step away from Shiva state, he still wanted to figure out a method that could help him maximize the efficiency. He covered his eyes with a book because he did not want anyone else to see the blue light from the biochip. Time passed. More and more people appeared on the street. There were also carriages and teenagers who were heading to the training ground. Dogs, chicken, and ducks were also just left on the street by the farmers. The dogs were barking from time to time and the chickens were also making noises. Hey, I'm here to do business. A young boy with freckles on his face stepped into the shop. The boy's eyes were big and his face was handsome. However, there was some dried mucus under his nose. There was also an egg-shaped birthmark on his forehead. The boy was breathing heavily as he entered the door. It seemed like he ran to the shop from home. Hey, Andre. Are you here? The boy raised his voice since Angele did not respond to him. He quickly tapped the surface of the counter several times. Angele slowly moved the book away from his face and stood up. Tom, you again. What do you want? Marbles or snail shells? I saved a lot of money this time. I want the crossguard sword. Tom pointed at the sword. This is a legendary sword that has served Knight Eurus for years. Knight Eurus eliminated 18 Empire Knights on the battlefield during the war, and the price for such a rare item is 188 silver coins. Tom interrupted before Angele finished the word. You know it already. Do you really want this sword? Angele questioned. Tom nodded several times. I, Tom Lorry, will become a knight one day. This legendary weapon will be perfect for my journey. It'll bring me the glory. Angele's cheek twitched slightly. Fine. He grabbed the crossguard sword and tried to clean the blade using a piece of cloth. He wiped the blade several times and the white cloth quickly turned dark. Angele felt guilty that he was pretty much taking all the pocket money from the kid. Tom was the only son of Lord Lorry, the one who controlled the town. He grabbed the leather pouch from the kid and checked the number of silver coins. The leather pouch was quite heavy with all the coins in it. He then carefully handed the crossguard sword to Tom. "Congratulations." Tom held the crossguard sword like holding a treasure in hand. "I'll become a strong knight one day," he muttered. It sounded like he was talking about his dream and cheering himself up. Tom turned around and headed to the exit with the sword in hand. He suddenly looked back before leaving the shop. "Andre, Vic said that there was a letter for you, so you better go pick it up. Also, my father said that several knights from the church came to the town, so you should hide your armor." Angele nodded and smiled. "Thank you, the letter is probably from Becky. I owe you one. How about a gift?" Tom returned to the counter and smiled. Angele watched Tom grow up. He wandered into Angele's shop when he was around 2 years old and found many things that attracted him. Tom treated Angele's shop as his treasure trove and found many legendary items here. He was almost 13 years old, but he still liked those random items. Angele's smile turned gentle as he thought, and he tried to pat Tom's head. "Don't touch my hair. Akasha did my hair this morning." Tom blocked Angele's hand. "Well, take this." Angele thought for a while and grabbed a book with a red cover from the book, throwing it into Tom's arms. "You're turning 13 soon, dress or battle skirt, you decide." Tom checked the book. It was a legendary journey of a nameless knight. It seemed like he liked the book a lot. "Thank you. That's a great gift." He turned around and rushed out of the shop. It seemed like he was afraid that Angele would take the book back. Angele chuckled as he watched Tom leave. Tom was actually a girl and she loved night stories a lot. Also, Tom was not afraid of Angele. Angele only had several regular customers. Tom was one of them. Young boys would be treated like girls and young girls would be treated like boys. This was a tradition in the town. The red book Angele gave Tom read like a story but was actually written by Angele. He recorded the battle techniques on the book. His physical skills were stronger than Grand Knights and he had hundreds of years of experiences. The book would be a treasure to any knight that wanted to reach a higher level. However, Tom needed to read the book page by page. Angele hid the techniques in the story. Angele knew what it meant when the knights from the church visited the town. The church hated the wizards the most and could eliminate all the wizards they encountered. They were not here to play games. They were probably here for Angele and Vivian. The church treated rumors that were related to the wizards seriously. Angele lay down again and rested for several hours. He stood up and organized his coat. Angele wanted to have some lunch, but Tom rushed into his shop again. Tom changed his outfit. She was wearing a tight leather suit and it seemed like she was proud of her breasts even though there was barely anything there. She was also wearing a pair of brown leather boots and a short gray skirt. Angele could see her slim waist and legs. She was quite attractive for her age. She looked nothing like the boy Angele met in the morning. "What do you think, Andre? Am I attractive to you?" Tom turned around. Her head was around Angele's chest. "Don't fall in love with me." She looked excited. "Look at my legs, my skin, my breasts. I'm sexy, right? I've been treated like a boy my whole life and I can finally dress like a girl. Can you give me another gift? Look how cute I am." Angele was speechless. "Well, Tom, no, I think I should just call your girl name, Fra. I'm not interested in kids, you know." Fra was surprised. The smile quickly disappeared from her face. "Ah!" Fra screamed, turned around, and rushed out of the shop, disappearing into the crowd. Angele laughed and closed the door. He sealed the door using the wooden planks. He suddenly looked to the center of the town before leaving. An invisible energy wave was spreading in all angles. The energy wave was so invasive that it was pushing all the energy particles away, but there was barely any energy particles in this area. The church. Angele blinked his eyes and thought for a while. He just realized why the density of the energy particles was so low in this area. In the forest outside the town, there was a group of people traveling in the thin mist, and they were heading to the town at full speed. They were wearing luxurious silk cloaks and they were riding horses in the shadows. The noise made by the hooves were deep and loud. Those people covered their faces with their hoods and lowered their bodies on the back of the horses. They were traveling so fast that their cloaks were flying in the air. The knights in the front slowed down. There was a total of 6 people in the group. The hooves were still making noises. "Loria is in front of us and I can feel the holy power of Alice," one of the black cloaks spoke in a deep tone. "According to the intel, there are 2 evil wizards hiding in the town. We need to eliminate them. With the help of the knights, it shouldn't be a problem. Also, we should capture them alive so we can find more wizards." The black cloak had a hoarse voice and he was speaking in a strange tone. "Understood." The rest of the team quickly responded. There were males and females in the team. They were all young and strong. "Let's go. The god is watching us, we shall not let any wizard escape." The leading knight increased his speed and charged to the town. The rest of the team followed the knight and quickly disappeared into the mist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 564, Ambush 1. Chapter 564, Ambush 1. Translator, _Leo_editor, Karisu. Knock knock. Angele walked through the garden and knocked on the brown wooden door. The surface of the door was rough and cold. Crank. The door opened. Vivian, who was wearing a white silk dress, checked the surroundings and asked Angele to enter the house. Angele followed Vivian to the living room. He could hear the fire burning in the fireplace. The flames were dancing and brought warmth to the room. He took off the black coat and hung it on the hanger. He loosened the collar and spoke in a low voice. "Did you notice that?" Vivian nodded and poured some flower tea into the cups on the table. The orange liquid in the cups was nice and warm. "The church finally came. I wanted to spend the rest of my life here if I could." She looked a bit depressed as she grabbed the wooden cup. The steam from the tea surrounded her face. Angele put his hand on the back of Vivian's hand. "Mother, don't worry, I'm sure you can still live a couple 100 years." He stopped for a second and continued, "I'll take care of the church. The life has been too peaceful for me and I need some exercise. We can still stay in this town if I can get rid of them." He grabbed Vivian's hand and kissed her forehead. "Trust me." A gentle smile appeared on Vivian's face. "I know you'll do anything for me, but I don't want to bother you too much. You're still young, you should go out and explore the colorful world." The conversation paused here. They were both enjoying the family moment. They suddenly heard some noises made by the metal. It seemed like some armored knights were passing by. Angele stood up and walked to the window. He moved the dark curtain to the side and looked out of the window. A team of knights in silver armors was moving slowly on the plated road. Their horses were also equipped with silver armors and were carrying long silver lances on their backs. The bright sunlight reflected on the sharp tips of the lances. There were people looking at the armored knights on both sides of the street, and the children were no longer running around. The knights were feared and respected by the residents. The noise made by the hooves slowly faded away as the knights disappeared by the end of the street. Angele moved the curtain back, turned around, and looked at Vivian. "The loyal knights. The church has the right to order the knights. We both know they're here for just one obvious reason. We should leave." Vivian stood up and her brow furrowed. "Our power is weakened on this land. I can't even restore my energy particles by absorbing the energy particles in the air. Also, the energy particles in my body are disappearing slowly. If we kill them with our wizard power, the church will send more knights here. They are like bees who are looking for honey. I don't have to use my true power. Angele smiled. Just leave it to me, I'll take care of it by tomorrow. Alright, let's talk about something else. How are the elders doing? And how's Fur? I haven't heard from First Elder and Second Elder for a while. Fur and the other wizards are traveling in different regions. They said that it would take 2 years for the letters to be delivered in the last letter I received. Vivian took a sip from the cup and sighed. First Elder probably expected this when he decided to leave the central continent. The future of the elemental hand is in the hands of the wizards who decided not to leave the central continent. Angele already prepared the chessboard when they were talking. There were black dots and white circles on the chessboard. It's still early, why don't we play some chess? He picked up a white pawn that looked like a horse. In the center of the town, a large grass ground was surrounded by some white fences. The grass reflected the sunlight and looked like a large emerald. In the center of the grass ground, there was a gray house with yellow walls. The paint on the walls was old and some of the white bricks under the paint were revealed. On top of the house, there was a bronze cross. A girl in a leather skirt was lying on the red roof beside the cross. The golden sunlight shined upon the girl's body and was reflected off her clean skin. Without the birthmark on her forehead, the girl would be even more attractive. The girl was Fra Loria, she was the one who visited Angele's shop. The girl had her hands on the back of her head and she looked like a lazy cat that was enjoying the sunlight on top of the roof. How long do I have to wait? She yawned. I thought the loyal knights and the church's holy knights will be here, but I've already waited here for so long. The sunlight was getting intense. Fra closed her eyes and had a nap. She suddenly heard some intense noise made by hooves below and quickly woke up. She turned around and slowly moved to the window of the attic. After the noise, she heard metal objects hitting each other and some intense footsteps from inside the house. Alice, the food and the tea are prepared. The rooms and hot water are also ready. Do you want to? A high-pitched male voice appeared. It was Fra's father, the mayor of the town. The knights jumped off the horses and quickly entered the house. There were more than one knights here as the footsteps were loud and intense. Don't worry about it, the knight named Alice responded in a cold tone. His voice was strange, it was hoarse but attractive, and no one would know if it was a man or woman just by his voice. Did you check all the residents here? Did you find the people I need? I'm still working on it. Please give me some more time. Bam! It sounded like the mayor was hit by a fist. Fra's heart was racing, she moved closer to the window and looked down. In the spacious living room, her father, the mayor of town Loria, kneeled on the carpet, and there was saliva dripping down his chin. The mayor covered his stomach with both hands and there was a tall man with gray hair standing in front of him. The man was wearing a black eye patch and his face was covered with scars. His right hand was on the handle of his hammer and he was staring at the mayor. Suddenly, the man noticed that there were two beautiful women looking at them with their mouth covered by hands. The two women were standing behind the railings on the second floor. They screamed after they noticed that the man was staring at them. A hint of cruelty flashed in the man's eyes. I didn't expect to find such beautiful women in a small town like this. Gray, I think the mayor is assisting the wizards. There might be female wizards in his place. He turned to the knight behind him and ordered, "Draw the circle and show the white flag." "Sir." The young knight looked confused. He's the mayor of a town that is owned by the country. What are you afraid of? Do as what I said, the man named Alice spoke in a deep tone. 3 of the knights in the team also looked at the 2 women. The female knight was just drawing a cross in front of her chest. It seemed like she was used to a situation like this. Master. You can't do something like this. I'll show you the results as soon as possible. I just need a bit more time. Fear was written all over the mayor's face and he tried to stop Alice by grabbing his leg. Bam! He was kicked in the stomach by Alice. The mayor rolled twice on the floor as blood spurted out of his mouth. I didn't assist any wizard. The mayor was begging the man. He did not care that there was blood all over his face. Master, please, don't do this. Alice stepped forward and drew his sword. Gee! The crossguard's sword went through the mayor's chest and the mayor's white outfit was soaked in the blood from the fresh wound. Ah! People on the second floor screamed and they quickly locked the doors. A terrifying grin appeared on Alice's face. I want one of them, you can have the other. You know what you need to do after everything is done. He suddenly turned around and waved his hand. Pa! A male servant behind the staircase fell to the floor. His head was hit by a silver dagger and he died before he could say anything. The two knights sneered and left the room. Fra covered her mouth on the roof. She watched her father die, and there were tears running down her cheeks. Her body was shaking and trembling. Ah! Bam bam! Men were laughing and women were screaming in the house. Fra also heard something fell to the floor. Fra knew that she would be in big trouble if she made any noise. This was probably the worst event she had ever witnessed, and everything was done by the knight she admired. She was desperate and helpless. There were several workers and a female guest in the house besides her father and her mother. It was her mother and the female guest who were screaming. It was no doubt that she had no way to save her family. The two women finally stopped screaming after a while, but their throats were cut open right after. Fra could smell the blood although the window was closed. Mother! She muttered and huddled herself up with her head above her knees. The female knight searched the house and reported back, Sir. We found a painting here. I think the mayor's son is not here. Don't worry, we can make his son a wanted man. The church's force is arriving soon, we need to hurry. Alice responded in a cold tone. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 565, Ambush, 2. Chapter 565, Ambush, 2. Translator, _Leo_editor, Kurisu. The royal knights finally arrived. They searched the house and took away all the valuables. It took them less than 30 minutes to finish the job. They packed up the valuables and put them on the horses. The loyal knights left the area quickly. Fra waited for a while and slowly climbed down a rope by the edge of the roof. She sneaked into the house and rushed out of it several minutes later. There were tears on her face and blood on her outfit. There were several old books and a damaged crossguard sword in her arms. Those were the treasures she collected over the years. There was a white circle around the house. She also saw a white flag waving on the grassy ground. Fra tried her best not to cry out loud. She looked around with a confused look on her face. She had no idea what she should do. Angele won 2 games in a row. Vivian was upset about it. She finally let Angele leave after Angele lost 2 games to her intentionally. He walked down the street and headed to his shop. The people on the street were all chatting with fear on their faces. Angele heard words like church, white flag, and knights. Hey, Andre, a man with a hoe in the hand greeted Angele. Do you know that the knights went to the mayor's house? Hey, Misho. What did he do? Angele was a bit surprised. I heard that they were assisting wizards. I already saw the white circle and the white flag around his house. Misho lowered his voice. The white circle and the flag mean that the mayor is considered as a traitor. His whole family will be wiped out. You heard it too, a young girl that was just passing by interrupted. I heard that the white flag appeared at noon. I think they were already executed. That's sad. Loria was a good mayor. I didn't expect him to be with the wizards. Maybe they were the ones who built the house on the hill. Misho made his voice even lower. Also, the people who got lost over the years were probably captured by the wizards. The wizards can turn them into frogs and insects. A middle-aged woman also joined the conversation. They walked as they chatted. The mayor treated the local people well, but he was then turned into an evil being that helped the wizards. Angele sighed as he listened to the conversation. He thought of her right away. They just met in the morning. He knew what the royal knights and holy knights were up to. The wizards already told him what they learned by letters. The people with power were just trying to maximize their profit by conducting the wizard hunt. No one has found Tom yet. The kid is now wanted. You can get 20 gold coins if you can capture him alive. That's about 2,000 silver coins. I don't know why they are going so hard on a child. Misho shook his head. If the Loria family is helping the wizards, the kid must be evil too. He must know that his father was dealing with the wizards. The middle-aged woman interrupted. That's a lot of money, you know. 20 gold coins will keep my family fed for over 30 years. Angele was not interested in the conversation. He turned left and entered a quiet alley when they were still talking. There were 2 garbage bins in the alley, and the fermented fruits around the bins made the air stink. He heard footsteps as he started heading to his shop again. Kata kata kata. Angele turned his head around and saw a team of guards patrolling the area. The guards were all drunk heads that barely worked before the knights came. They were all going after the mayor's girl. You'll get 10 gold coins if you can tell us where Tom is, the guards shouted as they ran. The sentence was repeated numerous times and finally stopped after the guards moved to the next area. Angele started walking again. He suddenly stopped when he passed the 2 garbage bins. He opened the garbage bin on his left quickly. There was a young girl inside. The girl had a pair of clear blue eyes on her dirty face. She was staring at Angele in fear, and there was an egg-shaped birthmark on his forehead. Angele looked at the girl's eyes. They were filled up with desperation, fear, and pain. Tom? He opened his mouth. No, I mean, Fra, right? You were in my shop this morning. Fra heard the familiar and gentle voice. She could no longer hold it, and the tears started running down her cheeks again. The tears left 2 lines on her face due to the dirt. Angele did not know how he could make Fra feel better. He patted Fra's head and removed a piece of garbage from her hair. You can go with me if you have nowhere else to go. Fra moved out of the garbage bin carefully and stood in front of Angele. Her body stank and the flies were flying around her. Let's go. You're now a worker in my shop and your name is Fra. I assume only your parents and I know this name. Angele looked at Fra and Fra nodded. He did not care that she was in a garbage bin. Angele quickly took off his coat and gave it to Fra. You were from a different town, right? I think you'll need this since this area is cold. Angele covered the girl's body with the coat. He grabbed her hand and they walked to the other side of the alley. The church and the knights were going after Angele, but the mayor's family was caught in the middle of it. Angele was a selfish wizard, but he still decided to take care of Fra. Angele watched Fra grow up and liked the girl. Fra was one of the few customers that would actually buy his items. They returned to Angele's shop without being noticed. Angele asked her to take a shower in the backyard before the night fell. The energy wave from the center of the town was getting stronger and stronger. It was strengthened after the black robes from the church entered the town. Angele was not worried that they could find him and Vivian. They were high-rank wizards and they could easily hide their energy waves. What he needed to do was to eliminate all those who disturbed his peaceful life this night. Chi! The silver blade sparked on the whetstone. Angele sat in the backyard with a silver crossguard sword in his hand. He was slowly sharpening the blade using a rectangular whetstone. He lifted the crossguard sword after sharpening it for a while and put it into a bucket of clean water. Angele washed the blade and carefully returned the sword into the sheath on his belt. He stood up and looked at Fra, who was sleeping in the room. Angele released some dark red light using his finger. The light quickly entered Fra's nose. It helped the girl sleep better. I shall teach those bastards some manners. Angele put his hand on the handle of his sword. It has been a while since the last time I showed my sword skills. He decided to handle them using the sword skill set he perfected. Chi. Angele disappeared into the darkness. Angele's house on the hill. The old house was almost shaking in the chilling wind. It was dark inside the house and the walls of the house were covered with green vines. Two groups of people walked out of the forest. The people in the front were wearing black robes and black cloaks. The other group of people was knights that were fully equipped. The leader of the black robes looked at the wooden house. "That's the ghost house you talked about?" There was a serious expression on his face. "Yeah," a black robe behind the leader responded. The leader looked at the knights. "Alice, surround the house. You're the leader of the royal knights and you're a holy knight. You have the right to give orders." "As you wish." Alice nodded. "Are you going to enter the house?" "I don't think it's necessary. We can just burn the house down and the thing inside will come out." "Good idea. Let's do it." The black robes and the knights separated. They quickly surrounded the small house. The leader of the black robe grabbed a torch and waved it around. The flame quickly lighted the wooden house up. "The god is watching us." The leader prayed and threw the torch to the house. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the forest on the hill, Angele was running to his house at full speed. He was wearing a tight leather suit. He walked around the town but did not find any enemy. He then realized that they were heading to his house, so he quickly rushed to the hill. Suddenly, he stopped as he saw the bright light from the flames on the hill. They already arrived. He drew the crossguard sword slowly and drew a cross in the air. Bam! He stabbed the crossguard sword into the ground like lightning. Boom! The land started vibrating and it felt like that the whole hill was shaking. A large black fissure was created by the sword and quickly moved to the people who were around the house. The black fissure looked like a humongous snake. Crack! The land under Angele's feet cracked. He jumped into the air and turned into a black string, charging to the leader of the black robes. The leader turned around as the orange light from the flames illuminated his wrinkled face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 566, Untitled, 1. Chapter 566, Untitled, 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. Lie down. An armored knight jumped at Angele and hit him hard. Bam! They passed by the leader of the black robes and started fighting in the sky. Silver flames sparked as their swords contacted. For the church. God bless us. The black robes from the church shouted and drew their maces. They raised the maces and they were about to charge at Angele, however, they were stopped by the fissure on the ground. Angele held the sword tight and slashed forward. Clank! The blade blew the armored knight away. The knight rolled several times on the ground and hit the tree. It was the knight with an eye patch. Blood leaked out of his armor, and no one knew if he was still alive. He just lay by the tree without moving an inch. Angele checked the surroundings and noticed that most of the knights were stopped by the fissure. They were trying to find a safe place to stand. However, the leader of the black robes was walking to him with a calm expression on the face. He swung the sword and drew a cross in the air. You never learn. God is watching us, the leader roared and threw the mace at Angele. His body was coated by a thin white glow. Bam! The mace landed where Angele was standing at and left a 1-meter wide hole on the ground. Angele's expression changed after he dodged the attack. Interesting. He leaped to the side and dodged another attack. The leader picked the mace up. The spikes on the mace were illuminated by the white glow. Angele kicked the leader hard when he missed the attack. Bam! The leader almost fell to the ground. Angele's strength was over 30, however, it seemed like the leader was not severely injured. Although the white glow on his body was weakened, he roared, and his muscles suddenly started growing. He looked much taller and stronger than before. The leader charged to Angele like an angry bear. The attack still missed and Angele kicked the leader in the waist again. The leader fell to the ground, but he quickly stood up and it felt like he was not feeling any pain. Angele's expression turned serious as blue light dots flashed in front of his eyes. Rows of data were being refreshed by the leader's body. He could even see the electrocardiography and the electroencephalography in his sight. The man's heart rate was over 5 times per second. Target is recovering. He'll fully recover in 5 seconds, Zero reported back quickly. Angele looked at the leader who just stood up and scanned his body. I already used all my force when kicking him, although I'm not in my true form. The attack can easily knock a mammoth out. The white glow is the problem. 80% of the damage was blocked by the white glow and he recovered from the injury within seconds. He's just a group leader in the church, but he's so strong. He finally knew why they could eliminate the wizards. The energy density in this area was low and the servants of the church buffed their bodies using a certain technique. It was nearly impossible for an average wizard to win a fight like this. My strength is 33 and an average mortal's strength is 1, but this guy is not even hurt. He can probably handle an average wizard easily. Angele stopped thinking and slashed backward. Chi! A black robe behind Angele was hit by the tip of the blade, his forehead was pierced and he fell to the ground while the mace was still in his hand. Angele quickly pulled the blade out of the black robe's forehead and blocked the mace from the leader. He stabbed the leader using the tip of the sword, but it was stopped by the white glow around the man's body. Woo! It sounded like the blade was vibrating. Angele could feel the strong force coming from the handle of the sword and could barely hold it steadily. Die, he shouted and moved the sword away from the leader. Angele's body started spinning like a gyroscope. The silver blade drew numerous silver lines in the air and the slashes all landed in the center of the leader's chest. Chi chi chi. 2 more armored knights charged toward Angele while he was spinning, but they were blown away right away. The 2 knights landed in the forest and fainted. Crack! A black crack appeared in the center of the leader's chest and Angele's sword finally went through the man's body. The bloody tip of the sword appeared on the other side of the leader's body. Angele held the sword using both hands and kicked the leader in the waist while pulling his sword out of the man's body. It's over. I just need to focus all force at one point and repeat the process multiple times. Angele inhaled deeply. He did not use any wizard power or bloodline power this time. He felt tired because his opponent had a strange shield and a strong body. Pa! The leader of the black robes fell to the grass floor and looked at the night sky with a pair of soulless eyes. The sapphire ring on his right hand was still releasing some white light. Angele walked to him and removed the ring from his hand. The remaining white glow quickly disappeared from the man's body. God will punish you. He spoke when the blood was still coming out of his mouth and stopped breathing a couple seconds later. Angele looked at the ring in his hand. It was a silver ring with a sapphire on it. The sapphire was clean and attractive. He glanced around and noticed that most of the black robes were caught in his blade dance. There were also black robes who died in the fissure, however, some of the knights escaped. He knew that he knocked some of the knights out during the battle, but he was not sure if they were still alive or not. Angele's wooden house was still burning. He stood in front of the dancing flames and wiped the blood off his blade. I should leave now. I've already collected the painting and the things that are important to me. I didn't kill all the knights because I need them to send the message back. The church will go after us and Vivian will have more time to escape, he muttered as he played with the sapphire ring. He walked to the forest and finished off the fainted knights. If I used any of the 3 battle styles, a fight like this'd be finished in seconds. Angele lowered the crossguard sword as a bitter smile appeared on his face. He was fighting enemies with strange powers as a swordsman with a strong body. Also, the crossguard sword he was using had average quality. Angele glanced at the fissure on the ground as he stopped thinking. He created the fissure using the sword skill he developed. He did not use any of the wizard power or bloodline power. He decided not to waste any more time and started heading to the town. He increased his speed and rushed to the town. Angele arrived at an arched bridge a couple minutes later. The bridge was the only exit of the town. Teams of guards in white armor were patrolling around the bridge. Two leader-looking guards with helmets were having a conversation while looking at the burning fire on the hill. On the other side of the bridge, people from the town were also looking at the fire by the bridge. Angele noticed that Vivian was also in the crowd. He hid in the shadow and moved to the left side of the river. He jumped over the river and entered the town with no problem after he made sure that no one else was around. Angele thought for a while and threw the crossguard sword into the river. He wiped the dust off his body and retrieved a damaged black coat from the mirror. He put on the coat and headed to his shop. He could see the patrolling guards on the street. The guards were checking the surroundings constantly with torches in their hands. Angele increased his speed and returned to his shop within half a minute. He jumped over a wall and entered the quiet backyard. He could hear Fra breathing in the room. Fra? Wake up, there's a problem, we need to leave, Angele spoke in a low voice. He pushed the door open and entered the room. There was a small storage room behind the shop. It was used just for storage, but Angele put a wooden bed in it so Fra could use it as a bedroom. Fra was sitting on the bed quietly. She leaned against the wall and remained silent. Get ready, Fra, we need to leave tonight. Something happened to the people from the church. Angele walked to Fra and looked at her. Fra raised her head and spoke in a hoarse voice. I thought you were going to hand me in and claim the reward. Why? Because you didn't see me after you wake up? Angele patted the girl's head. Well, I'm going to sell you to someone else for even more money after you grow up. He pulled Fra's cheeks. All right, go get ready now. Fra looked frightened and confused. She lost her entire family and Angele was her last hope. She was wanted by the church. Although the reward might not be attractive to everyone, she still doubted if Angele was really trying to help her. Also, Fra knew that her relatives that did not live in this town would be executed sooner or later. They quickly packed everything into 2 large cases and put all the silver coins they had into a large leather pouch. Angele took out some black mud and applied it on Fra's birthmark. The black birthmark quickly turned into the color of her skin. A little trick, but it will return to normal after the mud is dry. We need to hurry. Angele poured the rest of the mud on Fra's hair and turned her hair white. They dragged the 2 cases out of the shop carefully. It was late in the night and most of the local people already returned to their houses. It was quiet on the street, but there were still guards patrolling the area. Angele grabbed Fra's hand and headed to the exit of the town. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 567, Untitled, 2. Chapter 567, Untitled, 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. Hey, Andre. Where are you going? A guard stopped them when they were heading to the exit. It's late at night, go back and sleep. He waved his hands, asking Angele and Fra to leave. Wed, you're in the patrolling team too? Angele smiled. This is a relative of mine. She came here to visit and I want to send her back. You know that the masters and knights from the church are here. I can't believe that there are wizards in my town. I decided to find a safer place to stay for now. Yeah, you made a wise decision. I'd leave the town with my family too if I had a choice. Wed nodded and rubbed his nose. You'll be examined at the bridge. We want to make sure that the wizards are still in the town. All right, you can leave now. Just be careful, it's late. Sure, thank you. Red light flashed in front of Angele's eyes. He activated his illusion ability for a second. Fra remained silent. They started heading to the bridge again. They reached the bridge and saw what the examination was. It was a silver cup with clean water inside. A red glow appeared on the surface of the water. However, he already activated his illusion ability, and no one saw the changes, including Fra. The guards did not say anything when they passed. Angele grabbed Fra's hand after they walked over the bridge and sent a message to Vivian using the communication rune. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. You should have left 100 years ago. Vivian's voice echoed in Angele's ears. Mother. Don't, Vivian interrupted before Angele was going to send anything else. You have a bright future. I don't have enough energy particles to keep my appearance young. I don't want you to witness me getting old. Angele remained silent and sent one last message. I'll come back for you. He collected a lot of daily supplies for Vivian over the years, including the special grass that could block one fatal attack. The grass was gifted to him by Vivian, but Angele did not need it anymore. Vivian's life was ending. That was why she decided to stay in the town. The first elder and the second elder were in a similar situation. They all wanted to pass away somewhere peaceful. Let's go. Angele and Fra turned around. They stepped on the only path that could lead them to other areas of this world. He knew that Vivian would feel better if he was not around when she got old. Also, Vivian did not want to become Angele's burden. Fra looked at the town for one final time and started walking while dragging the case forward. In a small house with a garden in the front. Vivian packed up her belongings and outfits, standing by the entrance of the garden. She put a lot of efforts into the garden. Green wasted too much time on me. I should go and fulfill my last wish now. She muttered. The man with a handsome face and long hair never left her heart. Teacher, I'll find you. She picked up the brown travel case, opened the gate, and disappeared into the darkness. 7 days later. The red leaves on the trees formed a large red carpet on the ground. Under the bright sunlight, there was a caravan traveling down a path in the forest slowly. The caravan looked like a long white caterpillar. The wheels of the carriages were rolling on the grounds, horses were neighing. The coachmen were whipping the horses from time to time. On the last carriage of the caravan, there were 2 outsiders lying in it. The outfits they were wearing differed from the uniforms of the merchants. It was Angele and Fra. They paid to join the caravan and brought 2 brown cases with them. The caravan was advancing slowly. A large lake appeared on their right after they traveled for a while. The water looked golden due to the reflected sunlight. The red trees around the lake looked like a circle of red flowers. There were swans moving on the surface of the water slowly. There were also small birds following after the swans. The place was quite noisy. The wind was nice and warm. Angele inhaled deeply. He could smell the fragrance of baked goods in the air. Fra, how many silver coins do we have? He asked. We have 32 silver coins and 4 bronze coins. Fra, who was lying in the carriage, responded quickly. We spent most of our money to get on the carriage. If we don't have a source of income, we'll starve for over 3 months. There's still a long way to go. It seemed like she was still recovering from the death of her family, but she felt better. She was now acting like a servant of Angele. Don't worry. Angele smiled. The sapphire ring in his pouch was vibrating slightly. He knew that the ring was sending signals to the church. That was what he needed. He wanted to drive the people from the church away. However, it seemed like the signals were unstable. The ring would only release some signals sometime during the afternoon every day. It's about time. Angele took out the ring and threw it out of the window without being noticed by Fra. The sapphire ring drew a line in the sky and dropped into the lake. Did you throw something outside? Fra looked at the lake with confusion on her face. Nothing. Angele shook his head. What are you planning recently? You always go to the forest after finishing the food. Aren't afraid of the wolves? Fra's expression changed after hearing the word. Nothing. I just want some private time. She recalled the day she found the secret of the red book. Fra noticed that there was a hidden slot in the cover of the book and there was some old paper in the slot. Fra realized that she finally encountered a situation like the knights in the novel would after she read the things recorded in the old paper. A special training technique that she had never seen before was written on the old paper. Also, the name of the secret technique was the Avatar of Love and Justice. Pa! Angele suddenly spat out the water in his mouth when he heard the response. He realized that he gave the technique a strange name for fun when writing it. He quickly lowered the water bottle. Sorry, I wanted to laugh when I saw the anxious look on your face, he apologized. Why would you find it funny? Fra glanced at Angele and stopped talking to him. Angele stopped making fun of Fra as well. The month of the tide would start tomorrow. He needed to find a chance to activate the dimension locator. If he could open the portal to finish the trade, the iron ingots in the mirror would be exchanged for the barrier he needed. Also, he found out the secret of the painting, but he was not sure how he could enter the portal. These two things had been bothering him for a while. The black robes from the church were much stronger than he'd expected. He had to give up his house so he could no longer summon the creatures from other realms using the rune circle and rune walls he built in the basement. The only thing he could do was try to contact the six-armed snake race using the dimension locator. Angele sighed as he reached into the pocket. He pressed on the silver tooth necklace, which was the dimension locator. Let's start. D. Communication mission started. Calculating the coordinates. Range exceeded. Trying to establish a connection. Angele closed his eyes and a black vortex that was spinning at full speed appeared in his sight. The vortex was formed by water, but it was muddy and Angele could not see what was inside it. Suddenly, the black vortex changed after a while. Woo! The water in the vortex started boiling and there was some water splashing around. Pa! A large book with a gray cover appeared in the center of the vortex. The book floated on the water and opened by itself slowly. A swordsman in red armor appeared on the left side of the page. He was holding a wide blade and a shield in hands. There was a glowing red rune on the center of the shield. A strange blue bird then appeared on the right side of the page. The bird was surrounded by blue ice waves and had a strange voice. They stood on the page quietly but would move their bodies from time to time. What's this? Angele had no idea what the dimension locator brought him. He tried to communicate with the two creatures using the mentality wave. The mentality wave did not find any physical form, however, a strange message was sent to his brain. World Book. This was the only thing he received. Angele knew what he just summoned after hearing the name. World Book had endless information recorded in it. It was from a realm of books and knowledge. He just needed to pay for information and knowledge he needed. However, how much he needed to pay would be decided by World Book. What do you want to know? I'm a book that can summon the fire swordsman and ice bird. The book sent a message to Angele using the mentality wave. Angele hesitated. He did not expect to communicate with a book from a realm that was full of books. I want to know how to establish a permanent connection with the realm of books. You're strong, but you can't afford the cost. Also, I don't have the right to do that, the book declined. Do you have anything else to ask? Do you know that I'm weakened by the realm power? Angele questioned in a deep tone. Yes, you're one step away from a new level. Also, you're carrying the entrance to a labyrinth. How do I reach the next level? I can't answer you because I don't have enough information. You can try and enter the realm of lost, the eternal well. There might be able to answer your question. However, don't go near it if you can't dance. The book closed, the swordsman and the bird disappeared as well. The book slowly sank into the vortex and disappeared. Angele felt that his head was dizzy. Warning! Warning! 75.3% of your mentality is consumed. Reason, unknown. Please check your condition. Zero's warning echoed in his ears. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 568, Untitled, 3. Chapter 568, Untitled, 3. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. Seriously? Angele quickly stopped sending out mentality waves. The black vortex slowly disappeared and there was nothing left in his sight. Ugh! He groaned and shook his head. I think I caught a cold. Fra, can you go buy me some herbs from the merchants? Fra was lying beside him, but it seemed like she was thinking of something. Fra? Angele repeated. He just wanted to use an excuse to get some private space. Oh, sure. I'll go now. Fra finally heard the word. She sat up and jumped off the carriages. The merchants were in the front, so she had to run past several carriages. Fra quickly disappeared from Angele's sight. Angele slowly took out the silver tooth necklace from a pouch. Only certain creatures can be summoned during the month of the tide. They must have high mentality or strange mentality wave frequency so I can find them. He returned the necklace to the pocket carefully and started meditating so that his mentality could recover. Black smoke came out of his mouth and entered his nose. Several seconds later, the black smoke slowly faded away. Fra returned to the carriage with a gray leather pouch in hand. She saw that Angele was sleeping, so she tried to be as quiet as she could. She slowly put the pouch down on the wooden case beside Angele. Time passed and the sky turned around orange to dark. The caravan slowly stopped by a forest. The carriages in the front formed several circles and set up the campfires. The merchants were eating freshly baked brown bread with barbecued meat and mushroom soup around the campfire. They were drinking and chatting. There were also people watching the guards of the caravan wrestle. Angele applied some special herb mixture he created on Fra's face after they left the town. No one would know that she was the wanted boy. She was watching two female guards wrestling with a female guard she became friend with recently. The people around the wrestling guards were all cheering. Angele leaned against the wall and watched the two strong female guards fighting against each other. Ha! The one on the left had short brown hair. She roared and used her strong arms to throw her opponent to the ground. Next, she spat some saliva on her hands and rubbed her palms against each other while glancing around. I'll be the next. A strong man stood up and took off his black vest, revealing his muscular body. He straightened his back and stepped forward. The orange light from the campfire illuminated the two guards' muscles as the match started. Angele shook his head. He was not interested. Suddenly, blue light dots flashed in front of his eyes. He quickly turned his head around and looked at the other side of the lake. There were some people wearing silver that were hiding in the darkness. The one in the front had faster movements than others and was holding two swords that had different length and hands. They are here, Angele muttered and glanced at the people around the campfire. Fra was still focusing on the wrestling. Angele stood up and jumped off the carriage. He walked straight to the lake. He walked through the small forest and reached the lake. The noise from the camp faded and the area was dark. The sun was still setting, so he could still see some color on the clouds. Angele looked at the other side of the lake and the people wearing silver also noticed his presence. I can use my wizard power now. Angele smiled and stepped on the surface of the water. Pa! Waves appeared when he stepped on the water, but he was not sinking at all. The expressions on the silver swordsmen's faces changed. Clank! The leader signaled using his swords. It's a strong one. Everyone, use the hunting formation, he shouted as some gentle white light was released from his sapphire ring. The swordsmen in silver armor formed a shell-shaped formation by the lake and waited as Angele charged to them. The leader's whole body was covered in the silver armor, only some of his brown hair could be seen below his helmet. The man lowered his body and stared at the approaching wizard. He can walk on water, which means he's at least a rank 2 wizard. That's a problem, he muttered as the white glow from the ring turned into a white barrier which coated his body. Leader, should we retreat for now and wait for the others? A team captain behind him questioned in a low voice. It's not like he'll let us leave if we decide to retreat, the leader responded. He noticed that the man in black disappeared after he finished the sentence. He could feel the chill climbing up his spine. Clank star. Chi. Ah. Shields. Get your shields ready. On your left. The swordsman shouted and screamed. The leader had no time to think, he quickly turned around and started slashing. Clank clank. He heard a loud noise coming from behind. That's incredible, I didn't expect you to block that. Angele revealed himself from the darkness. His red eyes were glowing and there was a long silver sword with an engraved blade in his hand. It seemed like Angele took it from one of the swordsmen. Damn it! He got Jason. He's moving way too fast. Stay in your position and stay focused. There were 6 swordsmen left and their faces were all covered with cold sweat. The swordsmen were staring at Angele anxiously. It took Angele only several seconds to eliminate 8 swordsmen by cutting their throats open. There was still blood spurting out of their wounds, splashing everywhere. The leader tightened his muscles as the white light around became intense. He was staring at Angele without moving an inch. How dare you? His eyes turned red. The leader grabbed the handle of the sword so tight that his fingers turned white. Angele swung his sword and removed some of the blood. The red glow appeared around his eyes again and he quickly released an invisible wave that was spreading in all angles. Watch out! He's going to disappear again. We need to stay close to each other. The rest of the swordsmen stayed close to each other, checking the surroundings constantly. Angele was moving around them, but he was moving so fast that no one could see him. He walked to swordsman and slashed forward. Chi. Angele cut the throats of 2 swordsmen open. The blood spurted out of their wounds right away. He moved to the left slightly and dodged 3 swords that were going after his head. He quickly slashed forward again, leaving a silver line in the air. Angele cut some of the swordsmen's bodies in half. The blood already turned into small pools on the ground. Only the leader was still alive after the 2 attacks. The others died before they could make any noise or say anything. The leader tried to fight back by slashing forward but missed. He could not even see Angele's body while his team members were falling to the ground. Henry. He hesitated as he saw one of the swordsmen's body was cut in half. Bam! The leader was kicked in the back. He was blown away by the impact and rolled several times in the blood pools. Angele deactivated his illusion ability, walked to the leader and slashed down. Clank! The leader dodged the attack by rolling to the left and hit Angele's blade using his swords. God is watching us, the leader roared and stood up. He started attacking Angele with his swords like crazy. His swords were coated with white glow, his attacks were fast and powerful. The 2 swords were moving so fast that almost looked like 2 silver shadows around Angele's body. Bam! Golden sparks appeared between the 2 and the only noise here was made by the swords. Such power! Angele was slightly surprised. He's just a team leader from the church, but he's almost as fast as me. Angele leaped away to dodge the swords that were going for his legs and landed in front of a tall tree. Let's end this now. Angele charged forward and hit the sword in the leader's right hand. He then quickly turned around and used the remaining force to slash forward. Chi! The white light around the leader's left arm started fading away. Although they had similar speed, his sword skills were weaker than Angele's and it was nearly impossible for him to fight back. The white light around his body was weakened. The leader felt like that the wizard was dancing with the blade. The wizard kept hitting his swords and his arms were having trouble handling the force. Asterisk dang star. With a noise, the leader's swords were blown away from his hands, but Angele was still spinning like crazy and kept hitting the same point on the leader's neck. Chi 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 chi. The white light finally faded away and bloody wounds appeared on the leader's neck. The leader's body trembled and he could no longer block Angele's attacks. Angele did a simple forward slash again and leaped away without looking. He landed on the grass that was soaked in fresh blood, his eyes still glowing in the dark. The leader took several steps back and stopped after hitting the tree behind him. He opened his mouth but could not even say a word. A large hand tapped on the man's shoulder from behind the tree. Have some rest, I'll take care of the rest. A deep voice came from the shadow. A tall man stepped out of the shadow, staring at Angele with a calm expression on the face. It was a farmer wearing a brown linen outfit. He was about 40 years old and had a pair of emotionless eyes. The man did not look like a strong being at all, he just like a normal farmer. The man's short black hair was messy and his outfit was covered with patches. Also, the man had a pair of calloused hands. Angele looked at the man that just stepped out of the shadow. He noticed that the white light around the man's body was much stronger than the light around the leader's body. He sensed danger from the man, the feeling was making his body trembling. It has been a while since the last I had a feeling like this. The red glow around Angele's eyes got intense. It was not fear what made him tremble, it was excitement. He had not felt something like this ever since he had the refined true form. The middle-aged farmer looked at Angele and glanced at the bodies on the ground. The name is Victor. I didn't expect to meet a strong being like you, the report I read was wrong. I thought this was going to be an easy mission. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569, Untitled, 4. Chapter 569, Untitled, 4. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. Victor, the legendary knight. You're Victor, the legendary knight, the leader, who is still alive, shouted in a hoarse voice after hearing the name. Victor remained calm, it felt like he did not even hear the leader's words. Angele was interested. He repeated the term and asked, a legendary knight? What kind of rank is that? Rank? Victor chuckled. It doesn't really matter. He charged forward and tried to hit Angele's chest with his fist. It was just a simple punch, it was slow and it was not buffed by the white light. It felt like he was fighting like a person that was never trained and there was still a smile on Victor's face. Angele leaped away without any problem and was about to say something. Bam! The mud, stones, grass, and all the objects in front of Victor were blown away. Broken pieces of stones were splashing everywhere. Angele's body numbed, it felt like he was hit by a train. His body was blown into the air and he knocked down many trees with his back while he was flying. Damn it! Blue light dots flashed in front of his eyes while he was still flying. The silver sword quickly turned into an enormous mud sword that had a width and a length of around 10 meters. The mud sword started falling toward Victor. Bam! With a loud noise, Victor was also blown away by the impact. He flew into the forest on the right and slowly stopped after breaking down more than 10 trees. All they could hear was trees falling after they attacked each other. However, neither was hurt. They slowly stood up and not even their outfits were damaged. The smile disappeared from Victor's face and bright white light appeared in his right eye. Angele gathered the mud from the ground and turned it into black mud armor. They could both feel the incredible power inside each other's bodies. Angele licked his lips, he was trying to maximize his power. In this area, he only had the power level of a rank 3 wizard. Battle Style 1, Earth. Activating. Zero's voice echoed in his ears. Never mind, I give up. Victor suddenly waved his hand as the white light disappeared from his eyes. I can feel that I'll lose the battle if you use all your power. Let's just call it a day. Angele's brow furrowed. Your strength and speed are at a similar level as mine. Why are you trying to run? I can't win, so I give up. Victor shrugged. I have the holy teleport, so you can't kill me. I can't win, but I won't lose. You mean a draw? Angele laughed as he swung the mud sword. The sword cut down several trees around easily. I don't think you can just leave like this. He slashed forward. Bam! The mud sword hit Victor's body, but it felt like he was hitting an iron bar. Countless white light dots appeared around Victor and formed a light pillar around his body. The pillar quickly struck into the sky. What's this? Angele did not give up. He hit the light pillar hard using the sword. Bam bam bam. The mud blade was breaking, but it did not damage the light pillar at all. Don't waste your time. This is a portal from the god. I'm protected by its holy power. No one can stop the process. Victor was not nervous at all. He was speaking in a relaxed tone. Angele stopped moving and watched the light pillar growing. He had no idea how tall the light pillar was. He noticed that the light pillar gave him a similar feeling as the realm power of Nightmare Realm. The mud armor on his body slowly broke into pieces, dropping on the ground. He decided not to waste his energy. Church. White light. They hate wizards. Maybe. Narrowing his eyes, Angele had a general idea in his mind. If I'm not mistaken, I need to reach the Shiva state to find more clues. The light pillar suddenly disappeared. It teleported Victor and the leader away when Angele was still thinking. Angele lowered his head and looked at the trees on the ground. He turned around and started walking back to the camp. His eyes were surrounded by a red glow again, and he activated his illusion ability. I hope I can summon the six-arm race as soon as possible. This area is much more complicated than I thought. He looked at the people who were still watching the wrestling and slowly disappeared into the darkness. Angele revealed his wizard power and used the illusion ability to remove the traces. He also took all the money on the soldiers from the church before returning to the caravan. Fra asked him where the money came from but did not say too much after hearing Angele's excuse. In the next 10 days, Fra trained as the technique from the book said in her free time. The caravan was still advancing slowly, and Angele would correct her using the illusion ability when she made any mistake. The church did not send more people after him since that day. It seemed like they knew how strong Angele was and decided not to send low-rank soldiers here. It was just what Angele wanted. He tried to use the dimension locator to communicate with the creatures during the month of the tide. However, the only creatures he found were strong creatures with chaotic minds or weak beings like Shinrue. The difference between the dimension location and the summoning spell was that he could not summon the creature physically, he could only communicate with them. Also, sometimes, he would not find anyone when the signal was weak. He managed to use the dimension locator to cast his summon spell, but it did not work the same way. Angele knew that summoning random creatures would not help him reach his goal, so he told the six-armed snake that he would fulfill the order in 1,000 years. He just needed to find the right creature once in 1,000 years so that he could complete the trade. Angele and Fra joined another merchant caravan several days later. They started heading in a different direction. They repeated the process several times and they met many merchants. They almost used up the money they collected from the swordsman, so they decided to save the money for food and stay in the current caravan. About 8 days later, Angele finally felt relaxed after he made sure that the church was no longer tracking him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Angele was sitting in the last carriage as usual and the carriage was moving forward slowly. It seemed like he was having a nap. Fra was sitting opposite to Angele, patching Angele's damaged shirt. The golden sunlight of the early morning shined upon the two's bodies, but it barely brought any warmth to them. Angele was watching a black vortex spinning in his sight. There was a pale face of a woman in the center of the vortex. The woman had no hair or eyebrows, her lips and eyes were both purple. Angele saw that the woman was wearing a silver tooth necklace when he was about to disconnect. "Who are you?" he questioned using the mentality wave. "I'm a dark snake. I heard that you've completed the order placed by the six-armed snake race. The sage ordered us to search through the dimension tide and we finally found you." The woman's body appeared in the vortex as well. Her skin was covered with black scales and she had a tail of a snake, but she only had one pair of arms. "Are you sure that you can get in touch with the six-arm race?" Angele was excited. "Yes, please give me a second, I'll contact the sage." The snake woman disappeared into the vortex. The center of the vortex started bubbling. A beautiful woman with 6 arms appeared in the vortex. She was also wearing a silver tooth necklace and her long black hair trailed over her shoulders. The woman's naked upper body had a silver color. "I'm Amhara the Sage, Summoner, I'll take care of the trade. Your metal collection is, ... Ha?" She suddenly stopped and sniffed. "The smell. We hate this smell. The smell of the pure light." "Pure light?" Angele narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean? The realm you're in is full of this smell. I think there's an ancestor in your realm if I'm not mistaken, an ancestor that's an inheritor of the light ancestor." The snake sage responded in a cold tone. "So, I was correct." Angele confirmed his assumption. A strong being that hated the wizards. It must be light ancestor. Everything can be explained if that's the case. Low-density energy particles, wizards are being hunted down, and the strong white light. The possibility is high. Angele thought. "All right, let's complete the trade. We've prepared the barrier and you'll be satisfied," the snake sage spoke in a light tone. "How do we do that?" "This is just a dimension communication, we can't transfer items through it." Angele's brow furrowed. "We can open the gate of trading, but you need to destroy the dimension locator. The dimension channel will be open temporarily and will handle the energy cost," the snake sage replied. "All right, let's start." "Sure." Angele opened his eyes and noticed that the silver tooth necklace in his pocket slowly disappeared. He then quickly took out a glass bottle from the mirror, quickly but carefully. It was half filled with some sticky silver liquid. Angele noticed that the silver bottle was dragged away by a strong force when he took it out, and a cold ball appeared above his palm at the same time. The ball was white and had 2 symmetrical holes in it. He could feel something soft inside the ball after shaking it slightly. The trade is now completed. It was a pleasant experience. The snake sage's voice echoed in his ears. "Thank you." Angele felt relieved. He could feel that the realm power was weakening when he was holding the ball in the hand. Also, his energy waves and mentality waves were barely noticeable. He observed the ball for a while, but he had no idea how it worked. There was no rune, character, or pattern on the surface of the ball. It was smooth like an egg. Which means, I'll be able to utilize the power of my refined true form with this thing in my hand. Angele was satisfied with the result. He quickly pressed ball on his arm. A crack appeared on his arm, revealing the muscles and bloodline veins inside. However, it felt like that the ball was blocked by an invisible barrier and could not be hidden inside his arm. Angele tried to throw it into the mirror, put it into his mouth, and store it in his pouch, but nothing worked. He had to touch the ball with his skin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 570, First Glance, 1. Chapter 570, First Glance, 1. Translator, Leo editor, Kurisu. This thing. Angele's brow furrowed as he held the ball in hand. I can't even put it into my mouth. That's a problem. Gentle blue light was released from his eyes as he scanned the ball on his palm. The ball had the size of an egg and its surface was illuminated by the light. Several seconds later, Angele stopped scanning and tapped on the ball for 3 times. Ka! The ball suddenly started shrinking, it turned to the size of a nail, and then transformed into a white ring. Angele tapped the ring again and it quickly returned to its original size. He repeated the process several times. It only has 2 forms? He carefully put the ring on the middle finger of his left hand. Suddenly, an arm appeared in front of him, holding a large black coat. Here you go, your outfit. Fra's young voice came from behind. Angele turned around and grabbed the patched coat. He saw that Fra was about to fall asleep. You can go sleep first if you want. Angele was testing the barrier so he was not facing Fra, however, Fra saw the white ring on his finger right after he turned to her. Where did you get that from? Fra yawned. Anyway, I need to have some rest. I already bought the breakfast and you know where to find it. She moved to the wall and closed her eyes. Angele jumped off the carriage and ran to one of the carriages in the front. He opened the door and entered that carriage. The carriage was relatively small. There were 2 middle-aged men inside, eating pine nut cakes and purple mangoes. Angele could hear them chewing the fruits. The purple juice from the blue mangoes was dripping down their hands. The dried juice stained the wooden table under their hands. He could smell the sour fragrance from the fermented fruits as he entered the carriage. There was a white pine nut cake on the table. The brown pine nuts were mixed in the cake. It smelled like baked eggs. Angele sat down with his legs crossed. He grabbed the cake and took a bite. That's way too dry. Come on, don't complain. One of the middle-aged men chuckled. Take this, it'll make everything better. He threw a fist-sized purple mango to Angele. Angele caught the mango and wiped it using a piece of white cloth. It's the first time that I see a mango like this. Where did you get this, Dot? The middle-aged man licked his lips and responded, from a mango farm in Sela. They also have black and red mangoes, but the purple mangoes are the cheapest. The other middle-aged man's brow furrowed after hearing these words. Talking about the mango farm in Sela, I heard that there was an incident. Do you know what happened? The man's dialect was a bit strange and it was hard to understand. I guess you don't travel often. You need to explore the world so you'll learn more and know more information. I do know of the incident about the mango farm. It's related to the country's recent decisions. The man lowered his voice. A relative of mine is a royal guard and knows the background information. They are gathering the army. I think something big is going to happen. What do you mean? Are they going after the wanted criminal? You mean the cold-blooded killer that's wanted by the church? No, I don't think that guy will be caught easily. It's a different situation. A count in Sela passed away and the inheritors are fighting. Also, the lords around the area were also eyeing that position. It seemed like the man knew a lot of information. A cold-blooded killer? The church is strong, right? I don't think they can't catch a killer. When Angele heard those words, he was interested. The middle-aged man chuckled. The church is the strongest here, but there are still people who are not afraid of them, including the cold-blooded killer. The Wizard Alliance was eliminated years ago. An organization called Shadow Tower brought a lot of trouble to the church, but it was eliminated too. The cold-blooded killer was a member of Shadow Tower. The other man joined the conversation. Well, I've heard of those when I visited the large cities. The cold-blooded killer became a wanted criminal about 30 years ago, but the church hasn't caught him yet. He's one of the church's strongest enemies. I never knew that. It's great that I met you guys and I learned a lot today. Angele smiled and took a bite of the mango. The mango was juicy, sour, and sweet. It had the texture of a banana. Are there other people who are fighting the church? The man glanced at Angele and noticed that Angele gave him a different feeling. He felt good that he knew something that Angele did not know. There are many people who dislike the church, like the remaining members of the Shadow Tower, the wizards, some underground races, and the Siren Empire from the north. That's all I know. If you go to the city that's owned by the church, you'll see the Holy Knights running around all day. They probably have many things to deal with every day. I don't know what exactly they are doing, I only know the situation of the areas around here. Angele spent the morning in the carriage, chatting with the two middle-aged men. He heard a lot of local news. The church controlled the countries in this area. It was like the strongest organization of this world. Even the kings needed to invite the church to attend their coronation ceremonies. However, the church was extremely hard on the people and those who hated the church would be eliminated. The main enemy of the church was a group of people with special powers. Those people were called wizards. The sunlight was burning hot during the noon. Angele left the carriage and returned to his own carriage. The caravan also stopped for lunch. Fra climbed into the carriage with a large wooden basin in her arms. Fra's and Angele's clothes were inside the basin. It seemed like she just washed them. It's lunchtime. Fra put down the wooden basin and walked to Angele. Angele knew what she was asking for. He took out 2 silver coins. Lunch and dinner. Fra stared at the 2 silver coins she got. Seriously? That's not enough. 2 silver coins. You can only get. They heard people shouting before Fra finished her word. Angele and Fra leaned to the window. They tried to see what was happening. A team of mercenaries was standing on the grass. They approached the caravan. The mercenaries were wearing damaged outfits, however, the shields and swords in their hands looked nice. Some of them were wearing horned helmets. Some mercenaries were talking to the guards of the caravan. The guards were fully equipped with high-quality gear. They looked much more reliable than the mercenaries. Those mercenaries joined the caravan several days ago. Fra spoke in a low voice. She seemed curious. They are arguing about the pay. Angele nodded. They are asking for more money when we are still far from the destination. It's the perfect time to raise the price, he said as his sight fell upon a man behind the mercenaries. The man's face was covered with red cysts. Some of the cysts were broken and there was sticky red pus leaking out of them. The man was holding a leather water pouch in hand and sipping wine from it. The man looked lazy and it felt like that he did not care about the things that were happening around him. That man. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. He noticed that the man was releasing some weak energy waves with ancient bloodline power. The bloodline power felt similar to the bloodline power the seal forms had. He's weak, but I'm not mistaken. Also, there's. Angele glanced at the shadow that was hiding behind a tree in the forest on the right. Alright, it's none of our business. Angele tapped on Fra's shoulder. Go buy the lunch first. Fra looked at Angele, jumped off the carriage, and walked to the vendor. Angele stayed in the carriage and covered himself with a gray blanket. Closing his eyes, he made it look like that he was having a nap. He started checking the dust from the painting he stored in the pouch using his mentality wave again. He wanted to find a way to enter the portal. It was something he did every day. It was night. The crescent moon was blocked by the clouds, but the moonlight still shined upon the land. In the dark forest, there were 3 campfires that were just extinguished. They were still producing some smoke. The carriages around the campfires looked like 3 gray circles. People were sleeping inside the carriages. The guards and the mercenaries were holding iron bars or wide blades in hands. Some of them were having a nap with their backs leaning against the carriages. In one of the carriages, an adult and a young girl were sleeping under the window. There was barely any light in the carriage. "Mother!" The girl suddenly started crying and rolled to the adult. She moved closer to the adult unconsciously and grabbed the adult's waist. "Gee!" Suddenly, something soared through the air outside the carriage. The adult turned around and escaped from the girl's arms. He quickly opened the window and checked the surroundings. Some gentle moonlight shined upon his face. It was Angele. He covered Fra's body with the blanket and rubbed her cheeks. He then carefully jumped off the carriage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 571, First Glance, 2. Chapter 571, First Glance, 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. The window of the carriage was opened. It was quiet and cold outside. The forest was deadly silent in the night. The only thing that brightened up the area was the gentle moonlight. Angele left the carriage quietly. There were blue light dots flashing in front of his eyes. A dark red string appeared in the forest. The string came from the carriage and quickly expanded deep into the forest. Angele started following the direction pointed by the string. He left the camp and the carriages quickly. About 10 minutes later, he heard people talking ahead, but the wind blurred their voices. "If it wasn't for you, things would never end up like this." It sounded like a middle-aged man. "I told you that I don't know." The other voice sounded speechless. "We should've. You promised. Are you trying to?" The man sounded a bit anxious, but the important words were drowned out by the wind. Angele activated his stealth technique and lightened his footsteps while moving forward. He could finally hear the voice clearly. He looked at the two people who were talking through the gaps between the bushes, but their faces were hard to see under the moonlight. One of them was a mercenary he saw earlier, the other one was a girl in a white outfit. Her skin was clean and her hair was smooth. "Wait." Angele was a bit surprised. He moved closer to the two people and observed the girl carefully. The girl had no breasts and had Adam's apple on her neck. He checked the girl using the mentality wave and realized that it was a man that looked like a girl. Under the moonlight, the man's cheeks looked pink. He was staring at the middle-aged mercenary with anger in his eyes. "Do you really think I'll forgive you? No way. If you didn't let that guy leave, we would have succeeded. I'll get everything sorted out tonight." He took out a pair of black daggers with spikes on the blades. The spikes looked purple under the moonlight. "Silence," the man shouted, and the two daggers released intense purple light. All the sounds in the area suddenly disappeared. The effective area of that ability was quite large. The middle-aged man was surprised. He wanted to say something else, but nothing was coming out of his mouth. The man approached the mercenary with the daggers in hand. The mercenary was anxious. He tried to communicate with the man using hand gestures. The man's expression changed. "Cut his throat." The man's voice echoed and an invisible blade appeared at the mercenary's throat. Ding! The middle-aged mercenary fell to the ground and a masked woman in black appeared in front of him. The woman had a sharp claw on her hand which blocked the invisible blade. The mask covered the woman's face. Angele assumed her gender because of her breasts. Also, she did not have Adam's apple. With a flick of her finger, the invisible blade was pushed away, and the blade quickly disappeared into the forest. "Who are you?" The man looked at the woman in black. "You're strong since you handled my talent ability like it was nothing." He swung his black daggers and the purple light quickly disappeared. "I'll just eliminate you if you don't want to talk." "Darkness," the man shouted. Thick black fog appeared in the forest and covered all the objects in the area. Angele was almost caught in the smoke. He quickly took more than 30 steps back, but he could no longer figure out what was going on in the smoke. His brow furrowed as red glow surrounded his eyes. He partially activated his true form so that he could see through the smoke. There were countless tiny insects in the dark smoke. Strange substances released by the insects reflected the light in the area. That was why the smoke looked so thick. Angele's partially activated true form did not help him see through the smoke. Such power. It's not a spell. It's more like the power of a bloodline. Angele compared the energy movements and concluded thus. Around 2 minutes later, the thick smoke finally disappeared into the air. Angele watched the smoke disappear. Suddenly, his sight blurred as a black shadow charged toward him. He quickly raised his hand to block the attack. Bam! The center of Angele's palm was pierced. The wound looked like a large bloody hole. All the flesh was gone and it almost looked that something took a bite off his hand. The woman in black appeared in front of Angele and started attacking him like crazy. Bam bam bam. Angele blocked the attacks and hit her back using his hands and legs. Some translucent energy waves would appear in the air every time they exchanged attacks. Angele was caught off guard. He hit a tree when he was stepping back and the tree was knocked down. Die. Stones and mud gathered on his right feet. He looked like a heavy robot that was trying to kick the woman. Boom. It sounded like something exploded between the two. The white energy waves expanded in all angles. The energy waves disappeared after traveling for about 5 meters in the air. The trees in the effective range were all cut down. Angele's arms were covered with the wounds and the flesh in the wounds was removed. However, his wounds were recovering at full speed and the flesh quickly grew back. Why are you going so hard on me? He chuckled. I was just curious. I won't do any harm. The masked woman was kicked in the waist. She put her left hand on a tree and her right hand on her stomach. The woman was breathing heavily while staring at Angele with tears in her eyes. I won't let you touch him. She was trying her best to speak, but her voice was hoarse and her dialect sounded a bit strange. It felt like that she did not like talking too much. Also, there was blood spurting out of her mouth. Angele straightened his back and looked at the woman. Are you here to protect that man? What's your relationship with him? There was still a smile on his face. Also, don't lie. I hate it when people lie. I'll kill them all if you don't tell me the truth. The woman coughed several times. He's my young brother. She slowly responded. Angele did not respond to her words. A red glow appeared around his eyes and reached to the woman in black with his right hand. He released an invisible energy wave. However, the energy wave was blocked by an invisible barrier when it reached the woman. Ha! Angele strengthened the energy wave and released more energy waves. However, all the energy waves were blocked by the barrier. It means that her bloodline is stronger than my scorpion woman's bloodline. Angele checked the information related to the bloodline. Don't tell me the level of your bloodline is higher than my ancient bloodline. He could not believe the result. The son of the sun, the single-eyed giant, and the scorpion woman, they all had strong ancient bloodlines. The bloodline of Scorpion Woman could help him check his target's memory and travel through the realms. It was one of the rarest bloodlines one could find. If the level of a bloodline was higher than another, its bloodline power would also be stronger, and it would not be impacted by the bloodline powers of the bloodlines at lower levels. Woman, what kind of bloodline do you have? You're weak, but your bloodline is strong. The red light around Angele's eyes got intense. The masked woman stared at him calmly. Your bloodline is not from the ancestor. She responded slowly. Ancestor? You mean your bloodline is from one of the ancestors? Angele's expression turned serious. People with bloodline power feared the ones with bloodlines at higher levels. Their talent ability would be useless when the opponent had the stronger ability. Angele looked at the woman. He suddenly had the urge to kill her. If I wasn't close to Shiva state, I could have gone for bloodlines at higher levels. Sadly, it's too late for me to do that. The woman was weak and it would not help even if he extracted the bloodline from her body. With the help of the Nightmare Realm's realm power, the bloodline level problem was not critical for him. The woman had a strong bloodline, but she needed a lot more time to improve, and it should not be a problem. The only way for her to improve at a faster rate was to get the help from the realm power of her own realm, but she needed to be extremely lucky to do that. Angele wanted to know if the ancestor of her bloodline was still alive. That was his only concern. Angele thought for a while and decided not to kill the woman. My bloodline is one level below yours, however, you're too weak. You need to reach my power level to defeat a legendary knight from the church, Angele responded in a low voice. To be honest, I'm interested in you and your brother's bloodline. If you need help with a serious injury, you can talk to me, I'll cure you for a price. Angele's smile looked kind and attractive. He approached the woman and released some green light. The light quickly surrounded the woman's waist. Several seconds later, the woman stood up and checked her waist. She could not believe what just happened. She did not even feel a thing when the green light was absorbed by her body. This one is free. I only fixed your bones and muscles, so you still need to rest. Also, take some herbal medicine, I'm sure you can find that. Angele thought for a second and continued, you have the bloodline power, so it means that you're an enemy of the church, right? Anyway, go back and have some rest. No one knows what happened here, I handled it using my illusions. Angele waved his right hand, turned around, and headed to the camp. The woman hesitated for a second and walked to the two people that fainted on the ground. Angele turned his head around and glanced at them. An ancestor's bloodline. Maybe it'll lead me to Shiva state. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 572, First Glance, 3. Chapter 572, First Glance, 3. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. Angele returned to the caravan quickly. The camp was quiet. He saw several mercenaries sleeping by the carriages with swords in their arms. Also, there was not much smoke rising from the extinguished campfires. Angele softened his footsteps and walked to his carriage. He opened the door and lay down next to Fra. He listened to the movements around in the darkness carefully. He could hear someone walking by, but the footsteps faded quickly. Angele moved to the wall and started thinking about the information he'd collected today. I shall be careful if Light Ancestor is behind the church. Although Light Ancestor was defeated, weakened, and sealed, Light Ancestor still has the power to eliminate me easily. I should probably lie low. Angele recalled the day he met the old eye-gouging dragon. The dragon was probably in a similar situation like him. It was like Lord of Terror without Nightmare Realm's realm power. The old dragon was probably much stronger than the king of eye-gouging dragons, and that was the reason why it survived for so long. In the ancient times, there were 3 races that had a lot of strong wizards. Chaos dragons were just one of them. Eye-gouging dragons were part of chaos dragons, but they already had strong beings like the old dragon. Human beings produced the strongest wizards of the time. They probably had wizards whose power level was higher than the old dragons. Light Ancestor destroyed the ancient wizards, but the ancient wizards successfully sealed him. Angele narrowed his eyes. Which means Light Ancestor is at least at Shiva state and probably has some terrifying talent abilities. Shiva state was a power level that was defined by Angele. He considered the individuals that had higher power level than him as individuals who were at Shiva state. Shiva state could probably be used to describe the ancestor's power level. However, Angele had no idea what would happen after he reached that level. Individuals at Shiva state still had different power levels. Angele checked the surroundings in the darkness. Toot toot. Owls were making noises outside. The sky turned from black to gray and some other birds started twittering. The sun was about to rise and the forest got noisy. Angele suddenly looked at Fra and closed his eyes. He made it look like that he was sleeping. Fra slowly opened her eyes. She realized that her body was right next to Angele's body and blushed. Fra slowly moved away from Angele and put on her outfit. She then quickly organized her blonde hair and moved to the door of the carriage. When she was about to reach the door, she suddenly remembered something and returned to Angele. She picked up a damaged crossguard sword beside a wooden case carefully and stared at Angele. For some reason, she did not want Angele to figure out what she was doing. The crossguard sword had a decent size and was a bit hard to move in the carriage. The wooden case and the sword were right beside Angele. Fra tried her best not to wake Angele up and slowly moved the sword away from Angele. She moved as slowly as she could. About 10 seconds later, Fra finally held the crossguard sword in her hands. She was tired and her face was red. The crossguard sword weighed around 1 kilogram. Fra picked it up using one hand. There was cold sweat on her forehead. Fra took out a red notebook from her own case after acquiring the sword. She put the red notebook into her pocket and started moving to the door again. Pa! Suddenly, her butt was slapped. Fra was surprised. She slowly turned her head around while her body was trembling. It was Angele who just slapped her butt. However, it seemed like Angele was sleeping and what he did was unintentional. Damn it, old man. I'll make you pay back during lunchtime. I'll mix some diced flies into your meat, it'll taste good. Fra cursed in a low voice. Angele's hand was still on her waist and she was still in shock. The hand slowly slid down her body as she moved forward. It landed on her legs and then fell to the floor. Fra felt relieved. She quickly crawled out of the carriage and closed the door. She sat on the driving seat and took out a pair of red leather boots from a wooden box and put them on quickly. Fra jumped off the carriage with the crossguard sword in hand and walked to the forest. Damn it! I hate you, even insects are better than you. I'll beat you up after I master those sword techniques. I should work harder. Fra felt angry after she recalled what had just happened in the carriage. She slashed down the bushes as she walked into the forest. Broken pieces of wood and leaves were everywhere. My legendary crossguard sword. Andre is forcing me to work for him to pay back the daily expenses. He also took all my treasures away. She was still cursing and she was trying to find the best word to describe Angele. Several minutes later, she failed to find the word she wanted. Andre, you pig. You pig. She nodded and repeated the word. That was the best curse she knew. In the carriage, Angele could no longer hold it. He sat up and started laughing. He looked out of the window and saw Fra cursing while slashing down the bushes. Interesting kid. She never did something like this in front of me. Shaking his head, Angele crossed his legs and started testing the painting's portal. He heard that the guards were walking around. It seemed like they finally woke up. He kept doing simulations until Fra came back. They had breakfast together and the caravan started moving again. The carriage was almost jumping when the wheels ran over large pieces of stones. Angele got bored. He leaned against the wall and started reading an old novel. Fra was swinging a small branch in her hand. It seemed like she was still practicing. Fra, did you wash the clothes? Yeah. Did you feed the oxen? Yeah, I bought some long grass from Wade. It's about 1 bronze coin per meal. Angele raised his head and glanced at Fra. You haven't cleaned the carriage, right? Also, you need to wash my boots. Fra pursed her lips after hearing the word. I'm the one that's paying for everything, you know that, right? Angele's expression turned serious. Go now, use wooden brushes and clean them carefully. Fra inhaled deeply and glanced at Angele. It seemed like she was cursing at Angele in her mind again. I'll definitely make your lunch taste better, she shouted in mind. Alright, just go, thanks. Angele smiled and patted the girl's shoulders. Work hard. I need to leave the carriage for a minute. He jumped off the carriage and started walking. Angele turned his head around and made sure that Frau already started working. If she only practices the sword techniques, she won't have enough strength to maximize the power. She needs those work, Angele thought. He ran to one of the carriages in the front. There were two mercenaries around the carriage, walking while chewing something. It seemed like they were still sleepy. Angele approached them. Hey, do you know where Heli is? One of the mercenaries glanced at Angele. Heli? He's sick. Why? Angele threw a silver coin to the man's hand accurately. A smile appeared on the man's face right away. Well, I can take you to him, but he's really sick. He's resting in one of the carriages behind. The man started walking after finishing these words. Angele followed after him and went past his own carriage. They reached the end of the caravan, a bunch of ox carts. There were several sick men and women lying on the carts. Their faces were pale and they looked tired. The man stopped after seeing the situation. You can find him here, I don't want to be infected. You should stay away from them too. He pursed his lips and left. The people in the carts were groaning. Angele found the man he saw last night in one of the carts on the left. The man's face was pale, but it seemed like his situation was a bit different from the others. His body would only move when the cart was shaking. Angele jumped into the cart and sat by the man. Young man, you're dying. I have some drug that'll cure you. What do you think? He smiled and looked at the middle-aged man. I think something that happened last night was the problem. The man named Heli was surprised after hearing these words. How do you know that? He was hunted down by a woman with strange power. The woman accused him of breaking a promise, but he did not remember what he did. His head was still dizzy. If the masked woman had not helped him, he would already have been dead. Heli thought for a while and observed the man talking to him. It was a young man with a pair of dark red eyes. However, it seemed like the young man thought he was older than Heli. The young man had smooth skin and some mustache. He looked like a man from a noble family. Also, the smile on his face was making Heli feel uncomfortable for some reason. The young man was wearing a linen outfit but still looked like he was from a rich family. His long red hair was nice and clean. Angele chuckled. Of course I know. He lay down by Heli and lowered his voice as he spoke. I also know that you were saved by a masked woman. If the masked woman hadn't appeared, you would already have been dead, right? Heli was even more surprised after hearing these words. He tried to sit up. Who are you? Wait, do you know who I am? Heli lost part of his memory. He met several people that claimed they knew him. They either hated him or felt sorry for him. There were also people who tried to kill him. Heli only knew that he woke up in a random valley, but he was not sure why there were so many people going after him, including the feminine man he encountered last night. Those people all had special powers. I know you've lost your memory. Angele smiled and looked at the sky. The clean blue sky looked like a large piece of sapphire, while the clouds in the sky looked like smoke balls. The sun was warm and nice, its golden light illuminated the ground gently. Angele could smell the refreshing fragrance of random flowers and grass in the wind. I also know that you're different. You have something that others don't have, he continued before Heli could say anything. However, I don't know who you are. I'm just curious. Angele turned his head to the right and found a thin man in gray lying in the cart. The man's face was pale and he looked like he might die at any time. There was a short wooden bar in his right hand. He held the bar so tight that it felt like the wooden bar was a treasure to him. The man noticed that Angele was looking at him. He turned to Angele and narrowed his eyes. Do you know me? The man had a pair of green eyes and a hoarse voice. It sounded like he had not drunk water for days. Angele and Heli looked at the man after hearing the voice. Heli looked at the man and found the man familiar. However, he could not remember who the man was. He rubbed his temples and tried his best to think. Angele looked at the man because he noticed something different. Also, the man's sight was piercing through his body when he stared at Angele. It was something that did not happen to Angele often. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 573, First Glance, 4. Chapter 573, First Glance, 4. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. Young man. The man had a hoarse voice. He was staring at Angele. I can see you in my eyes, however, you didn't change. Angele had no idea what the man was talking about. He could feel that the man's eyes had strong power, however, it seemed like the power was not about dealing damage, it was something else. He thought that he was being stared at by something unknown. He glanced at Heli. The man that lost part of his memory was still confused, but Heli was paying attention to the situation. Angele lowered his head. He noticed that the short bar in the man's hand only had the length of an arm and the width of 2 fingers. The black surface of the bar was covered with many scratches. For some reason, Angele thought that the short bar was dangerous. Although the man was weak like an infant that could die at any time, the bar had a strange power in it. Angele felt like the whole situation was hard to explain. Usually, weak individuals did not get to keep strong items. You're different. Angele smiled as blue light dots flashed in front of his eyes. He scanned the man's body and noticed that the man was about to die. You give me a feeling that you're going to die soon, but it also feels like that you'll never die. Don't worry about him, young man, he's crazy. He would dance while screaming when he's having problems, an old woman on the side advised. A young man from another cart added, yeah, he was crazy last night. He kept hitting a piece of wood using his head and almost died. We tried our best to stop him. Actually, we saved his life. Angele smiled, but he did not respond. He stood up and jumped off the carriage. All right, I need to leave now. You can find me in the 3rd carriage on the right. Heli heard the word and watched Angele leave. He wanted to stop Angele and talk to him but did not do so. The man with green eyes lay back down with the short bar still in his hand. You can't defeat me. He muttered as some cracks appeared on the surface of his bar. There were green vortexes that were spinning slowly in the man's eyes. The green vortexes were hard to notice unless they were observed closely. Cold sweat appeared on his face and his face turned pale. No one can defeat me. No one. The man was groaning, but he sounded confident. He held the short bar even tighter. Angele suddenly turned his head around and looked at the man with a serious expression on his face. Angele returned to his carriage and traveled with the caravan. He encountered another private caravan 3 days later. Heli decided to leave the caravan after the feminine man approached him again. Strangely, the man with green eyes also left the caravan. For some reason, the leader of the private caravan just let them join without asking any questions. He realized that the man with green eyes and the feminine man were all going after Heli. Heli might be the key character in this event. Also, the ancestor's bloodline in Heli's body attracted Angele for certain reasons. Angele decided to join that private caravan with Fra. They purchased an ox cart and followed after the private caravan. He did not care where the caravan was heading to. 5 days later. Fra, who sat in front of the ox cart, asked, "Why are we following them?" She sounded a bit disappointed. She'd put some green flies into Angele's potato soup several days ago. However, Angele said he wanted for soup and switched the 2 bowls. Fra was upset after Angele switched the bowl. She decided not to drink the potato soup with green flies inside and had to finish the dry pancakes without the soup. Fra felt angry every time she thought about her failed prank and kept glancing at Angele. Angele, who was sitting beside her with a whip in hand, leaned against the seat as he heard Fra's question. "It's the first time I saw a man that's prettier than a woman, so I decided to observe him." Angele sighed. "He sounded lazy. I thought we were heading to the Snow Tree City." Fra's eyes were wide open. "I changed my mind, I want to visit Truffle City now," Angele responded calmly. "You?" Fra was speechless. Raising her head, she looked forward. There was a large white carriage in front of them. She could see what was happening inside through the window. The middle-aged man named Heli was sitting with the feminine man. Different dishes, fruits, and desserts lined up on the table in front of them. There was also a whole roasted goose. A noble woman with long black hair and a black outfit was sitting opposite them. The woman, who was wearing a silver headband, had an attractive smile on her face. The woman was talking to Heli and the feminine man while eating the desserts. Her movements were polite and gentle. It almost felt like talking while eating was a common thing for her. Fra looked at the food on the table and swallowed. "I want some of that." "Work hard and save money then. You'll be able to enjoy a lunch like that one day," Angele said and smiled. He did not care that Fra was glaring at him again. His sight fell upon a weak horse on the right side of the caravan. The horse was walking slowly along the forest. It was a brown horse that looked weak and tired. The man with green eyes was riding the horse. He was wearing the same outfit and his face still looked pale. His body was shaking as the horse moved. It felt like that he could fall off the horse at any time. "The man is hiding his true power," Angele guessed. "Wait, it might be a different situation." He looked at the short bar in the man's hand. "That's the problem." Angele could feel the terrifying power in the short bar. It felt like he was looking at an endless abyss. The dark power inside the bar was infinite. Although Angele recovered his power, he still felt like it was looking like a dark sea. The man is weak but his soul is strong. He's fighting against the dark power inside the bar, Angele assumed, which means he's immortal with a powerful artifact. It seemed like the man with green eyes was familiar with the short bar. However, his soul was too weak for the artifact and he was still trying to control its power. Also, the man's soul was not blue like normal souls, it looked gray and was getting darker slowly. Several minutes later, Angele suddenly looked to the right and found something strange in the forest. Under the golden sunlight, there was a group of people wearing red leather pants and black cloaks approaching the caravan from the side. There were around 10 people in the group, all holding silver scimitars in hands. They were all looking at the man with green eyes who was riding the horse. "Amber, we finally found you," the leader of the group spoke. The voice sounded like it was from a young girl. "You shall not escape this time." After the leader finished these words, silver crescent moons appeared in the black cloak's eyes. They increased their speed and charged toward the man with green eyes. The man raised his bar and was about to fight back. However, he suddenly coughed and spat out some blood. He fell off the horse and hit the ground. The man was suffering after the impact. The horse was surprised and neighed loudly. "Who's there?" "Bandits. Eliminate them." The guards of the caravan noticed the invaders and drew their blades. There were around 10 guards. They separated into 2 groups, with one half protecting the caravan while the rest charged at the black cloaks. The fight was intense. Angele could hear the noise made by metal objects hitting each other. The guards were well trained, however, it seemed like the black cloaks were stronger than them. The guards were wearing leather armor, but it was like paper to the silver scimitars. They quickly retreated to the caravan. "I'll take care of them." The mercenary named Heli jumped off the carriage and charged at the black cloaks with a silver blade in hand. He looked like a fish that was swimming in a pool. He quickly dodged the attacks and cut 2 black cloaks' throats open. However, he was stopped by a black scimitar when he was about to go for the next target. It was the leader. They traded hits around the trees. The guards and other black cloaks did not want to get caught in the fight, so they stayed away from the two. One of the black cloaks still stood too close to them and his head was sliced off. Angele made it look like he was scared, but he was observing the situation. Angele wondered why the feminine man did not join the battle. He should have the power to eliminate all of the black cloaks, but he just stood there and watched the fight. The good thing was that the man did not see Angele's face that night. One of the black cloaks screamed as he was kicked away. He rolled several times and hit Angele's cart hard. The black cloak stood up with a pair of red eyes, his face covered with bloody wounds. "Damn it," he cursed in a low voice. Suddenly, he turned to Fra and Angele. "Die." He aimed at Fra and slashed forward. "Don't worry, Andre. I'll protect you." Fra was holding the damaged sword in hand and her face was pale. Although she was trembling due to fear, she still stood in front of Angele. Bam! The bandit missed the strike, his scimitar hit the edge of the cart and he was having trouble pulling it out. Fra was not prepared for a real battle. She was scared, however. The attack from the bandit made her move. She held the sword tight and slashed forward. "Ah!" she screamed and closed her eyes while hitting the bandit. Pa! The sword hit the bandit's chest, however, it was blocked by the man's leather armor. Fra finally opened her eyes. The bandit pulled the scimitar out of the cart and slashed forward. This time, the scimitar hit the blade of Fra's sword. Fra's sword moved upward due to the impact and its handle hit the forehead of the bandit by accident. The bandit's eyes rolled up and he fell to the ground. Fra was surprised. She had no idea what had just happened. "Thank you." Angele put his hands on the girl's shoulders and looked at her. "You're a hero, Fra. Without you, I would already be dead. Thank you so much." Fra could not believe that she defeated the bandit as she looked at the sword in her hand. "Maybe the soul of the hero protected me," she muttered. Although she practiced the sword techniques for so long, she did not use any of them during the battle. The bandit made a mistake and Fra won the battle accidentally. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 574, Chaos 1. Chapter 574, Chaos 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. Angele dragged Fro into the cart before she could react. He helped her dodge a broken blade that was flying to her. "Wake up!" Angele tapped the girl's cheeks to make sure that she was aware of the situation. Bam! It sounded like something exploded outside. They could see the bright red light. The intense light illuminated the whole cart. A ball of golden flame exploded in the dark forest and quickly turned into waves of red flames. The waves were spreading in all directions and the earth started shaking after they hit the trees. The carriages, carts, and every object around were all pushed away. Angele's cart was pushed 3 meters to the left. The wheels left a trail of dark marks on the ground. The leader of the Black Cloaks was in the center of the explosion. His body broke into pieces and half of his head was on the ground. "Amber! You shall not escape!" The leader's voice was still echoing in the forest. A high-pitched voice sounded like it was from a woman. Pa! Heli stepped on the broken head and looked at the noble woman who was standing behind him. The noble woman slowly lowered her right hand. There was a white ball in her left hand. There were complicated golden patterns on the surface of the ball. The woman smiled after she noticed that Heli was looking at her. "This is a high-level holy bomb I purchased from the church. Not bad, eh? It deals great damage to ghosts and magic creatures, but it won't hurt normal things. It's powerful, yeah." Heli looked at the white ball. He was still a bit scared. He watched the bomb explode and thought that he was going to die in the golden flames. Although he was blown away by the impact, he was not injured. The woman was about to say something else, but they heard footsteps from the forest again. Angele raised his head and looked at the forest. "They're from the church?" Angele's brow furrowed. He did not expect to find people from the church here. They had not bothered him for a while, but they were here again. Fra was in Angele's arms, her eyes were wide open. It seemed like she was still thinking about the battle after she defeated the bandit by luck. She was so scared that she could barely move. In the deep forest, a group of people in white armor were approaching the caravan. They were surprised after they saw the battlefield. Their leader was a female knight. She glanced around and her sight fell upon Helle. "Found you, send the signal." She talked to the knight beside her and stepped forward, drawing her sword. A thin white glow quickly covered her blade. The female knight was moving forward without any hesitation. She started slow, but her speed increased gradually. She swung the sword several times in the air, lowered her body, and charged at Helle. "Die! Heretic!" Angele thought the church was going after him. Helle remained silent, however. He turned around and started running after seeing the female knight's face. The feminine man just followed after Helle, but it seemed like he was not going to offer any help. "Miss Diana, I'll see you around," Helle shouted. Helle and the feminine man charged into the forest first. The female knight followed after them. The ground was covered with dead bodies of guards and bandits. The noble woman just stood there with her brow furrowed. It seemed like she was thinking about something. She then looked in the direction Helle left and remained quiet. Some of the guards that were still alive cleaned the area. It seemed like they were used to the deaths of their colleagues. Things like this were common to them. Angele straightened his back and glanced at the noble woman, then whipped the ox once. The leader of the guards was talking to the woman. It seemed like he was asking for additional payment. Angele was not concerned. He did not say anything and just traveled to the forest on the other side. The wheels of the cart spun as the cart quickly entered the forest, disappearing by the corner. As Angele sat on the driver's seat, blue light dots flashed in his eyes. He changed the direction slightly and went around the whole area. He started heading in the same direction as Helle. The noble woman's caravan was no longer there, and the man with green eyes also disappeared. The only things in his sight were the vibrant green trees. The golden light from the sun shined upon the cart and Angele's outfit. They could hear strange voices from random beasts. "Where are we heading to?" Fra raised her head. She was still holding the sword in her arms. "Find a random place and stay there for the rest of our life," Angele gave a random response. "Huh?" Fra was confused. Angele turned around and pinched her cheeks. "Do you really think we're going to do that? There are prizes on our heads, so we should stay away from the church. We need to find a safe place to lay low. There's no way that we can follow our original plan." "Oh, yeah." Fra finally realized that she was a wanted criminal, and the sad memories came back to her again. She wiped the sweat off her face using the sleeves. Some of the potion was also removed from her face. The black birthmark on her forehead already turned gray. The birthmark would fade away soon. "Where should we build our camp then?" she wondered. Angele did not respond. He just pointed in a direction. Fra looked where he was pointing at. In front of the vibrant forest, there was a snow mountain standing there quietly. The tip of the mountain was surrounded by white mist. The snow on the mountain reflected the sunlight. The light almost blinded Fra. "That's a tall mountain." Angele smiled and patted Fra's head. "Check our inventory and see how long we will last on the mountain. Also, we need to feed this ox." "Sure." Fra started checking the items in the cart. Angele closed his eyes and started his daily routine. He was still searching for a way to enter the portal of the painting. The portal, he observed, would change slightly every day. The color of the portal would change slightly due to the energy waves and return to normal after a while. Angele's long research helped him to find the secret. He noticed that the energy wave was what decided if the portal would accept unknown things or not. He tried to figure out how the energy wave worked and when the energy wave was the weakest so that he could send his mentality wave deep into the portal. Analyzing the force field was the hardest part. There were so many waves and frequencies he needed to record. The whole process would take him a long time. The biochip indicated that only 2% of the analysis was completed. If he wanted to explore the portal using his mentality wave, it would still take a long time. It was already afternoon when Angele opened his eyes. The orange sunlight was coming from the sky, Angele, and the cart's shadows were long on the ground. 8 hours passed. Progress saved. Zero's voice echoed in his ears. Angele inhaled deeply and checked the surroundings. The tall trees had brown tree trunks and were slightly wet. The leaves on the branches were dark green and some of them were covered with white frost. The ox already stopped moving and its tail was swinging in the air. The place was deadly silent, there was no insect or creature making noise. Angele glanced around and jumped off the cart. He looked at Fra, she was sleeping in the cart with the sword in her arms. He walked around the cart and stopped in front of a bush. He slowly reached into the bush and suddenly grabbed. Pa! He grabbed the neck of a young leopard and moved it out of the bush. Roar! The young leopard was struggling in Angele's hand and trying to scare Angele away with its voice. It kept scratching Angele's skin using its claws, but nothing worked. This area is terrorized by black leopards? Maybe I can follow it too. Angele dropped the leopard and it landed safely on the ground. The leopard stood up and ran away immediately. Angele followed after the leopard for about 2 minutes and saw a small river ahead. On the other side of the river, there was an arched gate that was made of wood. The gate was built in the hill, it looked like an entrance to an underground tunnel. There were yellow stripes on the tightly closed wooden doors. The edges of the gate were white and there were 2 torch stands on both sides of the gate. There was no torch on the stands, but Angele could see the ash left on them. Angele slowed down and looked around the river. The river came from the hill and was running down the forest. The river was so long that Angele could not see the end of it. The river was around 2 meters wide and there was water grass in it. That's it. Angele was not concerned about the leopard. He returned to the ox cart and drove it to the gate. It took him about 10 minutes to finish the process. He let the ox drink water by the river and returned to the cart. He closed his eyes and started resting. The sky was getting darker and darker. 2 gray shadows appeared by the river after a while. The one in the front was Heli, there were bloody wounds on his face. He was carrying a weak man in gray on the back while moving forward slowly. The feminine man was following after the 2 with a blank expression on the face. The white outfit he was wearing was still clean, but Heli's outfit was greatly damaged. Heli raised his head and looked at the river. He quickly found Angele's ox cart. Cough. The man with green eyes was dying on Heli's back. He spat out some blood, which splashed on Heli's shoulders. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 575, Chaos 2. Chapter 575, Chaos 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. Even the healing potion from the church is no longer working. Heli was anxious, he turned around and looked at the feminine man. Cynthia, is she still going after us? No. The pretty man named Cynthia shook his head gently. We traveled much faster than them. Pay more attention to the guy on your back. He'll die in a couple glass hours. Heli raised his head and looked at the cart that was parked by the river and recalled what the strange man said to him. He realized that the man could heal them for a fee. He quickly checked his pouch but realized that he only had 5 silver coins left. The coins were dirty and one of them had a part missing. The man with green eyes woke up and spoke in a hoarse voice. Cough. It's fine. Just leave without me. Heli acted like he did not hear those words. He repositioned the man on his back and slowly moved to the cart by the river. Chi. In the cart, some green light rose from the man's back. It smelt burnt. Angele was holding a black stick in hand. He pressed the stick on the man's back. Helle and Fra were staring at them anxiously. It felt like that the man with green could not even feel the pain when the burning stick landed on his skin, but there was sweat on his forehead. All right, this is the last round. Angele dropped the smoking stick and put the other sticks on the table back into his pouch. This is a special healing technique I developed to treat his illness. It's very effective. He only needs to rest for several more days. Thank you so much. Helle was almost treating Angele like a god. Amber saved my life once and I must pay him back. If you need my help in the future, I'll. Angele smiled and interrupted, there's a fee, you know. He just looked at Helle. Helle suddenly stopped talking and looked at Angele awkwardly. The atmosphere got heavy. Even Fra knew that Helle had no money to pay for the treatment. The man with green eyes remained silent. It seemed like he had no money too. Angele remained calm. Don't have enough money? No worries. I need help with a potion that I'm studying and the only thing I need is some of your blood. Blood? Yeah, only a little bit of blood, it won't hurt. Angele took out a glass syringe from a wooden box. The syringe had the size of an arm. Helle looked at the syringe and felt scared. Will my blood work? The man with green eyes asked. You're too weak. You'll die if you lose blood. Angele shrugged. Half an hour later. Helle jumped off the cart with a pale face several minutes later. I owe you one. The man patted Helle's shoulders. If you didn't save me from that monster, I would be dead already. It's nothing. Helle waved his hands. Let's go, we need to move or they'll catch up. Let's go around the forest and head to the East Empire. The church hasn't fully terrorized that area yet, the border is close. The man named Amber nodded. They walked to the right side of the river and disappeared into the forest. The man named Cynthia also rushed into the forest. A dark shadow appeared in the bushes after Cynthia left. The shadow was having trouble catching up, but it was still following after them. Angele raised his head and looked at the shadow but did not say anything. He swung the glass syringe. It looked a bit purplish under the sunlight for some reason. Andre, what are we going to do next? Fra questioned behind him. We'll stay here. This place is great, I think. Angele looked at the entrance to the tunnel on the other side of the river. Are you looking at that wooden door? I think it's an entrance to a tomb. Fra noticed what Angele was looking at. I think only a weak noble family would build a tomb here, but it looks old. I doubt if the noble family still exists. It seems like no one has visited the tomb for years. I didn't expect you to know that. Angele was surprised. He noticed that Fra was reading a novel about a legendary knight and felt a bit speechless. A legendary knight named Barbossa built a tomb like that, and the legendary gear, Shield of Honor, was buried with him. Fra sounded excited. Angele shook his head and said, All right, we need to set up the tent here. We'll just stay by the river. They set up a grey tent by the river quickly. Angele purchased the tent when he was still an apprentice and was surprised that the tent was still perfect after all those years. The tent was perfect for 2 people. Fra was slim and was not worried that Angele would do anything to her, so she usually slept next to Angele. They took out dry rations and condiments from the wooden boxes. They also found some mushrooms from the forest and caught some fish from the river. Fra had no problem living here. She would practice sword techniques after she woke up every day and thought Angele did not know what she was doing. Angele usually used the time to study the blood he extracted from Helle. There was a strong bloodline in Helle's blood, much stronger than the bloodlines Angele had. However, he could not extract the bloodline from Helle's blood. Helle was too weak. He only acquired some bloodline essence. Strangely, the bloodline essence increased Angele's wizard power greatly after it was completely absorbed. The problem was that Angele already gave up the normal wizard power and became a bloodline wizard. The bloodline essence merged into Angele's negative emotions and turned into some strange power that went through his whole body. The strange power helped him form the fourth mentality crystal. Angele was shocked and quickly studied the bloodline essence using the biochip but did not find any valuable result. Only a third of the mentality crystal was formed. The power was not strong enough to complete the process. He could only form 3 mentality crystals as a wizard due to his low talent level, but this bloodline essence changed the situation. Angele's mentality was much higher than the requirement to become a rank 4 wizard, but he could not do so. Also, he was just one step away from Shiva state. Heli's bloodline brought him hope. Angele immediately started thinking that maybe the bloodline would help him break the limit and enter Shiva state. Shiva state had the same power level as a legendary rank 9 wizard. 2 months later. Heli returned to Angele's cart again with Cynthia in his arms. They were both covered in blood and Heli fell to the ground after he stopped walking. "Help him." Heli spat out the words and fainted. Angele and Fra were having dinner by the cart when Heli arrived. Angele shook his head speechlessly after seeing Heli. He walked to them and checked their condition. Fra helped him to put them down on the ground. Angele was checking Cynthia's condition. The pretty man was seriously injured. Although Cynthia was unconscious, his brow was still furrowed. The man's long dark hair trailed on the grass and there was a terrifying wound on his body. From his left shoulder to the right leg, the wound was around 1 finger wide, and Angele could almost see the organs in his stomach. There was also a bloody hole on the right side of the man's neck. There was still blood spurting out of the hole. Also, Angele saw some white light on the left side of the man's chest. Angele's brow furrowed after seeing the situation. They are both dying, but they still made it here. They are trying their best to survive. He slowly cut the man's clothes open, revealing the chest. The man's skin was almost translucent due to the light that was coming out of his body and his heart was still pumping. "Fra, knife." Fra quickly handed a silver knife to Angele. Angele grabbed the knife and slowly cut Cynthia's chest open, revealing the red flesh and white bones inside. Through his ribs, Angele could see the surface of his heart. There was a white rune on it. Mortals would not be able to notice the light coming from it. That's a problem. Angele's expression turned serious. Heli just woke up and his face turned even paler after hearing those words. "I think you can still save him, right?" "I'll do whatever you say." Angele looked at Heli and said, "This thing is like a bomb that was stuck to his heart. The bomb will be detonated when a certain requirement is met. The man will explode into pieces." "Who did this to you?" "That's some incredible technique." Heli was cold and his lips twitched. "He was just trying to save my life." He could barely finish the sentence. "There's only one method." Angele stopped for a second and continued, "I need 1 fresh spinneret from a yellow jade spider. You must bring it back within 5 days or he'll die." "I'll go now." Heli stood up but he hesitated before leaving. "Where can I find the yellow jade spider?" He wondered. There are many yellow jade spiders in random bushes in the forests, but not all of them have the spinneret. You can find them at places that are dark and wet, Angele explained. Angele was not lying to Heli, he did need the spinneret to solve the problem. However, he did not have that in his pouch or the storage and he had to stay here to keep Cynthia alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 576, Situation 1. Chapter 576, Situation 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. I'll leave now. Heli picked up his damaged sword and started heading to the forest. I can go with you. Fra stood up. She ran up to Heli and said, You don't know the area well, and I know a place with a lot of yellow jade spiders. I'm familiar with the area and I can lead the way for you." There was a serious expression on her face. Fra was moved by the relationship between Heli and his friends. It almost felt like that it was a scene in the novel she was reading. Fra was moved and excited at the same time. Heli patted Fra's shoulders. "Thanks, I'll ask Cynthia to buy you some delicious treats after he recovers. He's rich." Heli tried to tell a joke, but no one was in the mood to appreciate it. Fra and Heli rushed into the forest and disappeared into the bushes. Angele crouched by Cynthia, taking out a purple needle from his pouch. The air around the needle looked a bit strange. It felt like the needle was releasing a force field. "I don't really want to waste my resources, but..." Angele muttered as he looked at the forest. "I'd never help you if you didn't have the things I want." Shaking his head, Angele stabbed the needle into Cynthia's heart. "Gee!" The needle quickly disappeared and the white rune on his start was covered with a thin layer of dark shadow. The shadow surrounded the rune and the white light coming from the rune was weakened. Angele felt relieved and was about to stand up. "Pa!" Cynthia suddenly straightened his back and spat out some blood. Angele was surprised. He quickly released a lot of black smoke and sent it into the wounds on Cynthia's heart. The black smoke turned into black dots and appeared on his skin. However, the black dots were removed by some unknown things inside his body quickly. Although there were a lot of black dots, they would not last for too long. Angele's expression turned serious. Raising his hand, he took out a golden potion from the mirror. He broke the glass tube without looking. The golden liquid in the glass tube rotated in the air and sank into Cynthia's heart. The liquid was quickly absorbed by his body. The heart was still pumping and only a small part of the white rune was left. The light almost faded away. Suddenly, Cynthia's body trembled and he fell to the ground again. He released some dark light. It returned into his body before it could fully leave it. The process repeated for more than 10 times and would happen once every minute. Cynthia's skin turned from pale to gray and the process finally stopped when he almost turned into a zombie. Angele felt relieved after seeing the result. "The holy power is so strong. I used the blood essence of a banshee but it didn't work. The church definitely has some strange power." Angele was lucky that he made the decision quickly. He had to use a potion he crafted in Nightmare Realm. He combined more than 10 ancient bloodlines with strong recovery abilities to craft this potion and only made 2 such potions. The potion was rare. It could even heal his refined true form when necessary. Normal healing potions would not work on his refined true form due to the high resistance he had. Only potions with strong effects would be helpful. Although Angele had many rare potions in the mirror, he still felt a bit sad that he had to use the potion. Finally, he should be fine for now. Angele stood up and looked at the forest again. "The only thing we need to do now is wait. Also, I need to keep him alive." He put Cynthia down in the cart and started meditating with his eyes closed. Although the meditation would barely do anything for him, it could still help him recover his mentality. The natural mentality recovery speed was still slower than the meditation. "Water." Angele was woken up from the meditation by Cynthia's voice. He had no idea how long had passed. The man's lips were dry and he was asking for water. The golden sunlight of the afternoon shined upon Cynthia's pale face. His sight was blinded by the light, so he slightly leaned his head to the side. Angele checked Cynthia's eyes and noticed that there were white dots in his blue pupils. "You can't drink water yet. It'll be fine after Heli brings me the spinneret." Angele lowered his hand and checked the surroundings. He made sure that no one else was in the area. "There are 2 yellow jade spider nests around. I can detect the one that's close to me, but it seems like they went for the one on the other side and won't be back today." Shaking his head, Angele took out some dried fruits from a pouch and started chewing. Angele looked at Cynthia and noticed that the man was staring at his food. Don't even think about it. You can't eat or drink. The thing on your heart was temporarily deactivated by me. If you eat or drink, the thing might be activated again, Angele explained. Cynthia pursed his lips and closed his eyes. He decided not to watch Angele eat. After the dinner, Angele took out some herbs and materials to make some more potion. Time passed and the night arrived. They finally heard footsteps from the forest. Andre! We're back! Fra's voice echoed in the forest. Angele walked to the river and looked at the forest. Heli was supporting his body using his crossguard sword. It seemed like his left arm was broken. Fra was walking in the front, holding some yellow objects in hands. They walked across the river and stopped in front of Angele. Fra carefully handed the yellow objects to Angele. Those are the spinnerets, right? We found two. Angele looked at the two objects and said, sadly, they are just normal spinnerets from yellow spiders, not yellow jade spiders. Yellow jade spiders are queens of yellow spiders and you can only find one of them in a whole group of yellow spiders. The two were surprised by Angele's words. Angele sighed. Sit down and have some rest. You can try to find the right thing tomorrow. I would have gone to their nests by myself if I hadn't had to take care of this guy. Heli did not say anything, he just stood there quietly. I'll go again now. He finished the words, turned around, and headed to the forest. It seemed like he did not want to waste any time. Fra watched Heli, she was not sure what she should say, so she just remained silent. Angele was not concerned, he glanced at the shadow under the tree on the other side of the river. Someone was standing in the shadow, it looked like a woman. She disappeared after Angele glanced at her. He turned around and tapped on Fra's shoulder. Come and help me. I need to make some herbal medicine. Sure. 4 days later, Heli returned to the camp with a small ball that looked like it was made of jade. The yellow ball was the spinneret that Angele needed. It was easy to use. Angele extracted the spider silk from the spinneret and covered Cynthia in it. He only left a small opening so he could send medicine into the man's mouth. Cynthia almost looked like a yellow rice cocoon. 2 days later, Angele broke the cocoon and Cynthia was finally healed. However, he lost a lot of life energy and they could see the bones under his skin. Angele'd extract 5 syringes of blood from Heli as a payment. He gave Heli 1 month to recover before extracting the blood. Heli and Cynthia pretty much joined the camp. Although Cynthia tried to offer Angele money, Angele did not seem interested. Woo! Angele was holding a cup of fruit tea in hand and trying to cool the tea down by blowing air over it. Heli and Cynthia were also sitting in the cart. So, you're going to leave? He took a sip from the green fruit tea. The tea was made from apple, it was sweet and sour. Heli and Cynthia nodded. There was a bitter smile on Heli's face. First, I don't think the food here is enough for 4 people. Also, Cynthia said that he wanted to buy some new clothes. We've both recovered and already paid you, so I think it's time for us to leave. Cynthia did not say anything, but he nodded. Fra was reading a novel on the side. She heard those words and looked at Cynthia. I thought you were going to teach me more sword techniques. I've told you all the basics I knew over the last 2 months. You already found a set of great sword techniques. I could barely understand those techniques, so you have to learn them by yourself. Also, my dagger skills are much better than my sword skills, Cynthia responded in a low voice. Fra moved closer to him and they started a private conversation. Cynthia's face still looked like a pretty woman. Fra sat so close to him that their legs were next to each other. Heli's face blushed after seeing the scene for some reason. Angele pursed his lips and glanced at Heli. During the month, Angele noticed that Cynthia shared similar characteristics as Timo's. He had the body of a man but the mind of a woman. Also, he noticed something interesting when interacting with Cynthia. It was a secret of Cynthia. Angele sipped from the fruit tea again. What happened? Your face is red. Are you sick again? Helly's body trembled slightly and he quickly drank some water. He tried his best to calm down. The water is hot and the weather is hot. I'm not sick. One more thing. Andre, do you have basic healing potions? Cynthia wants to buy some healing potions from you. If we're hurt again, we can use the healing potions first before heading to your camp. He stopped for a second and continued, we already went to many doctors before we found you, no one could heal him. Some even made the situation worse. If we hadn't reached your camp in time, he would have been. He did not finish, but the atmosphere got heavy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577, Situation 2. Chapter 577, Situation 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. Angele smiled but he did not respond to Helly right away. Fra, can you go find us some fruits? You know the place, right? The fruits are good to eat now. Fra pursed her lips and jumped off the cart. Angele opened his mouth again after he made sure that Fra had already left the area. I don't want the kid to know too much about the church, so I asked her to leave. Alright, I have one serious question for you. Who injured Cynthia? Helly looked at Cynthia. Cynthia's fists tightened after hearing those words. Next time. I'll kill him the next time. I don't need you to save me. Cynthia glared at Helly. Helly was a bit speechless after hearing that. Huh? Helly was the one that saved you? Angele was surprised. He looked at the old mercenary. Cynthia pursed his lips. Well, this guy was, whatever. He did not finish the sentence. I just wanted to help you, so I ran to you and picked you up. I didn't even realize I was running with you in my arms. Helly scratched his head. The strange holy night didn't catch up. The atmosphere in the cart got awkward after the conversation. In a palace somewhere far from the forest. The clean floor in the main hall was as reflective as a mirror. The engravings on the walls were nice and beautiful. There was sunlight coming through the openings on the walls which brightened up the whole hall. There were two groups of people in the main hall. The ones on the left were knights in silver armor and the ones on the right were black robes from the church. The sunlight was reflected off their outfits and armors, surrounding them with golden glow. What's the next topic? An old man that was sitting in front of the two groups questioned. One of the black robes stepped forward and responded, about the wizards in the east. We need to eliminate them. A knight stepped forward and spoke, Master Rayton is heading to the east, it won't be a problem. Master Rayton headed to the south, I believe. Also, he hasn't finished taking care of the misfortune scale yet, the black robe sneered. If we need more people to go to the east, I can recommend someone to you. Master Rayton is the rightful owner of the Eastern Territory, we don't need your help, the knight responded in a cold tone, the light around his armor was getting intense. It almost felt like that the intensity of the light would change when the knight's emotions changed. Well, that's the problem. We can't just let the wizards do whatever they want in the east. The smile disappeared from the black robe's face. I suggest that we send Bishop Angria to the east before the wizards travel to other regions. You never learn. Do you even remember what happened the last time? I know you and Bishop Angria are close, but... Another holy knight interrupted. We would have won the battle if you holy knights did your job. The moon plate was not sealed because you failed your mission. Another black robe joined the conversation. If you sealed the plate, we would definitely stop them. Well, you. The conversation turned into an argument and the whole hall got noisy. Ugh! The old man in the seat took off his crown and rubbed his temples. Several minutes later, the situation was getting out of control. The Holy Knights and the Black Robes almost started fighting. Pope realized that he had to stop it, so he coughed several times. The place finally became quiet again. The sounds in the area were all blocked by an invisible force field. The Holy Knights and the Black Robes realized that they should stop. They returned to their positions and the invisible force field disappeared. Pope picked up a sapphire scepter from the side and tapped the floor with it. Pa! The echoing sound was crisp and clean. Pope put down the scepter and spoke loudly, "All right, calm down, everyone. Master Rayton just returned to us, we can listen to his report first." Bam! The heavy stone gate of the hall was pushed open. A tall holy knight in silver armor with golden edges walked into the center of the hall quickly. He stepped on the thick fur blanket, his footsteps loud and heavy. The holy knight was about 2 meters tall. There was a long silver hammer on the back of his muscular body. His arms had the width of an adult's leg. He was holding the golden helmet in the right hand, slowly pulling the metal glove off his left hand. Strangely, there were 2 long tentacles on the man's cheeks. One was on the left cheek and the other was on the right cheek. Also, his long white beard was around his chest and the long tentacles were on both sides of the beard. The white tentacles were so long that they almost looked like part of his beard. The tentacles were waving in the air as the knight walked. "Master Rayton, you're back." The holy knights greeted the knight politely. However, the Black Robes did not even look at the knight named Rayton. Rayton nodded, stepped forward, and kneeled on one knee. The heavy armor hit the floor and with a loud noise. "I apologize that I failed to complete the mission." The man's voice was deep but hoarse. It almost sounded like an old man that was talking. The Holy Knights were surprised after hearing those words, but the Black Robes were happy about the result. Pope's brow furrowed. "So, what happened?" Rayton lowered his head and thought for a second before responding. "I almost killed Misfortune Scale, however, I was interrupted by a wizard with a strange bloodline and I lost them after that. Also, Misfortune Scale suddenly recovered from his memory loss. Although I tried my best to stop them, they still escaped. It was my fault." "Recovered?" Pope narrowed his eyes. "It's not your fault, Rayton. Misfortune Scale has the ability to run and it's nearly impossible for you to stop him from escaping. The problem is we didn't expect him to recover." Rayton nodded. Misfortune Scale won't be activated under normal circumstances, however, when there's pressure, he'll temporarily recover from his memory loss. We suggest that we make a good plan and ambush them. I'll let you handle this. You now have the right to give orders to our members in the South. Pope nodded. "Go now, you're the strongest holy knight of the church. God is watching us." Rayton lowered his head. "God bless us." On a mountain that was covered with trees. In a cave, a group of old men in black robes were sitting in a hall that was narrow and wet. They were all sitting on stone chairs that were white. The yellow light from the burning torches on the walls was dim. There was a total of 9 old men in the stone hall. They just sat there quietly with black leather paper in their hands. They were reading the intel that was recorded on paper. Their expression turned serious as they read through the papers, some of them almost trembling in fear. Finally, someone opened his mouth. An old man with white hair stood up and spoke in a deep tone, "We need to relocate now. If the holy rings are here, we'll all be eliminated, just like what happened years ago." The old man's voice echoed in the stone hall as his word reminded the wizards of the terrifying event. The whole valley was filled up with blood and dead bodies of the wizards. "How about the Ace Shelter? It was destroyed last month." An old woman with just one arm responded. "What about Rainbow Valley?" "No idea. The leader of Rainbow Valley sent us a message. He asked all of us to relocate." There was a battle in the valley and I'm afraid that. Yeah. The wizard with white hair closed his eyes and he looked depressed. The wizards remained silent for a while. Some say that Ace City will never be destroyed. Do we really have no way to fight against the Holy Knights? The old man sat slowly. It seemed like he could not accept the reality. Yeah. The Holy Knights are too strong. The only thing they need is the Holy Ring. The ring turns them from mortals into wizard hunters, an old man with red hair said in a low voice. Also, the Holy Buff is way too strong. I don't even know how that is possible. Illusions, poison, curses, mind abilities, none of our attacks worked. They can recover from small injuries fast. Their strength, speed, and defense are all increased to an unbelievable level. The wizards all agreed with what the old man just said. It's not the time to praise them, we need to find the next shelter as soon as possible, the old man with white hair interrupted. The last time a knight with a holy ring found us, we lost more than 10 wizards and a lot of golems. We can't let that happen again. He raised his scepter and a ball of white light appeared on top of it. Inform the leaders of other shelters, we need to find the next shelter and build the barriers. We need to leave before the church finds us. Without the barriers, we won't be able to defeat the ones with holy rings. The holy knights in black robes will crush us like stepping on insects. Yes, Master. The other wizards lowered their heads. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578, Rescue 1. Chapter 578, Rescue 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. Several days later. The sky was dark and the clouds were thick. There were around 10 plates made of bamboo lying on the grass beside the camp. There were black bamboo shoots, white caterpillars, animal fur, and other random items, all bathing in the sunlight. A girl that was around 14 years old in short leather skirt and tight leather armor was picking the bamboo plates up carefully. The chilling wind was blowing the girl's long blonde hair, revealing she had a clean and pretty face. There was a thin birthmark on her forehead, but it was barely noticeable. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. The leaves were almost flying on the branches. It's about to rain, hurry up, Fra. A man's voice came from the tent behind the girl. The man was by the entrance of the tent, watching for picking up all the plates. Another boring day. The man said and yawned. The man had long dark red hair trailing over his shoulders, an average-looking face, and looked lazy. The mustache on his chin looked a bit strange. It was Angele. He rested for a while after Helly and Cynthia left. Fra turned around and glared at Angele. If you're bored, why don't you come and help me? You can do that by yourself, right? Angele lay down and looked at the sky. Fra, I think your body is growing well. Fra blushed after hearing these words. She slowed down a bit. The short skirt and the leather armor were both tight. She purchased them when she was 13 years old and the clothes were getting too small for her after she turned 14. The girl's body was above average for her age, long legs, smooth skin, and slim waist. She almost looked like a well-made doll. Also, her breasts were larger than before and she had cherry pink lips. Some of Fra's hair was flying in the air. The girl was young, but she might become a beauty after she grew up. The scene of Fra running around and picking up plates was quite interesting. Angele was looking at the sky, but he would glance at Fra from time to time. Your birthmark will be completely removed after you apply the potion I made for you on it several more times, he advised. You were born with the birthmark, but it can be removed. Angele felt happy as he looked at Fra. He felt like that he was treating the girl as his daughter. Fra was an average-looking girl and her face was covered with freckles. Her skin's condition got worse after she left the town. The sword technique training helped her build up muscles so she never looked like a cute girl from the city. However, Angele decided to help Fra as they traveled together. He added the potions he made into Fra's diet. The potions made her skin smooth and elastic. He would also burn herbal incense during the night to help her body grow. Fra's overall condition was improved after several months. She looked just like a girl that was cute and attractive. The only problem was that Angele used too many effective herbs and it seemed like he overdid it a bit. Don't you think you're much more beautiful than before? I'm the one who helped you. Angele was proud. What does that even mean? Fra walked to the cart and put the bamboo plates down. I'll become a legendary knight one day. A legendary knight's body is usually covered with scars. There's no point for me to have nice and clean skin. Angele sighed speechlessly. You should be more polite and gentler when talking. If you can do that, you'll be perfect. He just assumed that Fra wanted a beautiful face and a nice body. He forgot that Fra had always wanted to become a knight. I've already told you that. Fra walked to Angele while breathing heavily. The bamboo plates were quite heavy. She put her hands on her waist and said, I'm going to become a legendary knight. You'll get married one day, kid. Angele pursed his lips. Get married? I don't think so. Fra's expression turned serious. Actually, we should get married. I'm your woman already, right? Also, my stomach doesn't feel well recently. Am I pregnant? Angele shook his head. Pregnant? No. We do sleep in the same cart, but we don't even share the same blanket. How do you even get pregnant? He put his right hand on the forehead. Angele was having trouble explaining everything to her. Anyway, you're the only one that would take care of me right now. Fra looked a bit depressed. My mother said that it was not hard to bear a child. She told me that it was just like puking. The child will come out of my mouth, right? Fra continued. What are you talking about? Angele inhaled deeply and was about to teach Fra some knowledge. Ha! The weather vane is pointing in the wrong direction. Fra suddenly stepped forward and adjusted the bronze weather vane. Angele was lying on the ground so he could easily see what was under her skirt. Come on. Angele was speechless. I've lived for so long that I shouldn't find this young girl sexually attractive. The girl's legs were right above his head. Well, I should probably move. Angele turned around and returned into the tent. He was sexually aroused for some reason, but he knew that Fra would never become his partner. Fra was immortal and Angele was a bloodline inheritor. Their life expectancy was way too different. It had been years since the last time he had sex with a woman. Angele put all his efforts into his research. He helped Fra because he was the reason why her family suffered. Although Fra was attractive to him, he always treated her like his daughter. That's a problem. Angele inhaled deeply. A father should never get sexually aroused because of his daughter. He felt guilty that he had such a feeling. Hey, why did you go back to the tent? Our conversation hasn't finished yet. Fra's voice came from outside the tent. I don't want to do anything inappropriate to you, Angele responded honestly. Inappropriate? Well, I can understand. You're a man and I'm a woman. Fra entered the tent as well. She moved to Angele and lay down. I don't mind. My mother said that virginity isn't worth a thing. However, we've been sleeping in the same tent for a long time and you never did anything to me. Angele still felt speechless after hearing those words. Rumble. They suddenly heard thunder rumbling. The first raindrop landed on the tent. It was followed by the second and the third one. The rain got heavy quickly and the noise was extremely loud. The tent was perfect for 2 people and the entrance could be sealed. There was a white bed, some clothes, and books in the tent. There was also a small window on the wall. They could see the outside through the window. Angele sealed the entrance so the rain would not get into the tent. He turned around and saw that Fra already fell asleep. She was sleeping with her legs and arms open. it almost looked like that it was a boy that was sleeping. He covered Fra with a blanket and it felt like he was taking care of a kid again. Angele enjoyed living with people like Fra. Fra was a simple girl that lost her family. Angele wondered if she would seek revenge in the future. He felt relaxed when Fra was around. Time passed. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Lightning flashed in front of the window and brightened up the dark tent slightly. Angele noticed that Fra's eyes opened slowly and she was staring at him. It seemed like she was woken up by the lightning and the thunder. Green. Ha! Angele straightened up his back and stood in front of the window with his legs crossed. He watched the rain pour as the forest was blurred by the raindrops in his sight. Why did you save me? Fra suddenly questioned. She thought a lot during the trip. Why did I save you? I'm afraid that I can't answer this question. Angele looked out of the window. He thought of Vivian and recalled all the things he did for the wizards. Fra sat up and looked at Angele. I never understood. I asked a girl that was older than me and she taught me a lot. Also, I rethought this whole thing. She stopped for a second and continued, because of me, you can't find a safe place to live, and you had to stay in this forest. We're lucky that we didn't encounter any beast, but why are you helping me? She looked out of the window as well and lowered his voice. I have nothing to pay you back with. I think you know that. Well, I hired you, right? You work for me and I'll feed you. It's a fair trade. Angele smiled. Don't overthink it, kid. Angele noticed that Fra hugged him from back before he could finish these words. He could feel the warm body of the girl. Fra put her head on Angele's right shoulder. I'm not a kid anymore, Fra responded in a low voice. I've read a lot of novels. She moved closer to Angele as she spoke. Her face blushed and it looked like she was about to cry. Girl. Angele turned around and grabbed Fra's hand. You're young and there's a bright future in front of you, also. He suddenly stopped after seeing the tears that were running down Fra's cheeks. I have nothing left. You're the only one that's always by my side. Fra cried. She sounded confused and helpless. Fra was scared. The man in front of her had a mysterious background. She thought the man was just a boss of a pawnshop in the town. However, after they traveled together for a while, she realized that the situation was more complicated than she'd thought. Also, how Angele healed Helly and Cynthia seemed impossible to her. She thought only the god had the ability to heal wounds like that. Fra finally realized that she never knew what the lazy boss was capable of. She had this strange feeling that Angele was right in front of her, but he was from a completely different world. Fra would wake up at midnight from time to time due to the nightmares that were bothering her. She was desperate and depressed in the endless darkness of the night. She was scared that Angele would leave without her knowing one night. She was scared that she would no longer be able to find Angele after she woke up at midnight. Alright, don't worry. Angele hugged Fra and rubbed her hair. I'm right beside you. He looked at Fra's face. The girl was still a kid, however, Fra reminded him of the two other children he had taken care of. Fra fell asleep in Angele's arms after she got tired. Angele started thinking as he looked at the heavy rain outside the window. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 579, Rescue, 2. Chapter 579, Rescue, 2. Translator, _Leo_editor, Karisu. After the day it rained, Fra never asked the question again. She behaved as nothing had happened. Angele decided to sleep in the tent and Fra would sleep in the cart. If Fra needed to go to town and purchase daily supplies, she would go to the tent and sleep by Angele's side. Also, Angele finally made some progress on the analysis of the strange force field. 6% of the analysis was completed. Time flew. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. Angele explored the tomb on the other side of the river. The evil souls and dead bodies were all removed by him. He used the dead bodies to feed the fish. Angele modified the tomb and it looked just like a normal cave now. Fra also helped him clean the place. They broke the cart into parts and covered them using the tent. They then cleaned the camp and moved into the cave. Helle and Cynthia visited Angele several times during the time. They asked Angele for help again. Their injuries were almost fatal. Angele also saw a new face in their team, a muscular man named Van. They said that he was an inheritor of an ancient race. They told Angele that it was a holy knight named Rayton who injured them. They were defeated by Rayton many times. Angele could see hatred in their eyes as they talked about Rayton. After Angele moved into the cave, they visited him several more times. Fatal injuries almost became a common thing for them. In the bedroom of the cave, there was a black oil lamp on the wall. The flame in the lamp brightened up the whole bedroom, but the light was a bit dim. Angele lay in the middle of the bed. He spent 4 days studying the strange force field. He got so tired that he had to take a rest, so he set up a simple rune circle and fell asleep. Fra was right next to him. The girl was crying in dreams again. She was not restricted by the rune circle that Angele set up, and it seemed like she was scared of living in a cave that was previously a tomb. She did not want to sleep alone, so she decided to stay with Angele during the night. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the wooden door quickly. The noise was loud and deep. Some invisible smoke appeared in the cave when the door was knocked on. The smoke quickly formed a black circle and rotated around Angele's body. A chilling feel climbed up Angele's spine. He opened his eyes slowly. Bam bam bam. The noise got louder. Fra opened her eyes as well. She was still sleepy. Not again. Angele shook his head speechlessly. He just realized that Fra was in his room again. He sat up and got off the bed, putting on a gray robe. He opened the door, walked upstairs, and unlocked the door. The chilling air entered the cave right away. There was a heavy rain going on and he saw 3 people in black cloaks standing in front of the door. Sorry, we have to visit you again. The black cloak in the front raised his head. It was Helle. His face was covered with blood. Pa! Helle suddenly leaned forward and fell to the ground. He rolled down the stairs and stopped after hitting the floor. Helle's eyes were barely open, his hands were trembling, and he could not even get up. Andre, you know my sister, right? The other 2 people almost fell to the ground as well. Angele supported them with his arms and checked the situation outside. The sun was still rising and there was no one else around. He helped them get inside and quickly locked the door. He dragged Cynthia and Van to Helle. The 3 lined up on the floor. Angele crouched and questioned, "What happened to your sister?" "I assume it's Rayton again." "Yeah, they captured my sister." "Can you help me?" Helle responded. He wanted to grab Angele's hand, but he could barely move. "I'm not severely injured this time, I'm just tired." It seemed like Helle finally learned the truth. "I didn't know that my sister had always been protecting me until today." Angele smiled. "So, your sister asked you to come to me?" "Yeah." Helle stared at Angele, looking confused. "I don't understand why he doesn't want to meet you. I'm always the one that does the talking. However, he said that if you can help me this time, he would consider talking to you face to face." "He said he would consider?" Angele shook his head. He was not concerned. "There's one thing that you didn't get right. I helped you because of you and your sister, not him. Also, maybe it's an honor for others to meet him in person, but I don't care. It won't make me feel better if I can talk to him in person." Helle looked at Angele. He was not sure how he should respond. "So, you already know who he is?" "It's not important," Angele interrupted. How should I help you? I don't really know. There was a bitter smile on Heli's face. What can you do? Angele rubbed his chin and thought for a second. Have some rest and talk to me later. He stood up and headed to a room on the other side. Heli lay on the ground. People all have things they want, all of them. I'll meet him if he's honest. A cold voice echoed in his ears. Andre helped us so much, don't you think he already met the requirements? Heli was speechless. No, the voice responded, I said I might meet him in person because of you. Unless. What? Just tell me. I'll fulfill your request if you can meet Andre face to face. There was dedication in Heli's eyes. Half an hour later. In a room with basic medical equipment. The stone bricks in the floor in the room were all yellow. It was a small room with 4 white beds for the patients. There was a counter, a table, and some chairs beside the beds. Heli was sitting by a bed. He glanced at Angele and looked at the brown surface of the table. There were white scissors, a silver ball, a red triangular card, and a brown metal ring on the table. The situation is complicated this time. We need to rescue the hostage from the church. You're a nice guy, Heli, so I'm going to give those items to you. Angele pointed at the 4 items on the table. He grabbed the white scissors. It almost looked like the scissors were made of plaster. This is a special tool that can fix one's damaged muscles, but it can only be used twice. When I locate the damaged muscles, I'll stab the scissor into the muscle, and the scissors will fix everything for you quickly. Also, if you're severely injured, I just need to stab the scissors into your heart slightly, and you'll not take any damage for 1 glass hour. All the damage you take during the period will be reflected after the time passed, so you must be careful when using it. Ka. Angele moved the scissors slightly and made some noise. It's an incredible item. Heli looked at the scissors, a hint of greed in his eyes. Angele picked up the second item, an egg-sized silver ball. This is a special explosive I created, I only have one. Hit the ball on something hard and throw it at your enemy in 3 seconds. I modified this thing so it shouldn't hurt the one who throws the ball, however, you still need to be careful as it's very powerful. Angele put down the ball carefully. Heli was not impressed. He had seen many strong explosives, but he knew that he could still use the ball when retreating. Angele noticed the change of Heli's expression and laughed inwardly. When Heli found out that the effective range of the explosion was over 100 meters and the explosion could deal over 1,000 degrees of damage, he would be shocked. Normal Holy Knights would be killed instantly if they were caught in the explosion. Angele had fought against a legendary knight. Without the Holy Light, a legendary knight would still be hurt. Also, Angele already learned that Victor was just an average legendary knight and was slightly weaker than Rayton, but the ball would still work on normal Holy Knights. Alright, the third item. This and the ring. Angele picked the 2 items up. They are 2 items, right? Heli was a bit surprised. You can use them together. Angele chuckled. If you ignite the card, the smoke from the burning card will double your speed and strength. The effect will last 1/5 of 1 glass hour. Also, if you have the ring with you when burning the card, the smoke will double the recovery speed and defense ability of the people around you. The effective time will also be extended to 3 glass hours. Heli's sight locked onto the ring and the card after hearing Angele's explanation. Angele carefully handed the 4 items to Heli. They are yours now. Rest for a couple days and you can start the mission. Heli grabbed the items carefully and stood up. Pa! He suddenly kneeled in front of Angele to show his gratitude. Thank you for your help. Angele did not expect Heli to do that. He quickly helped Heli to get up. I have my purpose. If you succeed, please let me extract some more blood from your body. I won't do that this time so you can save your strength for the mission. He looked at Heli and scanned the man's body using the biochip. Helly's bloodline was much stronger than before. Angele already created the fourth mentality crystal after he absorbed the bloodline essence the last time. However, he had not engraved any spell onto the crystal and the bloodline essence no longer worked after he created the crystal. Angele guessed that maybe Helly's bloodline was still too weak. What improved his bloodline was combat. His bloodline would be strengthened every time he survived a battle. Also, Angele noticed that Helly's bloodline was about to break the limit. The he Helly talked about was the other persona inside his body. It was a combination of his memory and personality. The persona was called Misfortune Scale, however, Angele was not interested in it. The only thing he wanted was Helly's strengthened bloodline after Helly broke the limit. He took out all the items that Helly could use from the mirror so the rescue mission would succeed. I'm going to have some rest for now. Sure. Helly packed the items up, turned around, and left the room. Angele sat in the chair. The blue light dots were still flashing in front of his eyes. It's about time. If he can survive the mission, it's highly likely that he'll break past the limit, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 580, Breaking the Limit, 1. Chapter 580, Breaking the Limit, 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. Helly's team rested in the cave for a while and left when the night fell. They were still wearing the black cloaks. They quickly disappeared into the forest with the items Angele gave them. Angele stood by the entrance of the tomb and watched the group leave. He returned to the cave and closed the door after seeing something silver flashing on the far side. He was about to walk down the stairs and noticed that Fra was looking at him. Andre, they are going to do something important, right? I asked them but no one said a thing. Fra was worried. Don't worry. You're too young for that. Their mission can only be completed by adults, Angele mocked. Whatever. Fra's face blushed and made a face at Angele. She then turned around and went to the kitchen. It seemed like she wanted to make some food for the night. Angele walked down the stairs slowly. Should I follow them to the destination? Angele was wondering. Angele thought the situation was much more complicated than they thought. He was a sealed form and had the power level of a rank 8 wizard. However, the church was funded by one of the strongest beings among the realms. The wizards in this area had no way to fight back and the root of the world probably already knew the situation. It was possible that they had a secret agreement. He assumed that the church had the power to fight back if he decided to join the battle. Sealed forms were strong in weak realms, but there were creatures who were stronger than them in other realms. A life-threatening experience will make their minds stronger. They should be fine. Angele kept walking and peeked into Fra's bedroom unintentionally. He noticed that the girl was hiding something under her pillow. It was a book with brown cover. There was a line on the page. Angele's eyesight was much better than mortals and he could easily read it. His expression changed slightly after reading the line. He turned his head around and glanced at Fra, who was singing while cooking. Well, I guess it's understandable since she's a teenager now. Angele shook his head and headed to the living room. The line written on the book under Fra's pillow said, "He was kissing Alice's lips like crazy and his hands were sliding down." The book was an erotic novel. Wait. Fra noticed that Angele was looking into her bedroom and screamed. She realized that Angele might have already found her secret. Why are you screaming? Have you finished preparing the food? Angele sat in the chair with his legs crossed. Fra stopped yelling and walked to the living room slowly. She sat down in the seat opposite to Angele and put down the food on a wooden table. The girl was growing fast and the birthmark on her forehead had been completely removed by the potion. Her skin was also nice and clean. She was wearing a pair of tight white pants and a long white shirt. The size of her outfit fitted her body well, her long blonde hair and slim waist made her quite attractive. She looked just like a girl from a noble family in the chair. Angele glanced at Fra. Well, it's common for teenagers at your age to read erotic novels. He grabbed the wine glass from the table and sniffed at the wine. It was refreshing and fruity. Angele's long red hair trailed over his shoulders, he looked lazy and tired. He leaned against the chair and sipped some fruit wine. Marry me, Andre. What? The wine spewed out of Angele's mouth and he quickly put the glass down. What did you just say? He questioned. Fra straightened her back. Marry me, I said. Am I not attractive to you? I'd rather marry someone I know than a random stranger. Her face blushed and she sounded shy. Aren't you going to become a legendary knight and avenge your family? Angele almost choked on the wine. My targets were all dead. I heard about them a while ago. They were killed by someone in a forest by my town and none of them survived. Fra was happy that those who killed her family were eliminated, however, she was a bit depressed that she did not get the chance to do it herself. I say I'm going to become a legendary knight all the time. But I know it's just a dream. Angele looked at the girl. He still remembered the days that the girl dressed like a boy, but the situation was completely different. The girl almost had the mind of an adult. I've never thought of getting married. Also, it'll be dangerous if you stay with me all the time. Angele calmed down and explained, you know that I'm doing random research, right? The explosives I make might blow both of us into pieces. You're the only thing I have now. Also, we've slept on the same bed countless times, and I don't think other people will marry me after learning about that, Fra spoke in a low voice. Angele's brow furrowed. The customs in this area were a bit strange due to the restrictions set up by the church. If Fra decided not to keep her experience secret, it would be hard for her to get married. Some of the girls here treated their virginity seriously and the situation was totally different in the central continent. The ruler here was the church, but the wizards had the power in the central continent. Angele used to live in a remote area and learned more about it after they escaped the town. They met many people during the trip and acquired more information. They sat opposite each other. The atmosphere got heavy. They remained silent for a while. Angele grabbed a bowl of potato soup and took a bite on the walnut bread. Fra started having food as well. The only noise in the living room was made by the forks and knives. Time passed. Fra cleaned the table after the dinner. She then returned to the living room and stared at Angele. It seemed like she was still waiting for the answer. Fra, you're still young. Angele did not want to hurt Fra's feeling. You should think twice before making an important decision. I don't really care. The only thing I know is that I would be dead already without you. I might die just like my mother. Fra stared at Angele in the eyes. She did not even blink. In Fra's opinion, Angele was a mysterious man. He was knowledgeable and it felt like that he came from a noble family. All the things he said were reasonable and it felt like that Angele was a perfect person. He was like the main character in a romance novel to a girl that grew up in a small town. Fra wanted to get married to Angele because she was afraid that the man would leave her without her knowing. She had this feeling that if the man left her, she would never be able to find him. We can discuss this after you grow up. Angele rubbed his temples. The girl was giving him a headache. He knew what Fra was thinking. However, Angele was doing dangerous experiments and releasing radiation energy all the time. It was fine under normal circumstances, but he was afraid he would kill Fra by accident if they engaged in a battle. Angele thought of modifying Fra's body using his bloodline, but he was not sure if the method would work. Fra was immortal. After all, it was possible that her body would be permanently damaged by a strong bloodline. He needed to find a woman that could handle his bloodline if he wanted to reproduce. Alright, let's talk about this later. Angele stood up, turned around, and headed to his room. Before he reached his room, he heard some loud noise from the entrance. Andre! It was Heli who was shouting anxiously. Angele's expression changed. He walked to the door quickly and opened it. Heli was standing outside the door with a fainted woman in black on his back. Heli lost his left ear and right eye. There were several bloody holes on his face and blood was dripping down his chin. Fra saw Heli's face and screamed. "Come in, hurry!" Angele stepped to the side and asked them to enter the cave. He noticed that the woman on Heli's back was still bleeding. They left a trail of blood on the ground. "Go to the medical room, hurry!" Angele shouted. Heli rushed into the medical room right away and carefully put the woman down on a bed. "Andre, hurry, my sister is dying," he shouted anxiously. Angele put on a pair of white gloves and walked to the masked woman. He checked the woman's condition and gasped. There were 3 long wounds on the woman's breast, waist, and stomach. It looked like the wounds were made by a long blade. Her bones were broken and it felt like her skin could fall off her body at any time. If the woman took one more hit, her body could break into 3 parts. Her wounds were connected by some white strings and that was the reason why her body was still in one piece. Heli quickly explained, "I used the white scissors you gave me, otherwise, It sounded like he was about to cry. "I need to check her wounds first." Angele spoke in a deep tone. He cut the woman's outfit open using a pair of silver scissors and revealed her body, which was soaked in fresh blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 581, Breaking the Limit, 2. Chapter 581, Breaking the Limit, 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. There was a long and clean cut on the woman's stomach. Angele could see that her intestines were cut into pieces through the wound. The only thing keeping her alive was the effect of the white scissors. He reached to the wound and tried to touch it. Bam! A ball of white light exploded at her wound and blocked Angele's hand. Damn it! The holy power of the church. Heli saw the light as well, and his face twitched due to the hatred and pain. He clenched his fists so tight that his nails almost stabbed into his palms. The injury is severe and this holy power. Angele was a bit depressed. "Sorry, Heli, her organs and heart were cut into pieces and I can't do anything because of the holy power." Bam! Heli collapsed after hearing these words. There must be a way. There must be. He kept repeating. His eyes almost looked soulless. Angele suddenly took one step back after seeing Heli's changes. His short black hair was growing at full speed and quickly turned to silver. Bright green light came out of the man's eyes and 2 green lines appeared on his face. They almost looked like a tattoo. The man's body was changing every second. The scene was quite strange. "She's my sister. I won't let her die like this." Heli slowly stood up. His voice sounded like it was from a different person. Raising his hands, a small scale that was made of white rocks appeared on his palms. Scale of rules. Judgment. Heli spoke calmly. Chi. The green light in the room got even more intense. Rays of green light that looked like arrows landed on the woman's body. The wounds on the woman's body started healing at full speed, including her organs. The holy power was slowly expelled from her body. It seemed like the holy power could not resist the green light. The scale in Heli's hand slowly leaned to the right side. Pa! Blood spurted out of Heli's mouth as he kneeled. Strings of green lines slowly spurted out of Heli's skin. The lines looked like hair and started growing right away as they surrounded Heli's body. About 10 seconds later, Heli was turned into a large green cocoon. Angele stood on the side and waited until the green lines stopped moving. He walked to the masked woman and started checking her body using the biochip. Her heart is pumping again and everything looks fine. That's unbelievable. Angele was surprised. Her injury was severe but she still survived. The life energy was at the same level as my true form. Also, the best ability of their bloodline was not recovery. Angele's sight fell upon the cocoon. Scale of rules. I thought it was misfortune scale. I can see that his bloodline is getting strengthened. Angele was excited. He could feel that his body was trembling in excitement due to this bloodline. It was like fish in the water. The fatal injury helped him break the limit. After the cocoon breaks, the process will be completed and I can extract the blood from him. Angele did the analysis. He was certain that the bloodline of misfortune scale would aid him. The proof was that the bloodline essence helped him rank up as a wizard. The only thing I can do is wait. I shouldn't interrupt this process. The cocoon was weak. However, the thing that was going on inside was complicated and it would be stopped by a simple strike. Ha! Angele suddenly looked to the right. His eyes were surrounded by a red glow. He could see through walls and trees. He was looking at something far from here. In the forest. A team of knights in silver armor was traveling through the trees at full speed. Their horses were also fully geared, their eyes surrounded by green glow. There were around 10 knights in the team. The leader was a young woman in golden armor. How far is the destination from us, Morin? The female knight questioned in a loud voice. We're almost there, we just need to go over that hill, a male knight behind her responded. We've just finished off some wizards and now we have to deal with those people with bloodline abilities. The wizards are like insects and those people are like rats. Without the barriers, they are nothing to us. I wonder how they protected their inheritors from us, another female knight complained. They have ways to survive even if they are rats, the leader responded. Be careful, everyone, wizards and the people with bloodlines are weak but we need to work in groups. If you're surrounded by more than 5 people, it'll be a problem. What are you afraid of? They can't do anything to us. The female knight snorted. They will try their best to run if they see us. Just be careful. The leader glanced at the female knight. She was not concerned. Master Rayton is coming with us this time, there's nothing for us to worry about. Those rates are good at running around but they can't do anything to us. Let's make this a competition, what do you think? I could have won the last time if you didn't start first, Max. Well, you would lose anyways. The knights were chatting and chuckling. Quiet. The female leader raised her hand and the team quickly stopped talking. The flames on their torches were waving, they looked like red silk clothes in the air. The only noise left was made by the hooves. Several minutes later, they found a camp with burning campfire ahead. A tall man was sitting beside the fire. He heard the noise and a surprised look appeared on his face. The man quickly rolled to the side and disappeared into the bushes. The female leader drew the scimitar and shouted, "A bloodline inheritor! Don't let him go! Go! Hurry!" The knights shouted and charged into the bushes. Sadly, the man was just a distraction, he was trying to lead them to the wrong path. On the other side of the forest, there was a small team led by Rayton. There were 5 knights in the team, going after the black shadow ahead. They were far from their original destination. Wait! It's a trap! Rayton's expression changed as he quickly stopped the horse. Halt! The armored horses slowed down and the team was stopped. What happened, sir? We should have continued. We were so close to that guy. Rayton raised his hand and stopped the knights from complaining. That guy was leading us in the wrong destination, we need to change our direction and head to our original destination as soon as possible. Understood. The knights agreed, turned around, and started heading to their original destination. Inside the cave. Angele was no longer checking the situation in the forest. He stepped out of the room, closed the door, and slowly took off his gloves. I guess Helly's plan failed. This is important to me so I'll have to handle them myself. He walked to the door of the cave and gave Fra his gloves. "Kid, I need to check the situation. I'll be back soon. Just stay in the room." "Sure." Fra knew that Angele was not playing around, so she did not say anything else. She knew how bad Heli and his sister were injured. Fra's face was pale and she was vomiting in the washroom. Angele opened the door and tightened the black cloak he was wearing. He quickly checked the surroundings. No one shall interrupt Heli's progress. A red glow surrounded his eyes. He closed the door and disappeared into a ball of flames. In the deep forest, a white shadow charged to the Vienna Valley like a white string. The shadow traveled through the stones, trees, and bushes like they were nothing. The shadow did not make any noise and almost looked like an illusion. The shadow was a tall knight in white armor. He lowered his body and he was traveling at full speed. There were two long white tentacles on his chin. The chain sickle on his back was also white. That knight was Rayton. He left the team after he realized that they were tricked because his teammates were way too slow. He was heading to their original destination. "You chose a path that passed by the base of the church. Do you really think I can't track you down?" Rayton sneered. Suddenly, the knight stopped and grabbed his chain sickle. He looked at a bush in the front with his eyes narrowed. Angele stepped out of the bush slowly. He was wearing a black robe and his hands were hiding under the sleeves. There was a gentle smile on his face. "Sorry, I can't let you pass. There's something important going on ahead. Also, this is my territory." A ball of black smoke appeared behind him. The smoke turned into a black scorpion and started making noises. "This power. It's similar to the one the scale has. You're also a bloodline inheritor?" Rayton's expression turned serious. "You're nothing but a rat. I don't think your weak bloodline power can stop me." "Stop you? I'm not just going to stop you." Angele sneered. "Arrogant bastard, I'll show you the true power of bloodlines." Raising his hands, he gripped forward. The black smoke gathered in his hands and turned into balls. It almost looked like that something terrifying was about to be released from Angele's hands. How's that even possible? Rayton's pupils retracted. Woo! White flames appeared around his body. Rayton opened his mouth and released flashing white light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 582, Test 1. Chapter 582, Test 1. Translator, _Leo_editor, Kurisu. Chi. The white light released from Rayton's mouth turned into a light arrow and flew at Angele's head. The noise almost sounded like thunder. The trees and grass around were all brightened up by the light. However, the light arrow landed on a palm. Bam! The white light dots splashed in the air. Angele lowered his left hand and the black ball on his palm started expanding. He raised the black ball and the air around him started twisting. There was black smoke coming out of his ears and mouth, merging into the black ball. Go now! The black ball floated in the air as it kept moving up and down. Woo! The black ball soared into the sky. Bam! After the loud explosion, the black smoke expanded in all directions and covered the crescent moon. There were countless shadows under the clean moonlight. The whole sky above the mountains was blocked by the black smoke and there was no light. A strong and evil power was moving in the darkness. It felt like the whole area was soaked in black ink. Neigh. The horses under the knights started neighing and panicking. Although the knights tried to calm them down, the horses were still trying to escape. The moonlight faded away. The female leader raised her head and looked at the black smoke. In a mountain somewhere far from the area. A wizard. This is the true power of a wizard. The old wizards trembled and kneeled. Their vision blurred and they were all staring at the black smoke on the far side. The ancestors haven't given up, they haven't," someone shouted. The wizards cried in happiness and the shelter got noisy quickly. In the snow-covered mountains. What's going on? There are dark clouds in the sky. It might be the wizards again. In the forest, a knight rubbed the ring on his hand. White light flashed on the surface of the ring but faded away almost instantly. Wait, there's something wrong with my ring. Did the people from Holy Armor give me the wrong thing? My ring has a problem too. Leader, mine too. The knights tried to activate their holy rings, however, the rings were not effective at all. The knights got nervous, they kept trying to activate the rings but nothing happened. The female leader raised her head and looked at the dark clouds. She suddenly recalled the words an old wizard she slain said. You don't understand. A legendary wizard's power is much stronger than your holy power. Only the power you can control is the true power. The true power can change rules of the world. Someone prevented us from communicating with God. The leader lowered her head. She could feel the pressure coming from the source of the dark clouds. The power is so terrifying that it's changing the rules of this world. Everyone, follow my order. We need to move. Raising her hand, she pointed at the source of the dark clouds. Bam! Rayton was blown away. He rolled several times on the ground, leaving a trail behind. He tried to support himself with his hands and get up. However, Angele's feet already landed on his back. The black smoke kept coming out of Angele's body as he was standing on Rayton's body. Without the protection of your God, you're nothing. He looked at Rayton and noticed that the man was still trying to activate the holy ring. Don't waste your time. Angele's face was covered by the black smoke. I can easily deactivate this thing, it's not your true power. You? Who are you? Rayton inhaled deeply and shouted, You're no wizard. His eyes were wide open, his armor and bones were making noises under Angele's feet. It felt like there was a mountain on his back and he could barely breathe under the pressure. Rayton tried his best to breathe, however, his sight blurred due to the lack of oxygen. Without the holy power, he had no way to fight back. You'll be punished. You heretics, he shouted like crazy. Angele heard the word and chuckled. Well, what if I'm a god too? Crack! Angele's boots pierced through Rayton's back. The man's flesh and bones broke into pieces. His blood leaked out of his armor and splashed on the ground. The light faded away from Rayton's eyes. His muscles loosened and he looked like a pile of mud. Rayton was eliminated. His soul is gone too. How pathetic. Angele looked to the left and jumped forward. He quickly disappeared into the forest. Several minutes later, two people stepped out of the bushes on the left. The one on the left had a strong body and the one on the right was slim. They were Van and Cynthia. I've never seen a sky like this. I wonder what happened. It's weird, Cynthia spoke in a low voice. I guess it's about to rain, Van responded. It's common in my hometown. He suddenly stopped talking as they saw a dead body of a holy knight on the ground. The light from their torch illuminated the dead body. Wait. That's Rayton. Cynthia would never forget the knight that injured him numerous times. It can't be. It's probably a random knight that had a similar face. Van was suspicious. Rayton is like a monster that never dies. He is fast and strong. There's no way that he would die at a place like this. You might be right. Cynthia agreed. They walked to the dead body and observed it carefully. They found two long tentacles on his chin. Maybe Rayton had a brother? Unlikely. They exchanged eye contact and their faces turned pale. If someone could kill Rayton, he would be able to kill them easily. Suddenly, they heard noise coming from the bushes and a team of holy knights appeared. They were holding torches in their hands and their leader was a female knight. The knights saw the dead body of Rayton immediately, however, they could not believe that Rayton was dead. Rayton? The female leader confirmed the dead knight's identity through the ring on his finger. How's that even possible? She shouted as fear filled up her mind. Ka! She drew a scimitar and stared at the two people standing by the dead body. The knights all drew their scimitars in fear. They were not here to find the one who killed Rayton, they just wanted a way to relieve their stress. Angele was traveling in the dark forest, heading back to the cave. Most of the smoke had disappeared from his face and the smoke in the sky was also returning into his body. He passed through the trees and quickly found the wooden door in front of him. He walked to the wooden door and pushed it open. Chi! The wooden door slowly opened and the dim yellow light illuminated Angele's pale face. All the dark smoke returned into his body. He walked into the cave, stepped down the stairs, and headed to the medical room. The room was by the end of the hallway. When he arrived there, Fra was having a nap in front of the door. Angele did not wake Fra up. He carefully pushed the door open and entered the room. Inside the room, the green cocoon was much smaller than before and Angele could see the shape of Heli's body. The room was filled up with green smoke. The smoke was from Heli's strange but weak bloodline power. Angele checked the smoke and noticed the power of an ancestor in the weak bloodline. Also, the power was much stronger than the power he detected before Heli broke the limit. He walked to the cocoon and sat down with his legs crossed. Closing his eyes, Angele started absorbing the essence of the ancestor's bloodline slowly. In Angele's mind, he could see the 4 mentality crystals in an area that was surrounded by black smoke. The 5th mentality crystal also started solidifying. The 5th mentality crystal was colorless and translucent. Several hours later, Angele opened his eyes slowly, but he looked a bit confused. It seems like I've found the source, but... The 5th mentality crystal started solidifying, but this is not the result I wanted. He felt that he was getting closer to Shiva state, but he did not know how to proceed. Angele already figured out what the ancestor's bloodline essence was. It was a power that was stronger than his black smoke. However, the essence had nothing to do with the ancestor's eternal power. Ugh! Heli's body suddenly moved. He used his hands to pull off the remaining green cocoon on his body and sat down on the bed. What just happened? Your bloodline has awakened. Angele shrugged and stood up. Your sister still needs some time to heal and your friends should be fine too. Alright, let's talk about the payment. I need some of your blood again. Again. Heli put his right hand on his forehead, his face was still pale. I didn't use all your items. Can you take it back so you don't extract too much blood from me? No, it's yours already, Angele refused. Have some rest now, your friends will return to the cave soon I think. Also, I have a good news. What? Heli was a bit speechless. Rayton is dead. Good. Wait, what? Say that again. Heli finally understood what Angele just said. Rayton is dead. The legendary holy knight of the church, Angele repeated. Are you sure it's Rayton? Not his brother or something? Heli was shocked. Angele nodded and Heli felt like that he just lost his goal. Wait a minute, I need some time. He stopped Angele from saying anything else. It seemed like he wanted to make sure that he was not daydreaming. Angele smiled, walked to the door, and looked at Heli, who was still in shock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 583, Test 2. Chapter 583, Test 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. The ancestor's bloodline essence helped Angele become a rank 5 wizard. He was getting closer to the Shiva state. The feeling was strange, it was like drinking ice-cold water after eating hot food. His body was numb for a couple seconds. Angele left the room and carried Fra to her own bedroom. He then returned to his room and took down a large book with a black leather cover from a bookshelf. Angele opened the book and saw a line of words that were written in Mattia on the white paper. To the ones I loved and the ones that loved me. Angele rubbed the line carefully. Raising his right hand, he slowly drew a circle under the words. He did not use any ink, the circle just appeared as his finger moved around the paper. The egg-sized circle was completed quickly. Angele started drawing colorful patterns inside it. The lines were turned into complicated patterns in the circle. The patterns then formed a red scorpion. Chi. Angele's finger stopped by the edge of the circle. He moved his finger away from the paper and red light flashed on the circle, fading away several seconds later. Angele thought for a while and added some words under the circle. Circle of link. He opened the book but the pages were blank. Angele's finger landed on the bottom right of the paper and tapped on it. Chi. After the noise, lines of words appeared on the pages automatically. It almost felt like someone was typing. Time passed. Several minutes later, dozens of pages were covered with words. This will be my personal note as a wizard. I hope this will inspire the wizards who want to progress further. He closed the book and returned it into the bookshelf. Red light flashed on the book as he put it down. The book slowly turned white and solidified. It turned into a stone book several seconds later. He recorded part of his knowledge, experiences, and the things he learned about wizards in the book. The symbol on the cover was the sign of his true form. Wizards from other realms could summon his shadow by preparing sacrificial rituals and check the things recorded in the book. If Angele gifted the book to Vivian or someone on the West Coast, there was a chance that this book would be passed to the inheritors. Angele had the help of the biochip and was one of the most knowledgeable wizards in the central continent. This book would be among the rarest finds. He had the feeling that when he broke past the limit, it would be the time for him to say goodbye to this world. If he needed to return to this world, he would have to send his shadows. I killed a legendary knight to see how the church would respond. I wonder if Light Ancestor still has the power to impact this world. If there's nothing Light Ancestor can do, I'll go straight to the church and check the situation. He stayed here for Vivian, so he wanted to make sure that the church was not a threat. If the church was not a threat, there would be no point for him to be here. He just needed to find a safe home for Fra. Cynthia and Van escaped the battle. The knights from the church decided to leave the area with Rayton's body. Several months later, Heli and his friends stayed in the cave. Angele extracted more than 10 tubes of blood from his body and Heli finally completed the payment. They decided to leave after they completely recovered. Surprisingly, Fra wanted to leave the cave with Heli's team because she wanted to explore the world. Are you sure about this? Angele stood in front of the cave and looked at Heli's team. Under the light from the setting sun, Fra dressed up like a boy again. There were 2 silver crossguard swords on her back. One of the swords was the damaged sword she purchased from Angele. It seemed like Fra had made up her mind. I made an agreement with Miss Cynthia. Miss? Cynthia slapped Fra's head. I won't teach you sword skills if you call me Miss again. Fra's expression loosened. Please no. Mr. Cynthia. You're my last hope. What are you talking about? When will you learn? Heli was speechless. There was a sword in his hand and the tall woman standing beside him was his sister. Angele just stood there and watched them talk to each other with a smile on his face. Fra, I won't stop you this time, but remember, you're still a wanted criminal. I hope I'll hear about a legendary knight called Fra one day. Alright, I'll give you one more thing before you leave. He raised his right fist and opened it in front of Fra. There was a ring on Angele's palm. The ring was surrounded by a golden glow and looked like the rings used by holy knights. There was an egg-shaped gem on top of the white ring. The gem looked beautiful but simple. Whoa, that's a nice ring. Fra quickly grabbed the ring from Angele's hand and observed it carefully. Finally, you give me something for free. I'll take it. Say my name in your mind if you encounter any problem. Angele smiled and pointed at the ring. Make sure you carry it with you and treat it like me. Well, I know you were reading novels recently, but this sounds a bit ridiculous. Alright, it's getting late. We need to head to the next town and find something to eat. I'm hungry. Van was getting impatient. Seriously? You just had, like, a whole bucket of rice. Cynthia rolled his eyes. See you, Andre. Heli waved his hands. Thank you for your help. The rest of the team followed Heli and started walking down the hill. Angele smiled and nodded. He saw that Fra was still looking at him. What are you waiting for? Don't make them wait. I'll come back for you after I become a knight. Don't leave this cave. Fra finished those words and rushed to the team. She suddenly turned her head around and gave Angele one final glance. The man was still smiling. She recalled the day the man helped her escape the town, and tears appeared in her eyes. Fra, hurry. Cynthia's voice was still feminine. I'm coming. Fra entered the forest quickly, but Angele could still hear them talking. Don't worry about him, Fra. We'll come back and visit him. It's not like this is the last time you meet. You're right. Fra chuckled. You're laughing like an idiot. What did you just say? Angele watched the team disappear into the deep forest. He stayed in front of the wooden door for a while. He suddenly sighed, turned around, and entered the cave. However, he left the cave again a couple minutes later. There was light fading away from his mirror. Angele looked at the wooden door and raised his hand. He released a ball of flames into the cave, which quickly landed on the floor. The flames swallowed everything in the cave: stones, wooden furniture, and everything else. The cave turned into a sea of flames and the red light illuminated Angele's whole body. Bam! A wooden plank exploded in the cave. Angele closed the wooden door and wiped the dust off his long robe. It's about time. He turned around, entered the forest, and headed in the opposite direction than the group. 1 month later. In one of the church's cities, Misha. The vendors lined up on both sides of the white street. Different patterns and characters covered the bronze signs over the vendors. The street was crowded. Several muscular men were pushing a bronze cart filled with white bricks forward. There was a woman with a pale face sitting at the corner, talking about people's fate. There were also girls from rich families walking with white roses in their hands. The people on the street were approaching and leaving the vendors. There were also people discussing prices with the sellers. The gentle sunlight of the early morning was nice and warm. The light went through the window of a coffee shop and landed on the surface of a white table. There were 2 cups of hot drinks on the table. They smelled fragrant and creamy. There were 2 people sitting by the table. One of them was a man with long red hair and brown leather outfit. There was also a large sword on his belt. It seemed like the man was in his 20s, and the goatee on his chin looked quite funny. The other one was a woman wearing tight white leather armor. The tight outfit revealed her balanced body and there was black hair trailing over her shoulders. She looked like a woman from a noble family. Her skin was nice and clean. However, there was a cold expression on her face. It has been years, but I still want to punch you in the face. Come on. Angele chuckled and sipped from the cup. I didn't expect you to open a coffee shop here. I only traveled a couple months to reach this city. This is almost the border of this country. I knew you never liked me, but you used me like a defensive magic device. You enjoyed the victories, but I was the one that did the hard work. I'll never forget that. The terrifying experience was still bothering Becky. Yeah, the good old days. Angele sighed. Crack. The cup in Becky's hand cracked after she heard those words. She inhaled deeply and finally calmed down. All right, what do you want me to do again? Show this to my mother, Vivian, and take it to the inheritors of my old family at the West Coast. Angele took out a large black pouch and handed it to Becky. That's ridiculous. Angele gave Becky a headache. How do I even travel to the West Coast? I trust you, Becky. Angele patted Becky's shoulders with a serious expression on his face. I know you can do this. I wanted to ask Turin for help, but sadly, he's not here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 584, Portal 1. Chapter 584, Portal 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. Whatever. We are closely related anyway. Becky emphasized the word related. Angele smiled. Don't worry, after this ends, I won't control you using my bloodline power anymore. That's it. Promise? Becky was a bit excited. Yeah. Alright, I'll do that for you then. Becky grabbed the pouch and held it in hands. I think you're not here just for this. I'll give you some information you might need. She tapped on the table. A thin red barrier appeared around the two, but it only stayed there for a second. I visited a lot of the church's buildings, including the one in this city and the capital. However, I'm certain that they are not protected by Light Ancestor. Their power came from the items from Light Ancestor. I think Light Ancestor is still sleeping somewhere in the Chaos Realm. That's all I know. Also, Becky stopped for a second and continued, I don't think it matters even if Light Ancestor knows about the church. Light Ancestor is in the Chaos Realm. That's far from here, and Light Ancestor won't be a big problem to you. If you're telling the truth. Angele rubbed the cup and started thinking. He quickly checked Becky's memory using his ability. He quickly found Becky's memory of visiting the church's properties. Oh. That's what you did. You? Becky put her hands on the edge of the table and her body was trembling in anger. You're checking my memory again. Don't you think this is an easy and effective way? Angele shrugged. I should probably go collect some more information by myself. They have a church here too, right? Do whatever you want. Sure, thanks for the information. Angele stood up and organized his armor. He turned around and walked to the door. He opened the glass door and left the coffee shop with other customers. It almost looked like he had been here for the drink. Angele stood on the street and watched the crowd move. He turned to the right and looked around. There were some white towers by the end of the street. In front of the towers, there were vendors. Staircases were built on the surface of the towers. Angele could see people in white robes walking on those staircases. Angele tightened his outfit, went across the street, and headed to the towers. He walked down the street and quickly found an arched white stone gate in the front. There was a sculpture of a white lion in front of the gate. The sculpture was well crafted. It almost looked like a live lion that was sleeping on the ground. There was no one guarding the gate. There were white robes leaving the gate and entering the valley on the left. Angele glanced around with his glowing red eyes and released some translucent energy waves. He smiled and walked to the arched gate, then stood in front of the lion sculpture, but none of the white robes around noticed his presence. The white robes were just chatting or reading the documents in their hands. They were all heading to the valley on the left. Katie, Monk wants to have lunch with you. He'll tell you about the next mission. A female white robe was talking with her friend. Is that so? Sure, I'll go meet him. They passed by Angele and Angele leaned to the left slightly so that they would not run into him. Suddenly, Angele glanced at the girl named Katie and found a white V-shaped pattern on her forehead. The pattern was releasing some weak holy power. The holy power was modifying the girl's soul and body constantly. That's how the holy power changes their thoughts, I guess. Angele observed the pattern for a while, but he was not interested. He started walking to the gate again. Roar! Suddenly, the stone lion's eyes opened and it felt like it just roared. Angele could hear the voice in his mind. He stopped, glanced at the stone lion, and flicked his finger. Pa! The stone lion's body trembled, but it stopped moving quickly and everything returned to normal. Angele smiled and entered the arched gate. He stepped on a white path with grass on both sides. He was not interested in the random buildings around, so he headed directly toward the white towers. He entered the tallest white tower and then a spacious, bright hall. There were rays of white light coming from the window on the right, and every object in the hall was illuminated by the light. The hall was filled up with white robes. They were sitting on the padded long chairs and most of them looked young. They were all praying with their eyes closed. There was a black platform in front of the chairs with a golden cabinet on it. The cabinet was tightly closed and there were more than 10 locks on it. There was also a thick metal chain around it. It seemed like the item inside was extremely important. Angele floated in the air and flew to the cabinet. He stopped about half a meter away from it. This must be the item Becky talked about. They can absorb the remaining power of Light Ancestor using the World Stone with this item. I guess Light Ancestor has never known that some of his remaining power was used by the church. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes as he checked the cabinet and shook his head. He turned to the left and found a wall of leather paper. It seemed like the wall was used for general announcements. The paper on the walls was waving slightly in the air due to the wind. Promoted Holy Knights. List of stolen treasures and punishments. Member list of the meeting in Sharon. New member contest and events. So many random things were on the wall. Angele quickly checked the paper and found something interesting. Order: suspend all actions regarding the Wizard and Bloodline Inheritor hunting mission. All Holy Knights shall report back to the divisions they belong to. Further decisions will be announced later. Angele pursed his lips into a smile. So, they decided to hide the truth. They don't even want to tell the members that a legendary knight is killed. I should probably make things harder for all of you. With a flick of his finger, he released a ray of red light into the golden cabinet on the platform. The red light turned into liquid and merged into the white holy power inside the cabinet. The red liquid expanded and slowly dissolved in the white holy power. The bloodline power had a hidden message in it, and the message was delivered to other holy cabinets in different churches through a certain channel. The Pope and the bishops would learn about the message when they opened the cabinets. If Light Ancestor was sharing his power with the church, there would be nothing I could do. However, as the church was just collecting the remaining power that was released by Light Ancestor, things will be much easier for me. Angele looked at the painting on the ceiling. It was about people praying to a ray of holy light. It's about time to end my peaceful life and focus on studying the Lost Realm. He thought that he already had the right to enter the Lost Realm since he was very close to Shiva state. Although the church has the holy power, they won't be able to hunt down the wizards like they've done before as long as I'm still around. Saving the wizards here was never his intention. The holy power was from the remaining power of Light Ancestor. It would expel the energy particles and make people who used the holy power hate the wizards. In other words, the conflict between the wizards and the church would never end unless Angele destroyed the church completely. However, there was no point for him to do that. The remaining power of Light Ancestor was endless. If he eliminated the church, another organization to find the power would appear sooner or later, so the only thing he needed to do was make sure that the church knew about his presence. The power came from a dimension fissure. It's the remaining power of Light Ancestor, so it's highly possible that the dimension fissure leads to the Chaos Realm. Mortals were like ants to Light Ancestor, so Light Ancestor would not do anything if mortals approached the dimension fissure. However, if it was a large insect or a bird, the situation would be different. Angele was like a large insect to Light Ancestor. Although he was still weaker than Light Ancestor might still wake up. If he got too close to the Dimension Fissure, Light Ancestor might try to eliminate him. He was not confident that he could survive a fight against Light Ancestor even when Light Ancestor was severely injured. I should choose an easier path. He decided not to check the Dimension Fissure. The Lost Realm connected multiple strong realms, including the Chaos Realm. I can travel to the Chaos Realm using this method. My analysis should be completed soon. Where should I be when entering the Lost Realm? Angele glanced around. The white robes were still praying and there was an old priest singing in the hall. Well, this is actually a good spot. He noticed that the dimension was unstable here due to the energy waves released by the World Stone. If he decided to enter the Lost Realm here, the pressure from the realm power would be easier to handle. He was carrying the portal to the Lost Realm with him, so he could enter the portal from anywhere he wanted. Let's start. Angele took out a small box from the mirror. He opened the box, and some chilling air was released from it right away. There were many ice blocks in the box that surrounded a white plate in the center. There was some black dust on the white plate. Zooming in. Zero's mechanical voice echoed in his ears right away. Adjusting the magnifier. Lost Realms force field detected. Checking the analysis progression. Force field completely analyzed. Opening the world portal. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes as he stared at the black dust on the plate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 585, Portal 2. Chapter 585, Portal 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. In Angele's sight, he could see the sea of black crystals and the dark portal was moving closer and closer to him. Suddenly, a white hand reached out of the portal and slowly moved toward Angele. Come to me. I'm ready this time. Angele decided not to resist, he just stared at the hand quietly but was ready to fully release his power. Pa! The hand grabbed Angele's left arm. Suddenly, a strong force started dragging Angele to the dark portal. Strangely, the blue light dots disappeared from Angele's eyes and the biochip was no longer zooming in. It was like he was dragged into a different dimension. The whole world was spinning in his sight and he could not see anything. Angele thought he was falling down a white cylinder, but he could see the white and black light dots flashing around him. Several seconds later, Angele slowly stood up on a platform over a black crystal under the gray sky. His face was pale and his head dizzy. Raising his head, Angele checked the surroundings, but all he could see were the black crystals. He was also standing on a crystal. Where am I? Angele looked around. His sight fell upon an area behind him. There was an irregular black hole with chilling air coming out of it. A pale arm was slowly returning into the hole. It disappeared after reaching the edge of the hole. My body shrank? Angele was surprised. He walked to the black hole and peeked inside. The only thing he could see was darkness. Although he had high stamina, he still felt cold and the chilling air and goosebumps were rising from his skin. Angele inhaled deeply but realized that he could not feel any gas. My body definitely shrank, but I'm too small and the elemental molecules are bigger than my body. Angele held his breath. Luckily, I can survive without breathing, otherwise, it'd be a problem. Angele moved away from the black hole and checked the platform he was standing on. It was a relatively small platform about 5 meters long and 6 meters wide. He walked to the edge of the platform and looked down. Below the crystal was an endless abyss. The place was deadly silent. It felt like standing in a forest of black crystals and the platform under his feet was the only thing that he could stand on. He looked at one of the black crystals. the top of the crystal reached far into the gray sky. I can't see the top of the bottom. If my body is much smaller than before, it'll take me a long time to reach the top or the bottom of the crystal. He moved to the other side of the platform, but the situation was the same. Warning, warning. The time here is different. Do you want to adjust it? Zero's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Angele checked the time that was displayed in his sight. 15 hours 42 minutes and 12 seconds. However, the clock stopped and he had no idea what was going on. What's happening? Angele stared at the clock and waited several seconds, however, nothing happened. Is it due to the power of the lost realm, or is there something wrong with my nerve system? Am I moving and thinking faster than before? I need to give the biochip the permission to adjust the time for me. Zero, adjust the time. After Angele gave the order, he saw lines of blue data flashing in his sight. A lot of random numbers appeared behind the clock and it seemed like many things were changing. He checked the clock again and it seemed like the biochip developed a new way to calculate the time. The numbers still looked the same, but the clock started running again. I knew time might be different for different realms, but this one is a bit strange. Angele checked the time. The smallest unit was not second, it was something much smaller. This is a new unit that I've never seen, and this is a whole new experience for me. Very interesting. Angele adjusted the time and sat down with his legs crossed on the platform. He rested for a while and tried to adapt to the new environment. About half an hour later, he slowly stood up and walked to the edge of the black hole. This is a legendary realm. Let me see what's so different about it. He stood in front of the black hole and jumped into it. He lost to the gravity and started sinking into the endless darkness. The hole above him was getting smaller and smaller. It turned into a small dot several seconds later. The dot slowly disappeared into the darkness and there was nothing else in his sight. Angele had no idea how long passed. He noticed that his feet landed on the ground steadily. He was still in darkness but noticed that there was a stinky smell in the air. Cough. I can smell things again? Gee. He created a small ball of fire on his fingertip to brighten up the area. The light revealed the surroundings and Angele realized that he was standing in a white tunnel. There was a white wall behind him. It felt like that he was standing in a random cave that was full of stalactites. Wait. Those are not stalactites. Angele's expression turned serious. He rubbed on the surface of the wall. It felt like touching a damaged wall. Angele lowered his hand and sniffed at his fingers. They smelled like blood and he also noticed something rotten. He took a step forward. Pa! His feet hit something in front of him with a noise. Angele checked the ground using the light from the fire. There was a pile of white bones under his feet. The ground was covered with countless skulls and bones. His feet were almost buried in the bones. He found some weapons, accessories, and damaged armor in the white bones. Pa! Angele picked up an iron leg guard, however, it broke into pieces when he tried to lift it up. His brow furrowed as he picked some other items, but all of them broke into pieces right after they were lifted. Under the dim light, Angele started proceeding in the tunnel. The bones on the ground were from human beings, random beasts, giants, and giant birds. He also found books, outfits, gems, crystals, and many other random things in piles of bones. He kept trying to pick the items up, but all of them crumbled in the air. Some of them were still glowing, however, none of them was still usable, and the books were unreadable. These are just garbage. Angele dropped a blue crystal pillar that was still glowing to the ground and started moving again. He was still checking the bones constantly. Those bones are from thousands of years ago, but they are still in good shape. I think those creatures were strong creatures when they were still alive, but I don't see any traces left by a battle. Those creatures were not killed during a war. I hope I can find something like the crystal orb used by the wizards here. Angele glanced at the bones. Suddenly, he found something that was releasing purple light under a bronze shield ahead. He walked to the shield, crouched, and moved it away. There was a thick purple book glowing under a silver mace and a white bow. The book was old and its cover was slightly damaged. There was a black keyhole in the center of the cover and there were some silver patterns that looked like flowers around the keyhole. Angele carefully removed the mace and the bow before grabbing the purple book. He slowly opened the book and started reading. The words on the red paper were written in the Chaos language. The notebook of the North Empire's vanguards. This is our first day of the trip to Lost Realm and we entered the bone tunnel without any problems. The rest of the words were unreadable. Angele rubbed the page using his fingers, but it made the words even harder to read. He started turning pages. Most of the words were blurred, but he finally found something that was readable when he reached the 23rd page. Nate was killed, we returned to the bone tunnel. This is... Jump. Lost. Those were the only readable words he could find. The rest of the pages had no valuable information. He closed his book and scrunched his eyebrows. He checked the surroundings again and noticed the end of the tunnel turned from a white way to endless darkness. It felt like the tunnel would lead him into the abyss if he decided to go back. The area in the front was also dark. Angele stood in the tunnel quietly. With a flick of his left finger, he created a fireball over his left shoulder. He put down the book on the ground and started advancing slowly. He did not find many glowing items ahead, but he noticed some complete skeletons. Angele had no idea how long had passed before he finally found some human bones under a purple robe. He checked the bones and found a translucent crystal orb. The crystal orb was dirty and its surface was covered with cracks. It felt like the orb could explode at any time. Angele picked up the orb carefully and rubbed it several times using his hands. Chi! The crystal orb started glowing and made some strange noise. Well? A young man's face appeared in the crystal orb. The man's face was upside down and he had a pair of yellow eyes. This is a crystal orb from my mother. This is the 153rd day of. Wait, let me double check. Come on, don't play with my orb. Go sit down on the side. A hoarse female voice came from the orb. The young man's face slowly moved away from the orb, revealing the white walls of Bone Tunnel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 586, Bone Tunnel, 1. Chapter 586, Bone Tunnel, 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. If anyone can find this crystal orb, my purpose will be fulfilled. The scene in the crystal orb shook slightly. It seemed like the crystal orb was turned to a different direction. In front of the white tunnel, there was a red wooden door in the stone wall. Before entering this unknown door, I need to make a record. Although I don't know when we can leave Bone Tunnel and enter the Lost Realm, I still want to make sure that we have a record. The woman's voice was deep and hoarse. The woman moved closer to the wooden door and carefully observed the surface of the door. There were many engravings on the door. The engravings were human mouths that varied in color. Some were white, some were red, and some were black. The mouths had different sizes and shapes. Some were screaming and some were crying. All right, this is it. The door appeared from nowhere and we're about to enter it. The scene in the crystal orb was blurred for a second and turned black. Angele's brow furrowed. He tapped on the orb but nothing happened. Several seconds later, light returned to the orb but the scene was still blurry. The woman started talking again. She was breathing heavily while trying to speak. Finally. We finally made it out. Is this thing on? Yeah. It's activated. The young man's voice appeared. He sounded a bit anxious. Mom, what was that thing? It's a monster. Don't worry, it's just a monster. I'll protect you. The scene in the orb shook again, but it was still blurry. The orb can't record images anymore, I guess. Alright, this is the 354th day since we entered the wooden door. My pet is trying to stop that thing behind the door, but I don't know how long my pet will survive. We've been running for days and I hope we can escape the tunnel before it catches up. Mom! Calm down. Don't worry. I'm here. The woman was trying to calm the young man down. Pa! The light disappeared from the orb again. Several minutes later, the crystal orb glowed and he could hear the woman talking. That thing is still coming for us. It has been 2 years, but it never gives up. I don't know what I can do. We need to find the exit. The scene inside the orb suddenly got clear. Angele could see a woman with dirty clothes and hair. The woman was wearing a black outfit and it seemed like she had not showered for years. Don't worry, boy. I'm with you. The woman was holding her child in arms. Mother. It's painful. Her child's body was covered by a piece of black cloth and his face was pale. It seemed like he was sick or injured. Calm down. I'm with you. Don't worry. The woman started shaking her child. You're sick, you just need some rest. Mother. The child slowly fell asleep in the woman's arms. No worries, I'm with you. No worries. I won't let you die. I won't. The woman's terrified expression reflected on the crystal orb. Angele's brow furrowed as he watched the scene quietly. The scene was blurred for a couple seconds. The next time Angele could see things clearly, the orb was already on the ground. The woman was holding the dead body of her child in arms. She was shaking the dead body slightly while singing a cradle song. Sleep, baby. Sleep. She was not facing the crystal orb and it seemed like she was chewing something. She sang as she walked into the shadow. Angele moved closer and noticed that she was chewing slowly on her child's arms. The dead body of her child barely had any flesh left on the bones. The boy's arms and legs had no flesh left on them. The mother even chewed some of the bones into pieces. The boy's face was still in one piece. Although he was dead, Angele could see the desperation in his wide-opened eyes. The scene quickly disappeared from the orb after and he could not hear anything else. What's this? The tunnel turned them crazy? Angele muttered as he checked the surroundings. The areas in front of him and behind him were all dark. The fireball on his shoulder was the only source of light here. He could only find white bones and random items on the ground. Some of the bones already turned into dust. It looked like snow that would never melt. He put the crystal orb into his pouch and started advancing again. The bones under his leather boots made some light noises. Angele left the ground and floated in the air. He decided to fly instead of walking. 2 months later. A high-pitched noise suddenly appeared in the tunnel. It was Angele. He was wearing the same brown leather armor, but its surface was covered with white dust. He slowly landed on the ground and looked at the area ahead. It has been 2 months. How long is this tunnel? I've been flying at full speed but I can't even reach the end, he muttered. The biochip tells me when to eat and drink. It's understandable that people would go crazy in an environment like this. The tunnel was still deadly silent. He was the only living being here. Lowering his head, Angele started checking the items on the ground again. There were shields, weapons, accessories, and clothes. He removed all the worthless items and the dust in the air almost turned into a mist. Pa! Angele picked up a black belt with silver edges and pulled it slightly. The items here are better than the items I found earlier. He rubbed the belt carefully and it released a thin silver glow. The glow disappeared after the light was absorbed by Angele's hands. A level 1 item. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. He quickly determined the level of the damaged magic device. The elemental power in the belt is impure. I'd never absorb it if it was not the only way to restore my energy here. Also, I need to consume a lot of food to support my bloodline ability, but I don't have much left. It's a problem. Bam! He dropped the belt into the bones and the dust splashed in the air again. Angele took out several pieces of meat jerky and a small purple potion from the mirror. He threw the meat jerky into his mouth and drank some potion from the tube. He rested for several minutes and started flying again. The tunnel ahead was dark. It felt like the tunnel was endless and he only had one route. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, something different appeared ahead. It was a wooden door with white edges and the door was built into the wall on the left side of the tunnel. Angele landed in front of the wooden door and narrowed his eyes. A thin layer of red energy barrier appeared around his body. He grabbed the handle on the door and twisted it slightly. Crack! The door opened and as a noise echoed in the tunnel. The door was not fully opened, but the gap still revealed the red carpet on the ground. Angele opened the wooden door and his body was immediately illuminated by white light. Behind the door was a spacious hall with a red carpet on the floor. There was music playing in the hall. It felt like the noise was from an old phonography. It was a woman singing in a voice that Angele could not understand at all. The voice was deep and strange. The music sounded like a love song, but Angele had no idea what the lyrics were. Angele stood in front of the door and peeked through the gap. On the other side of the hall was a large mirror. Angele's body was reflected in it. He was a young man with red hair in the mirror, wearing tight leather armor that was covered in white dust. The long red hair was tied up and there was a rusty silver crossguard sword hanging on his belt. Angele glanced around the hall. The wooden door was the only entrance and exit of the hall. The only thing he could hear was the song the woman was singing. He walked into the hall slowly and rubbed the yellow wallpaper carefully. The wallpaper was a bit rough. He quickly tapped on it. Pa! It seemed like there was nothing behind the wall. Angele took a step back and hit the wall hard with his fist. Bam! The wall did not move an inch. The strike did not damage the wall at all. Ha! Angele lowered his fist and formed a knife hand, and his body was surrounded by dark red glow. Chi! He hit the wall with his knife hand. Pa! The fingertips landed on the wall but nothing happened. Angele's expression turned serious. Nothing happened even with the power of my true form. Suddenly, he found a moving shadow on the wall. He quickly turned his head around and found walking clothes in the center of the hall. It felt like that there were invisible men and women wearing clothes. The clothes were dancing and moving around. The clothes varied in color and style. Some were luxurious and some had lace on the edges. The dancing clothes made different noises in the music. Angele started moving backward carefully. He reached the door and was about to leave the area. Suddenly, he found something that looked familiar. A white dress. The dress looked the same as the white dress worn by the woman in the painting. He recognized the dress immediately. The white dress was standing by the mirror quietly. The clothes beside the dress also looked familiar. A white t-shirt and a pair of jeans. Shinrue's outfit. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. 0. Analyze the environment for me now. Analyzing. Visualizing the changes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 587, Bone Tunnel, 2. Chapter 587, Bone Tunnel, 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. Chi. Some blue webs appeared in Angele's sight. The blue webs disappeared within a second and everything returned to normal. The clothes disappeared from the hall but the song was still going. There were rows of blue data flashing in his sight. The numbers ranged from millions to single digits. Also, the numbers were jumping back and forth. Unknown interruption detected, no force field detected, no signal received, environment analysis failed. No elemental energy detected, no force field model detected, no special energy detected, normal dimension, normal magnetic field, normal physical condition, no living beings found. Zero's report appeared in Angele's sight. There were rows of information. If so, maybe I should do something to them. Black armor appeared on his right hand and he was ready to counter the possible attacks using the power of his true form. He was walking backward and backed out of the wooden door slowly. Suddenly, he gripped forward using the right hand. The dark skin on his right arm quickly expanded. It turned into a large claw that had a length of over 10 meters. Woo! The claw made loud noise as it moved to the location where the white dress and Shinrue's clothes were. Bam! The claw did not do anything, it just hit the wall with a loud noise and the whole hall started shaking. The white dress and Shinrue's outfit dropped to the floor, turning into normal clothes. Angele lowered his arm and grabbed the clothes. He wanted to take the clothes out of the room, however, the clothes turned into white ashes and slowly slid down the claw. The claw turned into a human hand several seconds later. Angele stared at the hall with a serious expression on his face. All the clothes he grabbed using the claw disappeared into the air. The door suddenly closed as strong wind pushed Angele outside. Bam! The wooden door closed by itself and the whole frame collapsed seconds later. The wooden frame almost landed on Angele. He quickly grabbed and threw it to the side. The place where the wooden door had been, it turned into white wall with a rough surface. It almost felt like everything that had just happened was an illusion. Angele raised his right hand and looked at his fingers. The white ashes from the clothes were still on his fingers. Interesting. Blue light dots flashed in front of his eyes. The ashes are just bone ashes. He checked the wooden frame. It was not made of anything special. Kata kata. He heard heavy footsteps coming from ahead. Two black shadows with great swords in hand were charging to Angele. The black shadows were two female monsters covered in black scales. Their eyes were green and there were horns on their heads. The female monsters had mouths full of sharp teeth and almost looked like female swordsmen wearing tight black leather armor. The two monsters were not shouting or anything, they just charged at Angele and slashed down with their greatswords that were over 2 meters long and surrounded by green glow. Dang! The two greatswords were blocked by a rusty silver crossguard sword as fire sparked in the air. Angele's body numbed. He was paralyzed for a second. He just stood there and his body was out of control. Damn, he cursed and watched the two greatswords land on his neck. Clank. The greatswords hit Angele's neck with a loud noise, however, they did no damage to him. The greatswords were deflected, and Angele released some red light that quickly sank into the two monsters' wrists. Angele wanted to move, but he was paralyzed again. A boring but annoying ability. His eyes were surrounded by bright red glow as he was staring at the two female monsters. The two swordsman-like monsters raised their greatswords and were about to slash down again. Suddenly, they stopped moving. Red scorpion marks appeared on their foreheads. Die! Angele caught the chance and the glow around his eyes got even brighter. Blood spurted out of the monsters' foreheads and splashed on the tunnel's ceiling. Bam bam! The two monsters fell to the ground and stopped moving. Peace returned to the tunnel. The battle made the bone ashes fly again. Angele straightened his back. I was paralyzed, but it was not just that. My body shouldn't be paralyzed so easily. It felt like that the time stopped for a second. He walked to the two dead monsters with his brow furrowed. The two female monsters had large breasts, long slim legs, and tight butts. If they were not covered with black scales, they would be two beautiful women with great bodies. Angele looked at the two monsters' faces. Their faces were terrifying and weird. Green eyes, sharp white teeth, and long black ears. It felt like their faces were smoked. Angele crouched and picked up one of the greatswords they dropped. The greatsword was made of green jade stones. The texture was cold and smooth. Angele could see the tiny cracks on the surface of the blade. He checked the handguard of the sword. It was made of some well-crafted stones. They looked like two black snakes biting each other. The handle of the sword was so large that Angele could barely hold it with one hand. A black handle with a green blade, the greatsword looked wild but clean. Angele held the greatsword tightly and slashed at the wall. Clank! Some cracked white stones were slashed off the wall. Strangely, the white thing just floated in the air without falling an inch. About 4 seconds later, the white stones finally fell into the bones due to the gravity. Angele rubbed the blade. He was satisfied with the result. It's a good weapon. It'd have taken me some time to take out the two monsters if I hadn't attacked using the pure energy from the negative emotions. With those weapons, they would be a huge threat if they got too close. I wonder if it's a dimension ability. 0. Create a task and analyze the ability. Task created. Insufficient information. More information is required to complete the analysis. The current success rate is lower than 12.7%. Needed time, unknown. If the analysis starts, no other task can be created until the analysis is finished. Do you want to start the analysis? Angele's brow furrowed. The success rate is way too low. Don't create the task. He lifted the two greatswords and threw the mirror into the air. The mirror rotated several times and landed on the left. He then threw the two greatswords at the mirror. Clank! The two greatswords were blocked by an invisible force field. Ha! They can't be stored in the mirror? Angele hesitated for a second and tried again. It felt like the two greatswords were blocked by something and just could not enter the mirror. Whatever. Angele waved his hand. The mirror turned into a ray of black light and returned to his hand. He collected the mirror and put the two greatswords on the side. Let me check those two monsters. He crouched by one of the monsters and repositioned it. He pressed on the monster's face. The skin was tough. It felt like touching the trunk of an old tree, but it was still slightly warm. Angele opened the monster's eyes. The monster had green eyes and black pupils that looked like tiny black dots. He opened the monster's mouth and looked at the sharp teeth inside. The monster had a long tongue that looked like the tongue of a snake. Angele released the tongue and started checking the monster's body. Her body felt much harder than her face. Maybe her breasts are hard too. He was curious and he put his hands on the monster's breasts. Angele pressed the breasts. The black scale on her body was so hard that it felt like she was wearing metal armor. He found a symbol that looked like a green snake with a pair of wings above her breasts. He was not sure what the symbol meant. The scale is hard but her defense is low, and this symbol. Angele thought for a second and took out a small silver knife. He stabbed the knife into the dead body carefully. He carefully cut the symbol out of her body and noticed that it was connected to some green veins. There was sticky glowing liquid coming out of them. Angele analyzed the liquid using the biochip. It was a mixture of water, gems, and protein. He moved his hand down to the monster's stomach and scanned the area slowly using the biochip. This thing has no excretory system or reproductive system. Such a strange creature. Angele sighed. However, she can still absorb the nutrients from the food easily. He held the silver knife in hand and stabbed it into the center of the monster's chest, cutting her stomach open. Chi! The monster's stomach was slashed open, revealing green and red organs. Angele reached into the monster's body and took out some green organs. He lined up the organs on the side. Several seconds later, he took out a green ball that looked like a balloon carefully. The ball had only one opening on the top. Angele was holding the opening using his fingers. The ball was translucent and Angele could see what was inside. It was half filled with a bubbling light blue liquid. A drop of green liquid leaked out of the ball and landed on a bone. Gee! The bone could not handle the acidity. A black hole appeared on the bone and there was white smoke rising from it. A stinky and sour smell quickly permeated the air. Angele took out a piece of rectangular stone from the mirror and put it under the ball. Another drop of liquid leaked out of the ball and landed on the stone piece, leaving a hole on the stone. Such a strong acid. Angele's expression changed. The stone piece had the similar resistance as my true form, but it still failed to handle the acidity. He shook the ball slightly. Maybe I can make it into an acid bomb. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588, Bones, 1. Chapter 588, Bones, 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. Angele took the stomach out of the other monster's body as well and sealed it with a gel-like substance. He coated the stomach with the bone ashes and threw it into his mirror. He organized the items he was carrying and stood up. Angele decided to carry the 2 greatswords on his back. He checked the mirror and noticed it was almost full. The mirror is almost full. I didn't think it was possible. He glanced at the white wall one final time and started advancing again. He decided to keep flying. Where did these 2 monsters come from? He checked the surroundings carefully. The tunnel was deadly silent. He checked the clock as he flew, but the time unit was still extremely small. It seemed like his body size was still the same, nothing changed after he shrank. He kept flying until the biochip told him that it was food time. Angele landed on the ground and started resting. The only way to check time here was by checking the biochip's clock. Another month passed. There was no day and night in the tunnel. Angele did not encounter other monsters after that day, but he found several more wooden frames on the ground. It seemed like the wooden frames were also from the white doors in the wall. Angele checked the wooden frames in the wall. He was still trying to find an entrance, but nothing worked and he decided not to waste time on it. The bones and items on the ground were getting stronger as he proceeded. 1 year later. Gee! A dot of yellow light was flying in the dark tunnel at full speed, leaving a light trail behind. Minutes later, the yellow light dot slowed down and landed on the ground. It was Angele, who was covered in white dust. His leather armor, skin, and hair were all coated with white ashes. No one would know what the original color of his outfit was. He landed on the ground without any problem and stepped on the white bones. Angele crouched and knocked on the bones he just found. The bones looked like they were from a spider. Pa! It almost sounded like he was knocking on a piece of wood. That's much harder than I expected. The bones here were probably from the creatures with the power of rank 3 wizards. After so many years, those bones are still strong. He looked at the area ahead. All he could see were bones. The air here still stank. Angele noticed that there were countless scratches on the walls. He rubbed the walls and noticed that the scratches were thin. It seemed like the scratches were left on the walls unintentionally. Some of the scratches on the left formed a large character, but Angele was not sure what it meant. The character had the size of a human's head and it looked like a 5 that was upside down. Angele removed the dust from the surface of the character so that he could have a better view of it. I can feel that there's something going on here. Angele's eyes were surrounded by a red glow. He closed his eyes and slowly put his fingers on the character. A strange message was sent into Angele's mind by some remaining mentality wave. Anko. Misubu. I conquered the land because it's endless. I conquered the sky because it's also endless. Everything in this world is my son. I advance because I'll never look back. A deep voice echoed in Angele's mind. It felt like the voice was whispering to his soul. A creature with a weak soul might just kneel after hearing the voice because the voice was magical. Angele snorted and released some dark smoke. There were white masks rolling in the smoke. They started singing in the air. Are you trying to take over my mind using a random picture? Arrogant. Raising his hand, a large shadow of a monster scorpion behind him. The masks were just repeating the same sentence. I'm Lord of Terror. Angele's hand was surrounded by the shadow of a claw and slowly pressed on the wall. Woo! The shadow of the scorpion claw was glowing, however, it seemed like the power inside the strange character was also strong. Angele's expression changed. It has been years, but the power is still strong. This thing almost had the same power level as me. Bam! The symbol on the wall exploded. Countless cracks appeared on the wall, and the strange force field also disappeared. The claw shadow slowly disappeared from Angele's hand and he carefully pressed on the symbol. Although he won, his expression was still serious. This is the tunnel to a strong realm. Based on the analysis result from Zero, the symbol's over 2,000 years old. A weakened mentality wave that's 2,000 years old almost had the same power level as mine. The one who left the symbol must be extremely strong. Angele realized that there must be a lot of strong beings in the lost realm. He checked the area ahead. It was still endless darkness. It felt like he would never reach the end of the tunnel. I found someone who was as strong as me here, which means. He inhaled deeply and tried his best to calm down. The bones on the ground are getting stronger and stronger. I assume that I'm getting close to the end of the tunnel. I wonder what the lost realm looks like. He glanced at the wall again and found several more items in the bones. He absorbed all the elemental power from the items and started flying again. However, the path was still dark. The two white walls of the tunnel were moving backward in his sight and there were white ashes splashing in the air. Suddenly, Angele stopped moving and floated over some large bones. He opened his mouth but failed to spit out a word. His throat was dry and he was having trouble breathing. The dead body on the ground was over 3 meters tall. There were twisted spikes on his shoulders and head. It was a giant who was sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall. It seemed like he was just resting before he died. Angele's expression changed several times. He looked at the giant's bones and exhaled slowly. This big guy is the one who left the symbol on the wall. He noticed that the remaining mentality wave of the giant was the same as the one he found from the symbol. How did a strong being like him die? He wasn't injured and there was no battle here. How did he die? Angele realized that Bone Tunnel might be more dangerous than he'd thought. The giant had the same power level as his refined true form, but he just died here like a nobody. Angele was one of the strongest beings among the realms he had traveled, but things had changed. I need to check his bones now so I can find out the truth. Blue light dots flashed in his eyes. He landed by the bones and released 2 rays of blue light from his eyes. He scanned the giant's bones. No damage detected on the bones. No remaining soul detected. Reason of death, unknown. Chance of natural death, 72%. The result was a bit surprising. For strong beings like us, we can live at least 100,000 years. I don't think he died because he was too old. Suddenly, Angele noticed that something happened behind him, so he quickly turned around. A white wooden door appeared on the wall behind him, but he had no idea when it happened. The door was tightly closed and the bronze handle of the door was rusty. When Angele was still looking at the bronze handle, the handle started moving. It felt like someone was trying to open the door from the other side. Pa pa pa. The handle moved but the door was not opened. It seemed like the one on the other side was getting nervous and the handle was moving faster than before. The noise made by the handle was loud in the quiet tunnel. Angele stood in front of the door quietly and watched the handle move. About 2 minutes later, the handle finally stopped moving. It seemed like the one from the other side gave up. The noise disappeared and the tunnel became quiet again. Suddenly, Angele grabbed the handle and twisted it hard. Crack! The door opened. Gentle sunlight shined upon Angele's body, face, and long hair. Narrowing his eyes, Angele peeked through the door. Behind the door was a golden sky and illuminated clouds looked like well-organized staircases. Angele walked closer to the door and checked the area. It seemed like the door was floating in the sky and there was nothing around it. The golden sky was endless. The white door just stood over the clouds and it was the only thing here. A lonely wooden door. Angele wanted to move his head into the door. Bam! His head hit an invisible barrier. Angele hesitated and raised his hand. An invisible barrier blocked the door and he could not enter. The barrier was like glass in a window. He tapped on the barrier slightly, it was hard, cold, and smooth. Angele released some red light and coated his fingertips with it. He then knocked on the barrier again. Pa! The barrier was not damaged at all. What does it mean? I can open the door but I can't enter it. Angele hesitated for a second and returned to the dead giant. He crouched and found a black notebook by the giant's waist. It was an item he saw when he was scanning the bones. Angele opened the notebook slowly. The paper was covered with characters like the one he found on the wall. The white characters lined up on the black paper. Angele rubbed the characters one by one using his fingers. The messages stored in the characters were transferred into his mind slowly. Bone Tunnel, the tunnel to the lost realm. This is the Bone Realm, the Bone Realm is the lost realm. The lost realm is the tunnel. I'm deep in the dimension maze, the time and space here are a mess but nothing will stop me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589, Bones, 2. Chapter 589, Bones, 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. Every 1,000 years, I write down a message, and the time has come again. There's no energy supply, no food supply, and the only thing I can do is to seal myself. I can't find another way to survive. I've already forgotten the reason why I entered the lost realm. I don't remember the time but I'm certain that my memory is correct. I've been here about 300 years ago, which means I'm in the maze again. I conquered everything. Will this be my end? I finally found the truth. This is the intestine of the world, the dimension maze. No creature leaves the intestine before everything is turned into nutrients. The realm consumes strong creatures to survive. There's no easy way out. I just opened another door, same monsters, same endings. They are just endless. Angele's finger stopped at the last character. He already turned several pages and read all the characters. The abandoned intestine of the world? A dimension maze? Angele had never heard of something like that. He checked the giant's bones again but did not find any valuable items. It felt like the notebook was the only thing the giant had. Angele found a line that was engraved into the ground on the right side of the giant. He pressed on the line and received another message through the mentality wave. Keep moving forward. Angele could feel the dedication from the remaining mentality wave. Angele sighed with mixed emotions and bowed to the giant's bones. You're a respectable being, at least you did whatever you could to pursue your goal. He checked the surroundings and noticed that there were far fewer bones here. He could see the ground under the bones clearly. Angele tried to contact the nightmare realm, however, he could not find any trace of it. That meant that he could not teleport back to the nightmare realm. All the dimension power was restricted in this area. He turned around and looked at the golden sky behind the door. He found some strange runes on the frame of the door. It felt like someone engraved the runes into it. The runes looked like the characters on the giant's notebook. Raising his hand, Angele rubbed the runes slightly. 3 million years ago. Cloud Realm. A message came from the runes. 3 million years ago, what does it mean? The sky behind the door is a random realm from 3 million years ago? Angele's brow furrowed. This bone tunnel is just confusing. Chi. The wooden door slowly closed and Angele was pushed away by an invisible force. He could no longer move any closer to the door. Bam! The door fully closed and the golden light disappeared. The wooden frame detached itself from the wall, fell to the ground, and broke into pieces. Angele's fireball became the only source of light in the tunnel again. The dim light was nowhere close to the bright light from the sky. Angele started searching the bones again. Only 2 other skeletons had the same power level as the giant, but there was nothing around them. He assumed that their items decayed over the years. Also, why does the realm turn everything into nutrients? Angele stood up from the last skeleton he examined. Anyway, I need to keep moving. I'll find the answer sooner or later. He glanced at the giant's skeleton for one final time and started flying again. About half an hour later, he found another white door on the wall. He slowly landed in front of the door and put his hand on the handle without any hesitation. Ka! The door opened. Behind the door was a room furnished full of paintings and with a blood-red carpet. The engravings on the golden walls looked like roses and the paintings were hanging in the air. The paintings had different themes. He saw a castle in the forest, a small house on a snowy mountain, a grass plain, and some abandoned city. Angele stood by the entrance and glanced at the paintings. There were around 20 paintings and all of them looked nice. Strangely, he found a red skeleton of a centaur in the center of the room. There was a black spear in the skeleton's arm and a silver shell was hanging from its neck. Angele walked into the room slowly. Pa! The centaur skeleton slowly stood up and some white smoke came out of its empty eyes. The centaur skeleton pulled the spear out of its arm and opened its mouth. It seemed like the skeleton was trying to roar. A strong wind blew over Angele's body and his long hair was flying in the air. Angele's expression changed. He took one step back and heard some light noise. He noticed that the door behind was closed. Is this the process of turning me into nutrients? He turned around and looked at the skeleton. The skeleton raised the spear. There were black electric pulses sparking around the weapon. The electric pulses gathered on the tip of the spear as a large pair of shadow wings appeared behind the skeleton. The air in the room became sticky. It felt like the air was turning into jelly. The centaur held the spear tight and threw it forward. The black spear flew toward Angele with the black electric pulses around it. However, it suddenly stopped in the air. The power on the spear was getting stronger and stronger. It felt like the spear was gathering energy. Finally, the black spear started moving again. It turned into a black string and flew at Angele like lightning. Angele did not think the spear would be a problem to him, but the power level of the spear quickly passed the power level of a rank 5 wizard and it was still growing stronger. Angele's expression changed. Earth, he shouted in the mind. Pieces of black stones and mud appeared on his body. The stones and mud gathered on the surface of his skin. His height and body size were increasing at full speed. Angele quickly created 2 dark greatswords in his hands and slashed forward. The greatswords soared through the air. They hit the flying spear without any problem. Clank! The 2 greatswords were destroyed. Angele's body leaned back due to the impact, and the earth armor on his body was cracked. However, he successfully blocked the spear, which slowly returned to the skeleton's hand. Oblivion, the skeleton shouted using the mentality wave. The skeleton hit the floor using the tip of the spear and released some black energy waves. The energy waves were expanding in all directions. The energy waves moved toward Angele and surrounded his feet. They almost formed a circle around him. The skeleton raised the spear and pointed it at Angele. Chi 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 chi. Countless black spears appeared in the air around Angele's body and all stepped into his body, turning him into a hedgehog. Angele was hit by the spears after he recovered from the impact. He had no time to think and activated the second battle style when the spears broke through his mud armor. Lion. Bam! All the black spears were deflected and quickly disappeared into the air. Angele turned into a strong lion man with dark red skin within seconds. There was a pair of wings on his back, and his muscular body looked like a well-crafted stone statue. There was some thick dark fur around his neck. My second battle style. It has been a while since the last time I activated it. Angele's 3 battle styles were Earth, Lion, and Light. They all had their advantages. With the 3 battle styles, he could maximize his power output without transforming into the refined true form. Earth gave him incredible defensive and recovery abilities. He could easily handle a damage spell from a rank 5 wizard and barely needed any energy to activate this style. Lion would strengthen his skin and muscles. It would also increase his strength and speed. He would be able to handle the creatures with the same power level as rank 6 or rank 7 wizards. He could also create around 10 lion men when the style was activated. The lion men's shadows were improved based on the lion men Angele could summon. The third battle style was called Light. It was the final form that he created based on his understanding of Shiva state. He had never activated it yet. He thought that Light was a stronger form than his refined true form, but he could not handle the cost of using it at the moment. Angele turned into a lion man and created a greatsword that was covered with burning flames in hand. There were red and blue light dots flashing in front of his eyes. Chi! Angele started creating shadows of lion men. He created 2 at first, and the 2 lion men quickly turned into 8. The 8 lion men formed a circle around the centaur skeleton. 2 of the lion men had green jade stone greatswords in their hands instead of flaming greatswords. Roar! The 8 lion men charged at the centaur skeleton and slashed forward from different angles. The centaur skeleton raised its hooves and stomped. Bam! The white energy waves the centaur skeleton released slowed the lion men down. The centaur skeleton's wings swung in the air several times as it quickly drew a circle around him using the black spear. The space was slashed through by the spear and turned into a dark circle that blocked the attacks from different angles. Bam bam bam. The lion men were blown away by the impact. 5 of them were slashed into pieces right away. They fell to the ground and turned into red lava. One of the 3 remaining lion men threw the green jade stone greatsword at the skeleton. Clank! The green jade stone greatsword hit the tip of the black spear and was deflected right away. The skeleton suddenly stopped moving. It just stood there with the spear in hand, and it seemed like it was ready to block any incoming attack. A large black hole appeared in the center of its chest and continued to expand. The last 3 lion men roared and charged at the skeleton again. One of them picked up the green jade stone greatsword on the way. In the shadow of the room, a ball of red flames was hiding by the red lava on the ground. There was a pair of red eyes in the flames, watching the battle quietly. It was Angele. He turned himself into pure energy. He created the 8 lion men who had the same power level as rank 6 wizards and turned his body into pure fire energy. The second battle style is not working. Using the bloodline to fight relies too much on my talent ability. If I don't really have a choice, there are no good spells for this situation. The skeleton will win if this continues. The black scorpion mark slowly appeared between his brow. The temperature in the room started increasing rapidly. It increased from 20 degrees Celsius to over 100 degrees Celsius within seconds, but that wasn't the end. The place was getting hotter and hotter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 590, Halfway, 1. Chapter 590, Halfway, 1. Translator, _Leo_editor, Kurisu. Woo. The carpet on the ground was ignited and started burning immediately. A sulfurous smell quickly permeated the air. The battle between the lion men and the centaur skeleton lasted for about 1 minute, and the temperature in the room was increased to over 1000 degrees Celsius. The walls were red and the carpet was burning. However, none of them turned into ashes under such a high temperature. They just kept burning. The centaur skeleton was slowed down and its body was surrounded by black electric sparks. The temperature kept increasing and reached 5000 degrees Celsius after a while. The black scorpion symbol was flashing between his brow and there were 3 balls of flame spinning in his pupils. He just looked at the centaur skeleton and waited to see what it would do next. This is the talent ability that I hate the most. The bloodline ability of Son, heat hell. I want to know how long you can survive in this environment. Bam! One of the lion men was blown away and his head was crushed. The lion man fell to the ground and turned into a pile of lava. The last 2 lion men were buffed as the temperature increased. The destroyed lion men's power all gathered in the last 2 lion men's bodies. There were just 2 of them, but they had the power of 8. The 2 lion men were swinging the green jade stone greatswords so fast that the greatswords almost turned into blurry shadows. The greatswords would paralyze the skeleton for a second or 2 after the hits landed. However, the lion men would be blown away by the impact. Angele hid in the lava. The outfit and underwear he was wearing all perished under the high temperature. He had no way to protect them from the temperature, and the crossguard sword he had also already melted. The 2 green jade stone greatswords melted slightly, but they were not severely damaged. He was trying his best to make sure that his pouches and mirror were fine. This is just one of the random rooms in Bone Tunnel. Maybe I'm only halfway to the exit. The centaur skeleton is much stronger than I expected. I wonder if the monsters in other rooms are stronger. Angele stared at the centaur skeleton and hesitated. The temperature in the room was still increasing. 8,000. 9,000. 10,000. Air bubbles appeared on the surface of the walls. However, the hanging paintings were not impacted. The fire disappeared from the carpet. What left was some black ashes. The black electric pulses around the centaur skeleton started flashing and the surface of its red bones slowly turned dark. Finally, it's working. Angele felt a bit relieved. Roar! The centaur skeleton raised its head and roared. He pushed the 2 lion men away and 2 more bone arms appeared behind its back. The skeleton suddenly started growing and its height reached 4 meters. The backbone of the world, a deep voice shouted. The skeleton was speaking in the chaos language. The black hole in the center of the centaur skeleton glowed and a galaxy circle appeared in the air. It was slowly spinning in the darkness. The stars in the galaxy circle varied in color and were rotating around a golden sun. The centaur skeleton raised its black spear and turned around, pointing it at Angele, who was still hiding in the lava. A bright light dot appeared on the tip of the spear as the weapon flew toward Angele's eyes like a meteor. Chi! The spear suddenly stopped in front of his eyes. The tip of the spear was only 10 centimeters away from him. The centaur skeleton roared, but it just could not move the spear any further. A lion man behind the skeleton slashed down with a green jade stone greatsword. It's over. Angele recreated his body using the flames, and his right hand turned into a ray of white light and stabbed into the skeleton's skull like a white spike. The white light disappeared from his right hand within seconds. The 3 fireballs spinning in Angele's eyes also disappeared slowly. If you hadn't tried to gather all your power in the spear, I wouldn't have been able to break through your defense. Sadly, you are not an intelligent being. The story would have been different if you had been smart. The Sun Hell of Sun removed 1/3 of the skeleton's defensive force field, and the skeleton's spear drained another 1/3 of its defensive force field. Angele caught the chance and destroyed its skull. Ka! The galaxy circle in the skeleton's chest collapsed and the whole skeleton was destroyed. The bones all fell to the ground. Angele remained calm and released another ball of dark flames toward the bones. Boom! The fireball exploded and there were black ghost masks in the smoke. He could hear the ghost masks scream in the air. The bones of the centaur skeleton were blown into pieces and were no longer moving. Blue light shined in Angele's eyes. He glanced around inside. He walked to the black spear and pulled it out of the ground. The spear had a long and smooth body that was covered with a line of blue runes. The runes were still glowing slightly. Crack! The black spear suddenly cracked. It broke into pieces like it was made of glass. The cracked spear quickly fell to the ground. Angele checked the remaining bones of the centaur skeleton but did not find anything. Those bones are just normal bones, they are just like the bones outside. He stood up and his brow furrowed. Angele started checking the paintings. The secret of this room is probably hiding in the paintings. He walked to a random painting. The painting was an endless sea and there was a brown island in the center of it. There were several groups of white birds above the island. Angele noticed that the waves on the sea were moving after he stared at it for a while. Pa! He suddenly heard the noise made by the waves and he could even smell the ocean. Angele even felt that there was wet wind blowing over his face. Twitter! The birds above the island started twittering. Angele stood in front of the painting and watched the things in it move. The birds were rotating and the gentle sunlight was illuminating the surface of the sea. Well? Angele exhaled deeply and looked at the next painting on the left. It was a painting of a white castle that was built on a mountain. Tree branches were waving in the wind and there were caterpillars moving slowly on them. The sky was blocked by the gray clouds. He could see people walk by the windows of the castle. They are not paintings. They are windows. Angele sighed and looked at other paintings. The paintings were all windows that showed the general situations of other realms. Angele looked at the castle again and slowly reached to it. He had no problem reaching into the frame of the painting and could even grab the leaves on the tree. The leaves were smooth and cold. It was something that Angele had never experienced. He grabbed a leaf and sniffed at it. The smell was spicy and minty. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. He slowly put down the tree leaf several seconds later. No energy detected. Another realm with no energy particles? He walked to other paintings and tested them one by one. The paintings were all connected to random realms. It felt like that this room was full of small portals. The room was somehow connected to a lot of realms. The realms he tested all shared one similarity: none of them had energy particles, which meant that they were all weak realms. He double-checked everything but failed to find any strong realms. Maybe I should keep advancing. He stood by the painting and hesitated. The guardian of this room had the power level of a rank 7 wizard. If I encounter something stronger on my way to the next room. He thought of the giant that was probably stronger than him. A strong being like that still died in this tunnel. Angele wanted to find a way to advance to Shiva state, but he did not want to give up his life for no reason. I should move forward. If I can't find anything valuable, I'll return to my world. Finally, he made the decision and picked up the 2 green jade stone greatswords. He looked at the paintings for one final time and left the room. Ka! The door closed by itself as Angele left the room. The wooden frame fell off the wall and landed on the bones again. Angele looked at the 2 green jade stone greatswords in his hand. The blades were covered with dark cracks and it felt like they could break at any time. They've reached the limit. Shaking his head, Angele dropped the 2 greatswords on the ground. He thought for a while and decided to carry one of the damaged greatswords on his back. He also took out a small ball that looked like a beehive from the mirror. The ball had the size of a palm and was covered with holes. There were black flies coming out of the ball from time to time. Nest of Taurus, one of the rare items I created over the years. Maybe it'll be useful today. He looked at the beehive in his hand and bit on the tip of his finger. He then dropped some blood on the beehive. After some strange noises, countless black flies left the beehive and formed a black mist. They all charged at Angele's blood like bees that found honey. This was one of the 2 strong magic devices Angele developed using his ability. These 2 magic devices could help him utilize his bloodline power. The first one was called Nest of Taurus and the other one was a ring that was called Ring of Fenrir. Nest of Taurus was used for offense and Ring of Fenrir was used for defense. Angele held Nest of Taurus in hand and floated in the air. He started flying again. He kept flying and had no idea how long had passed. Angele felt that he was getting tired. Ding! The biochip warned him of new doors. Again. Angele slowed down and landed on the ground. He found a white wooden door on the right. The rusty handle looked the same as the handle of the last door. There were only several skeletons in this area and there was barely any bone ash on the ground. Angele checked the 2 skeletons using the biochip and noticed they were still releasing energy waves. He quickly took down the green jade stone greatsword and threw it toward the skeletons. Ka! The greatsword was broken into pieces by some invisible forces before it could touch the skeletons. Angele's pupils retracted slightly. I can't even break the green jade stone greatswords using the power of my true form. These 2 skeletons might have had the same power level as the ancestors when they were still alive. Their force fields are still up after they died. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 591, halfway, 2. Chapter 591, halfway, 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. Angele decided not to get too close to the skeletons, so he went around and approached the door. He was holding the ball in one hand and the door handle in the other. He hesitated before opening the door. According to my last encounter, if there's a monster in this room, the monster should be weaker than the 2 skeletons, but... Ka! The door was suddenly opened from the other side. It felt like someone inside the door opened it before Angele could do anything. A strong force dragged Angele into the room immediately. The room looked identical to the last room, the same red carpet and the paintings were positioned the same, however, the scenes inside the paintings were different. A tall green mountain, a clear river, a yellow desert, and a dark night. Also, there was a rotten body of an old woman sitting on a chair in the center of the room. The rotten body was wearing a white dress and a hat with flowers on top. The hat covered her face and there were some blue flowers on her knees. The flowers looked so fresh that it almost felt like they were just picked. Angele looked at the rotten body carefully and slowly stepped into the room. It has been a while since the last living being was here. The rotten body suddenly raised her head, revealing her dried face. There were no eyeballs in her eyes and only dried muscles were left on the left half of her face. The rotten woman noticed that Angele thought she was about to start a battle. She scratched her face and tried to make it look like that she was smiling. "Welcome, my guest." "Welcome?" Angele checked the surroundings carefully. He noticed that the woman was speaking in the chaos language. Finally, someone that knows how to communicate. "I should be happy, but I'm just not in the mood. Lady, I still think you're a threat to me." "You're probably right, I'll lose my mind after my heart bumps 500 times and kill you." The woman smiled. "I'm still conscious right now, so yeah, you can talk to me for a while. Can I ask you some questions?" "Sure." Angele thought for a while and started asking. "What is Bone Tunnel? How do I leave the tunnel and enter the Lost Realm or another strong realm?" He went straight to the important questions. He had no interest in who the woman was. "Bone Tunnel? So that's what you call this area?" "It's actually quite appropriate." The woman stopped for a second and continued, "We call this place the intestine of the world. This is a dimension maze, which means this area is the origin of the realms. The intestine of the world is an abandoned maze of a strong realm." She leaned to the side and looked at the paintings. "Can you see these paintings?" Those paintings are entrances to other realms. If you can find the truth of the maze and walk out of it, you'll then be able to enter the paintings. What do you mean? How do I leave this maze? Angele questioned in a deep tone. There's no real answer to that. You might be able to enter the realms through the paintings, but I don't know the truth of the maze. Also, if you do find a way to leave the maze, you might be able to enter the chaos realm. The old woman chuckled, her voice was clean and crisp. Didn't you notice that the further you go, the stronger the skeletons are? Well, I know about the bones, but I still don't think this is a maze. Angele noticed that he was getting closer to the real answer. The old woman looked at Angele's face and said, "This is a dimension maze. If you can't find the truth of the maze, you'll be trapped in time, and you won't be able to return to your start point. Also, this is a never-ending tunnel. Do you know that this is an area from 26 million years ago and you've reached your limit? If you proceed further, the creatures you encounter will be stronger and stronger. After you reach a certain point, you'll become part of the world's origin and part of the chaos." Bam bam bam. He suddenly heard heavy footsteps coming from outside. A strong but invisible force appeared outside the door. Angele's body was impacted by the force and he started trembling. The owner of the force had the similar power level as an ancestor. Wait. This mentality wave, He recalled the moment he found the mentality wave of the giant, the strong being that decided not to retreat. The two mentality waves were identical, but the power level was totally different. An arrogant creature that wanted to conquer the maze. You've seen his skeleton a couple days ago, right? The woman smiled again. Young one, you are losing yourself. Angele could feel that his heart was racing. However, he was not tricked by the woman's words, but carefully put his right hand on the white ring that he was wearing on his left hand. I probably overestimated my own power, also, about the 500 heart bumps you mentioned. Before Angele could finish his word, the woman's body suddenly started trembling and the flowers on her knees quickly shrank. Several seconds later, the flowers turned into a couple of yellow seeds, which slowly disappeared. Under the woman's chair, a white ring started expanding slowly. The ring was pushing in all directions and the red carpet on the ground would disappear after contacting the ring. In the effective range of the ring, some blue and white flowers blossomed. Several seconds later, half of the floor was covered by the flowers. Angele just realized that the time had come. He looked at the white circle with a serious expression on his face. With a flick of his finger, he released some red light into the white circle. The red light quickly disappeared into the sky. His expression changed and he threw the nest of Taurus into the air. The next started spinning in the air and quickly released countless black flies. The flies almost looked like a black fog and were all moving toward the old woman. They were not impacted by the white circle at all. The black flies all had glowing red eyes and were charging toward the old woman like crazy. Rays of red light flashed in the room and illuminated the old woman in the center. Woo! All the red rays suddenly stopped in the air, they fell to the flowers and quickly disappeared. Angele roared and his body expanded. He released black smoke through his eyes, nose, and ears. The black smoke disappeared several seconds later, revealing his dark red armor. He activated his refined true form, a large scorpion that looked like a monster. The scorpion had a dark and red body, it also had over 10 pairs of legs. However, the size of the scorpion was much smaller than before, it only had a height of 2 meters. When he activated his refined true form, the nest of Taurus vibrated and released a lot of red flies. The red flies also charged at the old woman. Roar! Angele raised his right claw, his power level was the same as a rank 8 wizard. He released some black smoke, which moved toward the old woman as well. There were screaming white masks in the black smoke. Bam! The scorpion claw hit the rotten body on the chair, but then the claw disappeared right away. Ugh! Angele groaned, his whole right arm disappeared into the air. The white circle on the floor was slowed down. Damn! I can't even stop the aura, the power of that thing is on a whole different level. I need to leave now. He was having trouble handling the intense pain. He stepped back and used the left hand to twist the handle. Pa! He pulled the handle out of the door, but the door was still closely sealed. Angele checked the center of the room. The old woman was still trembling and black bubbles appeared on her rotten body. New bubbles would pop up after the old ones exploded. The white aura was moving closer and closer to him. The black smoke released by Angele could not stop the aura at all. The nest in the air was also smoking, and it seemed like it could break at any time. Chi! One of Angele's feet had already touched the edge of the aura and his foot disappeared immediately. The blood spurting out of his wound was also swallowed by the aura. He had to move closer to the wall. He could hear his heart racing. It felt like that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. The life-threatening situation made his head extremely clear. He activated the ring of Fenrir, which was on the middle finger of his left hand. A small diamond-shaped black crystal appeared on top of the ring, but it was just a shadow. At the same time, a diamond-shaped barrier also appeared around his body. Angele felt a bit relieved. This ring can handle 10 level 8 spells, and I think. The edge of the barrier contacted the aura when he was still muttering. Chi chi. It sounded like meat being roasted. The aura was blocked by the barrier and stopped expanding. The shadow of the purple diamond over Angele's ring was fading away at a fast rate. The same power level as an ancestor. Angele's body was aching. He was still releasing dark smoke, which was being absorbed by the ring. For some reason, a smile appeared on his face. He glanced at the rotten body for one last time, turned around, and started running. Angele threw the ring away and jumped into one of the paintings. Boom! The ring and the nest suddenly exploded. There were white masks screaming and dark fireballs in the explosion. Angele turned his head around when he jumped into the painting. The rotten body was standing up from the chair and the length of its neck increased as the head was charging at Angele like a snake. The dark fireballs and black smoke caught up to the old woman's head. They swallowed everything. Angele heard some noises coming from behind. It sounded like windows being cracked. His skin ached. It felt like someone was pulling his flesh and skin down his bones. His sight blurred and he could not see anything. Again, he heard something screaming behind. It sounded like a mooing cow. After the scream, something hit his back hard and his back numbed. Angele could barely stay conscious. He turned his body into a crossguard sword using the rest of his mentality, but he had no idea what happened later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 592, Opportunity 1. Chapter 592, Opportunity 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. In a large forest with countless vibrant green trees, there was a tall yellow mountain that looked like a piece of a cake standing among the trees, its tip surrounded by white mist. The top of the mountain was flat and covered with green moss. Woo! Something soared through the gray sky. On the far side of the mountain, a dark red crossguard sword was falling. The sword rotated like a red wheel and stabbed into the mountain. Clank! With a noise, half of the blade stabbed into the ground. The handle of the sword that remained above looked like a strange scorpion with a red body. Suddenly, the blade trembled and a red dot was released from the tip of the handle, quickly disappearing in the sky. Time slowly passed and the season changed. A thick layer of snow covered the surface of the mountain. The snow melted after the spring came, but the mountain was covered again the next winter. Kata kata. The wind was blowing, the trees and the ground were all covered by the snow. On the cliff, someone was walking on the snow at a steady pace. Several minutes later, an old man with white hair appeared beside the sword. He was carrying a basket on his back, which was filled up with herbs. Why is there a sword here? He walked to the dark red crossguard sword and crouched. This is the Herb Mountain. Why would someone with a sword climb this mountain? Maybe it's the mountaineers. The old man muttered. He noticed that the surface of the crossguard sword and the handle were covered with rust and moss. He grabbed the handle and tried to pull it out of the ground. Then, the old man shook his head and said, "That's deep." Strange. He was speaking in the chaos language. He hesitated and looked at the sword for a while. However, it was getting dark, and the old man decided to leave. Time passed. 10 days later. It was a morning with bright sunlight. There were 4 people climbing the mountain. One of them was the old man that approached the sword before. The other 3 were teenagers that varied in gender but were all wearing tight green outfits. "Matt, is this the area where you found the sword?" a young girl asked. "It's right there. Go take a look." The old man pointed at the red sword by the cliff. The 3 teenagers cheered and rushed toward the strange sword on the ground. They surrounded the sword and tried to dig it out of the ground using shovels and such. However, nothing worked. The area around the sword was extremely hard and they could barely stab their shovels into the ground. It seemed like metal tools were not good enough for that. Someone probably stabbed the sword into the ground intentionally after reading some strange novels. "Let's just head back, there's no point digging it out." True, it doesn't look like an old sword. Someone probably crafted it recently and put it here as a joke, but 2 young men and a young woman only managed to dig some of the mud out. They got impatient as it got dark, so they decided to leave. Many other people heard about the rumor and visited the sword. They all tried to dig or pull it out, but none succeeded. Years passed. The red sword was coated with a thick layer of dust, which turned into a sheath. The sheath was getting thicker and thicker as time went. The metal part of the sword was covered by the sheath made of mud and dust. It looked like a sword-shaped brown stone pillar. The surface of the stone pillar was covered with thick green moss and there were even flowers growing from it. People treated it like a tourist attraction and kept visiting it. However, several years later, people lost their interest and stopped coming. The sword-shaped stone pillar turned from a rumor into a legend and was forgotten by people. No one visited the stone pillar after that. But the stone pillar was still getting thicker. Several years later, the pillar lost its sword-like shape and just looked like a normal stone pillar. There were still people passing by, such as tourists, mountaineers, soldiers, and criminals. There were even people who suicided by jumping off the cliff. The birds and monkeys would stand on the stone pillar from time to time. They did not know what was hiding in the stone pillar. It was a tall mountain and there were not many people living in the area. Time flew, and more than 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. 100 years later. The golden sunlight of the spring illuminated the surface of the mountain. The light was bright but not warm. On the edge of the brown cliff, a young man in a black outfit was climbing up the mountain using a rope. He was sweating heavily, although his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears looked nice. When combined on his face, it looked a bit ugly. The young man was exhausted, but there was still determination in his eyes. His body was strong, but he still lay on the cliff and started breathing heavily after he reached the top. "So, this is the Herb Mountain? It's a much easier trip when compared to the Andy Mountain." The young man muttered, looking disappointed. He stood up and walked to the black stone pillar in front of him. After he approached the pillar, he put his hand on it while overlooking the trees under the cliff. The young man inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. It almost looked like that there was white mist coming out of his mouth. He lowered his hand and straightened his back. The man suddenly swung his arms slightly and a thin layer of gray dust dropped down his body. It was the mud and dust from the surface of the mountain. The young man started practicing a set of fist skills after removing the dust from his body. His movements were slow but steady. It felt like there were heavy objects on his wrists. The young man had impressive footwork. he looked like a monkey that was preparing for a battle. Steam rose from the young man's head as he repeated the fist skill set several times. Suddenly, he hit the stone pillar hard with his fists. Bam! 2 deep handprints were left on the stone pillar. Ah! The young man exhaled slowly and closed his eyes to rest. I spent 3 years to get here from Mountain Kora. I never rested a day, but I still can't break my limit and reach the night level. He looked at the horizon and noticed that the sun was rising, illuminating the vibrant trees. If I can reach the night level, I can easily defeat a small army. I can also break metal weapons, wooden weapons, and rocks with my bare hands. Sadly, the situation has changed. No matter how strong I am, 1 bullet from a handgun will end my life. The man sat down with his legs crossed and looked at the trees calmly. The wind was blowing over the trees, blue birds rotating above them. The birds chased each other and flew to the far side. Sadly, I wasn't born when the Minta country still had its glory. Suddenly, a sharp noise came from the young man's waist. His brow furrowed as he took something off his belt. It was a round tablet with a black and white display. A sentence that was written in the chaos language was displayed on the screen. The man checked the message and seemed to become annoyed. He quickly pressed a button on top of the device. A girl's voice quickly came from the tablet. Yun Song, are you in trouble again? There are soldiers from the army looking for you. They've searched the whole hotel. Don't come back, you hear me? Take care of yourself. What happened? Yun Song's brow furrowed again. I don't know, but you should be safe if you stay at a remote area. Listen, don't come back before I finish my investigation. The voice disappeared. Yun Song was a bit anxious after hearing those words. He turned the device off and tied it at his belt. Yun Song lost his father and mother when he was young. He stayed in an orphanage until he was 10 years old, then, he was adopted by a kung fu master. He lived in an old kung fu dojo and considered the kung fu master his father. The kung fu master also had a daughter. He treated Yun Song very well. It seemed like he wanted him to pursue the ultimate path of a kung fu master. Yun Song was interested in kung fu, so he learned the basics from the kung fu master. Sadly, he was not talented. It took him 5 years to strengthen his body and he still had no idea how he could break the limit. The old kung fu master was disappointed, so he took in 2 more students, one male and the other female. They were much more talented than Yun Song, however, they also failed to break the limit. Yun Song was disappointed with himself as well, so he decided to explore the world alone. He was still trying to find a way to break the limit. The power of an individual was usually ignored in the current society. The guns that were powered by blue crystals were widely used by the military. No matter how strong one was, he would not be able to survive a bullet to the head. Also, war machines like cannons, tanks, and fighters were getting stronger and stronger. The practice of kung fu already turned into a type of exercise. Yun Song sighed as he thought of the depressing facts and rubbed the 2 handprints he left on the stone pillar. Suddenly, the stone pillar started shedding its surface, pebbles were dropping down the pillar and it seemed like the whole thing was about to collapse. Yun Song was surprised, and quickly took several steps back as the stone pillar collapsed. What was left on the ground was a dark red sword. Yun Song saw the red light coming from the sword and shouted, "What's this?" Woo! The earth started shaking. The red sword jumped out of the ground, turned into a red string, and flew toward Yun Song's forehead. Chi! The sword stabbed into Yun Song's forehead, however, it seemed like the sword did not hurt him and was absorbed by his body hole, only leaving a flashing scorpion mark between his eyebrows. Yun Song just stood there when the sword was being absorbed by his body. Everything returned to normal after the sword disappeared. However, a dark red glow surrounded his eyes, getting brighter and brighter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 593, Opportunity, 2. Chapter 593, Opportunity, 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. Time passed. Yun Song closed his eyes and opened them again, and the red light quickly disappeared. I'm still alive? He raised his hand and gripped forward. Such a young body. I made the right decision to send part of my soul into this body. He shook his head and straightened his back. The bones inside his body made some strange sounds. I'm Yun Song and Angele Fenrir Rio. I should just call myself Yun Song and fit into his life before I get everything sorted out, but his body is way too weak. Angele was hit in the back by the old woman and the only thing he could do was turn himself into a crossguard sword. He sent out a part of his soul to find a new body for himself. He would be able to wake up his own body by sending the soul back. My own body is severely injured and all my life masks were destroyed. Other sealed forms would already be dead. He muttered in a serious tone as he checked his back. He found a large purple birthmark on the back, but it was actually a wound that was reflected on his new body. The painting was destroyed and the dimensions separated. Angele had to destroy 2 of the strongest magic devices he had had to fight back. The old monster was slightly injured but she still hit Angele hard in the back. He felt like he was hit by a train because the injured monster's blood splashed on his back. Well, at least I didn't explore the tunnel for nothing. Angele rubbed the birthmark on his back. The blood of the monster already became part of my soul. After my wound is healed, I can try to break the limit with the blood and become an ancestor of the origin. Closing his eyes, he recalled the moment he saw the old monster's head leaving its neck. The dimension waves were infused with a strange force field when that happened. It felt like the force field had the power of numerous realms. Maybe this is my opportunity. He inhaled deeply, turned around, and walked to the cliff. He started moving down the cliff using the rope used by Yun Song. His movements were fast and smooth. Angele had no problem using the rope and the hook. He knew where he should throw the hook at. About 2 hours later, he successfully climbed down the mountain and landed in the forest. This body has never meditated. Yun Song trained himself as a knight. He only knew the basics. Angele could still use his biochip. There were blue light dots flashing in front of his eyes. I need to start over from scratch, however, it won't take me too long. Maybe I need around 3 years to get all my power back. Angele checked his body condition quickly. Yun Song had the same power level as a knight apprentice. In other words, he would be just stronger than a mortal if he was in the wizard world. 0. Check the knowledge of Yun Song for me. Task created. Retrieving memory. General data. 1. Basic social skills. 2. Basic math skills. 3. Basic fitness. 3. Night monkey fist, snake palm, and wavy footwork. Analyzing memory. Categorizing data. Yun Song, Angele Fenrir Rio. Strength, 1.1. Agility, 1.2. Stamina 2.0. Mentality 1.1. Mana 0. Gene limit not reached. Healthy. Angele hesitated after checking the data. Categorize his combat skills and show me the levels. D. The detailed information of Night Monkey Fist, Snake Palm, and Wavy Footwork was quickly displayed in his sight. Ha! Interesting. Angele was surprised by the skills. They looked way different from the skills the knights in the wizard world had. In the wizard world, the knights all had a similar set of basic combat skills. The only difference was that they had their own special skills. However, the 3 combat skills Yun Song knew was a complete set of skills. He needed to learn the basics first if he wanted to proceed further, which meant that the skills he knew were better than the basic combat skills in the wizard world. Chinese Kung Fu. A good set of skills with a decent learning curve. Once Angele checked the information on the 3 skills, he was impressed. My soul is still strong, but there are no energy particles here. I have to rely on my bloodline if I want to cast a spell. It's just not worth it. I should probably practice the skills here so I can fit into the environment. Angele wanted to make sure that the realm guardian of this realm could not find him. He needed to recover from his injury and break through his limit. With the energy from the negative emotions, I don't need to do anything and my soul will recover in 3 years. I can use this time to learn more about this realm. Raising his head, he looked at the sky and found a silver star among the clouds. I should just practice the kung fu skills he had. I'm severely injured and just like a mortal in this body. Although Angele recovered his soul power, he should not waste his bloodline power on other things. He needed the bloodline power to fix his body. He took over Yun Song's body, but nothing really changed. Yun Song's attributes did not change. A strong soul of a sealed form that was 100 years old controlled his body, but that was it. Angele's advantage was still the biochip. The upgraded biochip was strengthened as Angele progressed. It would help him fit into this world. After making up his mind, Angele took out a map from a leather pouch on his belt. He checked it and rushed into the forest. Several days later, in a small city by the edge of the forest. It was a small city called Lin Hai. The buildings in the city looked old. The tallest buildings had more than 10 levels and were the symbols of the city. There was a long river around the city, probably an old city moat. Cars and motorcycles were moving among the buildings. Although the former had different colors, their surface was all covered with things that looked like blue veins. Only some of the luxury vehicles were covered with red veins. By a middle school that was far from the downtown, there was barely anyone walking on the street. A kung fu dojo was built by the middle school. The place was quiet. The entrance of the dojo was supported by 2 red pillars. There was a stone sign hanging on top of it. The words on the stone sign meant ultimate training. The black wooden gate was half open and there was a training platform behind it. The platform was covered with grass and illuminated by the bright sunlight. Chi! A blue taxi slowly stopped in front of the dojo. The door of the vehicle was pushed open and a young man quickly got off. He paid the driver in cash, looked at the broken sign over the entrance of the dojo, and sighed. The man was around 20 years old. However, he looked younger than he should. Also, the young man looked a bit different. There was determination in his eyes. He was wearing a white sports outfit and a pair of white sneakers. He looked like a normal student with the white backpack on his back. The yellow stains on the backpack indicated that the backpack was old. Finally, I'm back. Angele sighed. He was still in Yun Song's body. The young man had a below-average face and the furrowed brow made his looks even worse. The owner of the snack vendor on the right looked at Angele and asked, "Yun, you're back. Were you traveling again? Where did you go?" "I visited the Triangle Hill. It's not far from here." "How's your business, Ma?" "Not bad. The students are on holiday right now, so..." The owner of the snack vendor told Angele how hard his life had been. The conversation lasted for a while. He finally entered the dojo. There were some small houses around the training platform, each had 3 rooms. Angele saw a man with a pair of big blue eyes who was practicing fist skills in the shadow. The man had short black hair and his muscular body was covered with sweat. Although his face was average-looking, the man still looked wild and strong. He was practicing the night monkey fist, which Yun Song also practiced. The man's fist skills were powerful but slow. It was obvious that the man had a different fighting style than Yun Song. He was standing steadily on the ground in his special position. "Senior brother." Angele quickly stepped forward and greeted the man. The man raised his hands and exhaled slowly. It almost felt like his body was steaming. "Yun, you're finally back. Your sister and Nien were looking for you." Also, there were soldiers here several days ago. I think the man you fought with called the police. Angele made it look like that he was sorry. It's my own fault. I know our teacher is cleaning up the mess for me again. He knew that the senior brother and the other members of the dojo treated him very well. Although Yun Song was not talented, he knew that he needed to pay them back one day. The name of the senior brother was Xiaolin Li. He always had a blank expression on the face, but he would take care of every member of the dojo. Yeah, think twice before you do things. Officer Chen is a friend of our teacher, otherwise, it would be a big problem. Everything was handled yesterday, just be careful the next time. I understand, senior brother. Angele nodded. Where are the other members? Where's the teacher? Are they in the training room? The training room was the dojo's main source of income. People who liked Kung Fu would pay to train here. They could also enroll in the basic Kung Fu classes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 594, Opportunity, 3. Chapter 594, Opportunity, 3. Translator, _Leo_. Editor, Karisu. Ultimate Training Dojo was one of the 2 Kung Fu dojos in the city. Although people were no longer pursuing ultimate power, there were still people who loved Kung Fu skills. Some of them were treating Kung Fu as a type of exercise or as a way of keeping their children physically active. I'll go have some rest. I'll visit the training room later. Xiaolin nodded. Sure. I need to bring the team to participate in a meeting. We'll be heading to Shuyang tonight. Your sister will be going too. You and the junior sister will be taking care of the dojo. Several other trainers will also be here. It should be fine, right? Don't worry, I can handle it. Angele nodded. I'll live in the dojo and wait for you to come back. It's not an easy job. You know how big of a mess you made this time, right? Our teacher did whatever he could to help you. Don't make him sad. There are many ways to solve problems. You don't have to beat people up. The teacher asked you to work in the training room for 2 months. Don't try to run. Xiaolin spoke in a deep tone as he straightened his back and arms slightly. I understand. Angele nodded again. The junior sister was named Nian. She had the same skill level as Yun Song. Yun Song's sister was Rong Song. Rong Song and Xiaolin were both stronger than Yun Song and Nian. The dojo only taught 3 combat skills: Night Monkey Fist, Snake Palm, and Wavy Footwork. However, the wavy footwork was not complete, part of it was lost in history. The Night Monkey Fist and the Snake Palm were what made the dojo famous. These 2 skills all had 4 different levels. Yun Song started practicing the skills when he was a kid, but he could barely finish the first level. Rong Song and Xiaolin all reached the 2nd level, but they were having trouble breaking the limit. Their teacher, Yun Song, had already broken the limit and had the same power level as a knight. Although he was a below-average knight, he was already a strong being in this world. Angele and Xiaolin talked about the Night Monkey Fist for a while before the former returned to his own room. He threw the backpack into a corner and jumped onto the bed. His body was surrounded by a soft blanket. The next thing I need to do is analyze the combat skills here. An average knight is already a person with incredible power to the people here. They are way too weak. He started reconsidering the situation. Ultimate Training Dojo and Wenchang Dojo are the only 2 dojos offering training services in this city. However, their income is below the average. A general grocery store does much better than them. Also, the 2 dojos are related to the mafias in the city, so the police are paying close attention to them. Some other cities don't even have formal dojos. Anyway, I need to analyze the combat skills first and improve my body as soon as possible. Angele was confident. With the help of the biochip and his experience, he was certain that leveling up would not be a problem to him. So, I need to pick one of the skills to start. A blue light screen appeared in front of Angele's eyes. The night monkey fist and the snake palm turned into two different patterns in his sight. The levels of each skill were displayed under the patterns. First level, the entry level. Second level, the intermediate level. Third level, the advanced level. Fourth level, the ultimate level. Finishing the entry level meant that he had learned the basic forms of the skill. The intermediate level required the one who practiced the skill to understand all the forms so that he would be able to utilize the power. The advanced level required the one who practiced the skill to change the forms to fit his own style. After one reached the ultimate level, he would be able to maximize the power of the skill. It felt like the system was the same as the Chinese Kung Fu system on the earth. 0. Analyze the levels of the snake palm. I want to reach the ultimate level as soon as possible. Angele needed to recover his power. Although he could recover naturally in 3 years, the progress would be easier if he decided to practice. He would not be detected by the Realm Guardian and he would be able to fit into the environment if he could practice the skills that were developed in this realm. Analyzing. The biochip started working immediately. Angele could see the refreshing data in his sight. Only the best choices were kept in the record. From the basics of the snake palm to the ultimate level of the skill, everything was being broken down. The graph quickly turned into a tree. There were more than 100,000 different possibilities. Analysis completed. 12 different routes found. 3 of the routes are the best routes. Chi. Only 3 routes were left in Angele's sight. Angele remained calm. Check my body condition and select the best route for me. Chi. Only 1 route was left. Angele looked at the last route and found a snake-shaped pattern on the top. The pattern was displayed in gray. Snake King Palm. A short sentence was left below the pattern. A new bloodline will be created after you reach the final level. Also, the bloodline will be purified automatically. Angele had many thoughts going through his mind when he saw the sentence. This body has already completed the entry level, so I just need to complete the next 2 levels before starting on the final level. It's not a big problem. Angele stood up and walked to the center of the room. He quickly drew a circle in the air using his palms. He was moving so quietly that he barely made any noise. After drawing the circle, he suddenly pushed his palms forward and clapped. It looked like a snake that was about to bite. Chi. After the light noise, Angele slowly returned to his normal stance. He compared the result and concluded, 20% buff to the strength. A normal skill for an average knight. This is just the entry level. I think the power of the skills will increase if my body is stronger. There must be a way to train my body. The body training technique might be a part of the combat skill. Angele searched through Yun San's memory and realized that Yun San's teacher would apply different potions on his body so that it would be strengthened. Although I still need to recover, I can still use the power of the negative emotions around me. I can't control the power, but I can use them to buff my body. Also, with the combat skill here, I'll be able to purify the power gradually. He recalled the moment he was defeated by the old monster. The power level of the old monster was much higher than his, however, Angele's energy level was higher. It seemed like the result was not affected by his high energy level. I can still use the negative emotions to strengthen my body. This body is just too weak. With a flick of his finger, Angele released some black smoke, which turned into a screaming human face. Angele opened his mouth and started absorbing the black smoke. Red glow appeared around his eyes quickly. He stood there and started practicing the snake palm again. He changed the speed of movements gradually, and a thin layer of white substance appeared on his skin. The white substance made his skin clean and smooth. Angele was the Lord of Terror. Absorbing the black smoke was like consuming energy. However, the black smoke was pure poison to other creatures. It would make them lose their minds. The sunlight outside was getting more and more intense. Angele finally stopped his movements. His body was covered with sweat, and there were some yellow impurities mixed in with it. It's about time, I should head to the training room. As Yun-son, I'll take care of the training room until Xiaolin is back. Angele wiped the sweat off his face and grabbed the key. He walked to the bathroom and took a shower. Angele changed to a white training suit and headed to the training room in downtown by taxi. He sat in the taxi and dialed several numbers using a communication device. Hey, Nian, where are you now? I'm on my way to the training room. I was shopping with my friends. Senior brother Yun, you should have told me that you were already back. A crisp female voice responded from the communication device. Well, you don't have to call me senior brother. Angele was a bit speechless. Senior brother Yun was a popular character in a TV show. Nian started calling him that after watching the show. It won't be a problem anyway. You don't have to come to the training room. I can handle the situation by myself. The students are on holiday right now, so I don't think there'll be many people attending the classes. Nian stopped for a second and continued, I heard that our teacher had to clean up the mess for you again. Whom did you beat up this time? I forgot. I don't really care. Angele was not concerned. I'm arriving soon. I'll see you later. He looked at the 3-level building on the right through the window. There was a white stone pillar in front of the door, and the word Ultimate Training was engraved on it. There was an old man taking a nap by the entrance. He was the security guard here. Here you go. Angele paid the driver. Thanks. The taxi driver checked the money and nodded. Angele opened the door and got off the taxi. He looked at the old man and shook his head. He decided not to wake him up. The area in front of the building was a large training ground. There were people jogging and training. There were also people playing field hockey. The hockey ball they used was blue, it was glowing for some reason. Angele checked the training ground and headed to the main building. He did not want to waste any time. Angele could only absorb 1 unit of the negative emotion energy, his attributes would be increased by 1 after absorbing 10 units. Angele was an experienced fighter. With the help of the biochip, he reached the 3rd level quickly and would be able to reach the highest level sooner or later. Also, the combat skill would only help him recover faster. He doubted if it would help him in the future. He just wanted to live a peaceful life in the next 3 years so that he could regain his power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 595, Opportunity 4. Chapter 595, Opportunity 4. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. There were many training rooms in the building, but Angele was not interested. He went to the 3rd floor and sat down in the trainer's office. The only thing Yun-song was interested in was the ultimate power. He had no friends. The members of the dojo were the only people he would talk to. Also, Yun-song was not good-looking. It was one of the reasons why he was not good at socializing. Besides teaching in the training rooms, the other members were still students of universities. Yun-song was the only one that put most of his time into practicing. He dropped out of school when he was still in middle school, however, he was not talented. Nian had the same skill level as him. Most of the people in this world at least had a bachelor's degree. He was a different person in other people's eyes. That was also a reason why he did not communicate with others a lot. He sat in the office quietly and started massaging some of his muscles. The muscle massage could help him recover faster and absorb the negative energy better. With the natural recovery ability of his body, Angele could feel that his new body was getting stronger and stronger. He pushed the chair and desk to the side. He started practicing the combat skills again. He had no idea how long had passed when he heard someone was speaking outside the door. Kansas, is senior brother Yun here? Yeah, he's practicing his fist skills in the office. He almost hit me when I delivered lunch to him. Well, the only thing he cares for is combat skills. Ka. The door was pushed open and a girl with an average-looking face stepped into the office. Although the girl was average-looking, she had a balanced body due to the training she had been doing. Her legs were long and slim. She was wearing a white training suit, which was a bit too tight on her body. The girl was wearing a red ponytail. She stood in the room and waited until Angele stopped practicing. Nien lowered her voice and spoke, "Senior brother Yun, I have my classmates here, they want to visit the training rooms. They are waiting outside. Also, I invited a beautiful girl. What does that have to do with me?" Angele was not concerned. He looked at the training ground and found two beautiful girls that were watching people exercising. Fine. Nien was a bit speechless. Who doesn't like pretty girls? Are you really a man? Whatever. Just stay in your office and practice your skills. I wish you never find a girlfriend. Nien left the room and closed the door. Angele rested for a while and started practicing the combat skills again. He reached the third level of the snake palm. If he wanted to reach the final level, he needed to keep practicing. When his body had the ability to maximize the power of the skill, he would be able to use the ability to handle a lot of situations. If he had to fight in this world, he needed this palm skill. He could easily kill his opponents with his own abilities. The higher the level of a combat skill was, the stronger the strength buff would become. The highest level would buff his strength by around 59%, it was the limit of the skill. Also, he could create a new skill based on the snake palm after he reached the highest level. The biochip analyzed the skill for him, but it did not mean that it would be the perfect skill for him. Also, his body was being strengthened by the power of negative emotions. The rate of the improvement was decided by his soul. Angele's attributes were increased by 1 every 10 days. The only thing he needed was the time. 5 days later. Nien and her roommates visited the training rooms for the next several days. Nien wanted to teach them some defensive skills, but one of the girls named Huan Ri still had doubts. It was the 5th day that she visited the training ground. She was wondering if people would become stronger just by hitting the training dummies for days. Huan, what happened? Zhou Pei waved her hands in front of Huan's eyes. Huan stopped thinking and responded with a smile on her face, "Nothing. Our holiday is not long. We only have around 30 days left. What can we learn in 30 days? They walked to a side hall on the left with the crowd. There were several wooden platforms here, and several decent students were showing off their skills. Some of them were cutting wooden planks using their hands. There was around 100 people in the hall. The two girls were standing in front of a wooden platform. There were 3 students in white uniforms showing their skills. They were kicking wooden planks in the air. The people around the platform were cheering for them. Several girls took out their communication devices and started taking photos. There were many girls in the crowd. Some of them wanted to learn some basic skills so that they could fight off the perverts who were bothering them. There were also young men here who wanted to impress girls with their skills. Some parents also sent their children to learn some basic movements. So, what do you think? Someone tapped the 2 girls' shoulders. Huan and Zhou turned around. They saw Nian standing there with a smile on her face. Not bad. Impressive. Those skills are perfect for shows, right? Nian chuckled. Come on, I'll show you some real skills. It's about the time. Real skills? Huan was interested. She knew a lot about Kung Fu, and learned a lot of things by herself. So, once she heard those words, she got interested. Yeah, they'll be here soon. My senior brother will be here too, Your senior brother? I thought he went to a meeting or something. Joe said. No, it's the other one. He has the same skill level as me. No, actually, he's slightly weaker than me. He's in charge of the training rooms, I'm just here to help. He'll have to show his skills if the teachers can't handle the situation, and you'll be able to see the real kung fu. Nian finished the word and disappeared into the crowd. Juan and Joe stayed in front of the platform. It was noon, about time for lunch. The people on the wooden platforms started resting. Juan and Joe wanted to have lunch first, but Nian came back to them and took them to a small training ground behind the building. There were many students and teachers around the training ground. There were some metal tables and chairs on the training ground. A young man in a white uniform stepped out of the building's back door. He sat down in a chair and started waiting. The man's face was unbalanced. Although his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears looked nice, their combination just made him ugly. If his eyes and nose were positioned differently, he would probably be a handsome guy. Who's he? Juan pointed at the man in the chair. I don't know. Joe looked at the man carefully. Where's Nian? She was here a minute ago. They checked the area and noticed that Nian was standing with the teacher's team. The young man in the chair just stayed there without moving. He remained silent and calm. The people here were chatting, but none of them made any loud noise. Several minutes later, they heard a noise that sounded like someone was knocking on wooden planks. Bam! The door of the training ground was kicked open. It was blown away by the impact and landed on a wall. 3 young men in green uniforms stepped into the training ground quickly. It's challenge time. Senior brother and senior sister are not here, so we want to know how junior brother and junior sister are doing. The leading man had a handsome face and a balanced body. There was a blue scarf on his neck, it looked a bit strange on him. A man and a woman were standing behind him. The man was tall and strong. The woman had short black hair, she was wearing a boyish uniform. We're the representatives of this training match, the man said as he looked at the young man in the chair. I knew it. Yun Song. He talked to the 2 behind him for a second and walked to the training ground quickly. He stepped out of the crowd and stopped in the center of the training platform. I'll be first. My name is Shirlan Duan, and I've heard about you, Yun Song. The man bowed slightly as he introduced himself. You dropped out of the school to pursue the... Cut it. I'll attack first following the rule, Angele interrupted. He stood up, straightened his back, and walked to the center of the training ground. Oh. Sure. Shirlan was a bit surprised, but he quickly nodded. Angele was about 4 meters away from Shirlan. He suddenly charged to Shirlan and drew a circle using his palms. He attacked Shirlan like a snake. The snake palm was designed for fast movements, however, Angele's attack was infused with power and was a bit terrifying. Snake palm? Shirlan recognized the skill immediately. He leaned to the left and aimed at Angele's armpit. It looked like an eagle that was about to fight back after dodging a snake's attack. It was a combat skill named Bronze Eagle Claw. It was developed by the Wunshan Dojo. The snake palm and the Bronze Eagle Claw had similar power levels, but the power might vary based on how they used the skills. Bam! Shirlan's hand hit Angele's arm hard. His attack was blocked and Angele attacked again before he could react. Chi! Angele's hand stopped in front of Shirlan's face and crotch. Shirlan was surprised by the counterattack, he could feel the chill climbing up his spine. I lost. A bitter smile appeared on Shirlan's face, he took 2 steps back and lowered his head. Angele nodded, but he did not say anything. He turned around and quickly entered the back door of the building. Shirlan and the other 2 members of Wunshan Dojo also left the training ground after losing the match. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 596, Unusual, 1. Chapter 596, Unusual, 1. Translator, Leo editor, Kurisu. The people who witnessed the battle were disappointed. They would rather watch the wooden plank tricks. Only the people who knew real kung fu were impressed by Angele's skills. This is the realm kung fu. That man knows the real skills. Huan watched the young man return to the building. She knew how strong his skills were. His movements were totally different from those of the ones that were doing the wooden plank tricks. It's so boring. The match ended within seconds. Joe was not interested. It wasn't boring at all. Huan chuckled. I've made up my mind, I'll enroll here. Seriously. Joe stared at Huan. She had no idea why Huan made the decision. Nian walked to them and interrupted. My senior brother can easily defeat the members of Wenshan Dojo. Shilan hasn't completed the entry level yet, he can't even take one hit. What do you think? My senior brother just won the battle. I can introduce you to him if you're interested. It's fine. I'll pass. Joe pursed her lips. Huan smiled but did not say anything. She was interested in Angele's skills, but she was not interested in starting a relationship with him. They decided to enroll in the classes and started practicing with other students. It had been 10 days since Angele started working in the building. He called his senior brother and the teacher multiple times, but they said that they would not be back until everything was settled. Angele and Nian had to continue to work in the building. Many practice matches were held over the days. Angele battled many people that were practicing different skills. He had one opponent that also practiced the Night Monkey Fist. However, most of them could barely win a battle against the teachers from the training rooms. Angele's attributes already increased a lot, his body changed and his skin was smooth like a girl. If it was in the wizard world, Angele's strongest snake palm skill called Snake Bite had the same power level of a basic attack performed by a top-level knight apprentice. The basic application of the snake palm was attacking the target from different angles using different body parts. Angele used Snake Bite to defeat Shilan and did not even put too much force into it. He kept absorbing the negative emotions when practicing the snake palm, and soon it almost sounded like there were snakes hissing around him. About 1 month later, a message from Xu Yang changed the situation. Angele checked the message and responded immediately. You? This is Xiaolin. Senior brother, will you be back soon? What's going on? Angele was cleaning his face with a black towel. I didn't know the meeting would last for so long. It has been over 1 month since you went to Xu Yang. Xiaolin remained for several seconds and started responding. We're doing fine, your sister and the teacher are with me. We just had something that we needed to take care of. Also, we still need you and Nian's help since it'll take us a bit longer to get everything done. Xiaolin sounded tired. Although he tried his best to hide his emotions, Angele still noticed the difference. Just tell me what happened. Angele's brow furrowed. Don't worry, just take care of the dojo for us, will you? Xiaolin dodged the question. It's a small problem. Angele knew that Xiaolin was a stubborn person. Xiaolin would not tell him anything if it was not necessary. However, for some reason, it felt like the situation was different this time. One more thing, I transferred some money to you and Nian. I need to travel somewhere far from here. Your sister and our teacher will be back soon. Alright, take care, I need to go. Money. We don't even need a lot of money. Angele was speechless. Fine, see you. The door of the office was pushed open when they finished the conversation. Nian stepped into the office with a strange look on her face. Yun, senior brother transferred some money to us. Yeah, I just got the call. What happened? Angele was a bit confused after seeing Nian's expression. You should be happy that you got some extra money to spend. The problem is, he sent me way too much money. Nyen responded. Like what? 5,000? Number 500,000. Angele's brow furrowed. Well, that's unusual. What's going on? I already sent our teacher a message. There's definitely something wrong. Nyen lowered her voice and started explaining. Xiaolin was the son of his teacher's friend. The teacher adopted him after his father passed away. His father was the 12th inheritor of a large family, however, he was not treated seriously by the elders. Xiaolin was never talented in certain fields. The problem was that Xiaolin was still a legal inheritor of the family. Although he had many brothers, it did not change the fact. He was adopted when he was young and his name was not even written in the family's record. Xiaolin's family built a large business empire, but their opponent was assassinating the inheritors of the family. Xiaolin was still alive, but most of the other inheritors were killed. The family leader was not prepared for the change. He wanted to continue the bloodline, so he tried to find the legal inheritors that were kicked out of the family. Then, Xiaolin was found by the current family leader. The family leader wanted him to lead the family until other inheritors were born. However, there were other people who wanted to become the leader of the family and they were doing everything they could to stop Xiaolin. There were still people supporting Xiaolin in the family. His cousin, uncle, brother, and sister were all helping him. So, what should we do? Nyen explained everything and looked at Angele. I've only read something like in novels. When the teacher was not in the dojo, it was Xiaolin who took care of Yunsong and Nyen. They wanted to pay Ziliyuan back. Who founded the Li family? Angele suddenly asked. Nyen hesitated for a second and responded, I think it was someone named Yulongsi Li or something. This is a shortened name, you can find his full name in history books. He was the one who discovered the Ball of Four Seasons. Ball of Four Seasons. The birthmark on Angele's back was warmed up after he heard the name. Why? We just need to figure out a valid solution as soon as possible. Nyen was a bit speechless. Angele glanced at her and spoke in a low voice, You stay here. I'll head to Shuyang. Xiaolin stood in front of the window and looked at the shiny city down there. He sipped some cold water from a glass. He was not sure what he should do. The Li family was pressuring him. It was a result that his uncle, cousin, sister, and brother never wanted. They tried to protect him, but it still happened. He did not want to drag his teacher and the members of the dojo into this. His family members and their business opponents might just hire a gun to kill them. Xiaolin knew that he was from a large family. He'd already decided to stay away from the family that abandoned him, but the family leader still found him. Xiaolin, come on, you've wasted too much time outside. Come back to the family. I already transferred some money to the dojo. I also sent several bodyguards to protect your friends. What else do you want me to do? A male voice came from the red communication device on the table. Nothing will happen even if you can find me. I decided to pursue the ultimate kung fu. There's nothing I can do for the family. Xiaolin sounded tired. Dojo, kung fu, university, or whatever you want to do, I don't care. Remember, you're a legal inheritor of the family. You need to come back sooner or later. You're just bringing trouble to the people around you until you come back to us, the man spoke in a low voice. Don't talk about the ultimate kung fu anymore. Koram was the strongest kung fu master, however, I don't think he can dodge bullets. Things have changed, Xiaolin. Xiaolin remained silent. You need to come back to the family because you're an inheritor. If you spend too much time with your friends from the dojo, they'll get into trouble. It's just a small dojo that's full of peasants. They won't help you build your future, it's just a waste of time. You survived the ambush because you had. Shut up. Ka. The glass in Xiaolin's hand cracked. They are important to me. Insulting them is the same as insulting me, he said slowly. You can't escape from us, the man lowered his voice, come back to us. You don't want your friends to get hurt, right? Pa. The communication ended. Xiaolin was still standing in front of a window. The water from the cracked glass slowly landed on his feet, but he did not notice anything. Linhai City. It was night. The dim light from the lamps illuminated the gray road. Blue cars were traveling on the road at full speed under the night sky. In one of the cars, Angele was looking at the blurry objects on the left side of the highway. He supported his chin with the right arm and looked at the people sitting in front of him. There were two young girls in the front seats. One was Nian's classmate, Huan. She was wearing a long black ponytail and had a pair of beautiful eyes. The other girl had clean and smooth skin, and her lips were nice and elastic. She was Zhou, also a classmate of Nian. Thank you. It's great that you can take me with you. I really need to head to Shuyang, Angele spoke in a light tone. They were traveling at full speed, but the sound isolation of the car was great and the girls could easily hear his words. Huan arranged her hair and asked in a low voice, it's not a big problem. Do you have something urgent to deal with in Shuyang? Do you need our help? My family is from Shuyang. Huan's family is famous in Shuyang, she could help you with general things, Zhou added. Angele shook his head. It's fine. I'm just going to pick up my relatives, . He finished the sentence and stopped talking. He just looked at the objects passing by. The atmosphere got a bit heavy in the car. The two girls knew that Angele did not want to talk, so they remained silent as well. Angele sat in the seat and slowly closed his eyes. He started resting. He had no idea how long had passed. Suddenly, a chilling feeling climbed up his spine. He opened his eyes and looked to the right. The sky was gray and the car was passing by a ruin that was covered with red stone pieces. It seemed like the ruin was a building before it collapsed. He could see some red runes on the remaining stone pillars. Angele calmed down and asked, "What's that?" The two girls were surprised by his question. Huan was driving, Zhou was woken up by these words. She checked the ruin and responded, "It's the Kalong ruin." You don't even know Kalong ruin. Seriously? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 597, Unusual, 2. Chapter 597, Unusual, 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. Kalong ruin? Angele's brow furrowed. Are those ruins common here? He had a bad feeling about this. Zhou did not like the way Angele talked to her, so she did not respond. Huan chuckled after hearing the conversation and decided to explain the situation. Pretty much. There are many Kalong ruins in the whole Mingta Xing senior brother, you should know this. Nian said she visited this area with you a while ago, . Angele checked Yunsan's memory and realized that he did visit this area with Nian. It has been a while, I already forgot. Angele had an apologetic smile on his face. He started observing the ruins carefully. There were many random stone pieces and stone pillars in the ruins. The place was silent and empty. Angele scanned the area using the biochip, but he did not find anything. He stopped looking at the ruins as the car left the area. Something wasn't right about this place. He could feel that someone was looking at him from the ruins. Is it the guardian of this realm? He was a bit worried. Angele still needed time to recover, so he did not want to alert the guardian. Although he could still escape, the situation would just get worse for him. Angele could feel that his body was being strengthened gradually, and it seemed like there was no limitation. He noticed that it was possible for him to reach the highest level if the rate was consistent. The confidence came from the birthmark on his back. It was a wound left on his soul by the old monster. He felt that he lost control over his body after taking the hit for some reason. He recalled the incident and realized that the monster could easily kill him if it wanted to. It almost felt like the blood of the old monster helped him escape the intestine of the world. Also, the damage from the blood was somehow turned into the power that could help him break the limit. This world might be more complicated than I expected. The monster probably forced me to enter this world. Angele closed his eyes. It almost looked like that his skin was glowing. With clean and smooth skin, his face looked a bit more attractive than before. The two girls at the front seats would glance at Angele from time to time. It took them a whole night to drive from Linhai to Shuyang. They arrived at the Yingshi station when the sun rose. The two girls dropped Angele off at the station and returned to their homes. They did not like that Angele treated them like complete strangers. Juan was a nice girl, but she had been driving for the whole night and needed some rest. Angele walked around the station. He asked several pedestrians and learned about the location of the meeting. He then got on a taxi and headed there. He wasted no time on the road. When his body was getting tired, he would just absorb some more negative emotions. The meeting was held in a stadium. There were many cars parked on the street. There were also guards in blue that were patrolling the area. There were people shouting from the stadium. Angele got off the taxi and walked to the stadium slowly. He was still wearing the white training uniform and was questioned by several guards, but they let him go after confirming his identity. Angele stepped into the entrance and saw a girl in red standing by the door. The girl had short black hair and there was a long wooden stick in her hand. The girl's expression changed after she saw Angele. "Yoon, why are you here? The teacher asked you to take care of the training rooms, right? Nyen can't do it on her own." Angele's brow furrowed. Although he had Yun Song's memory, he felt that there was something wrong with this world after passing by the ruins. He felt a bit relieved after meeting Yun Song's sister. Based on the memory of Yun Song, he always wanted to protect his sister from the danger. However, it seemed like Yun Song and his sister were not from the same family. What happened to the Lee family? Did the teacher say anything about the incident? Angele questioned in a low voice. Yu Song checked the surroundings. The people in the stadium were not paying attention to them. "Follow me." Yu Song grabbed Angele's hand and moved to the right. The stadium's windows were covered, but the platform in the center was brightened up by light. On the red wooden platform, a tall man and a short man were fighting each other. They traded attacks, and the noise they made echoed in the whole stadium. Angele was following Yu Song. He glanced at the two people that were fighting on the platform, but he was thinking about something else. Ball of the Four Seasons. The birthmark on my back will ache every time I think about this term. However, in this world, the item is used for decorations. What does it have to do with that old monster? Angele recalled the moment he was hit by the monster again. The old monster had a terrifying expression on the face. However, it seemed like the monster was trying to hide something from him. An ancestor can guard a whole realm. There's no way that an ancestor will stay in the intestine of the world for no reason. Angele could not figure out the truth. They entered a small room with red walls. In the center of the room, there was a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa. Xiaolin was also in the room. The middle-aged man was thinking about something with his brow furrowed. His expression changed slightly after seeing Angele, but he did not say a word. Xiaolin smiled and stood up. "Yoon, you're here. Great, take the teacher back to Shuyang. I'm not any president or someone that's important to society. I don't need a bodyguard. Senior brother. Teacher." Angele lowered his head and greeted the two. "I'm here because I'm worried about Xiaolin. How's everything, Dot?" Angele's face almost blushed when he finished these words. He was here to figure out why his birthmark would react to the Ball of Four Seasons. He wanted to help senior brother because it was Yun Song's instinct. Angele was not concerned at all. "Teacher, you're injured. You should go rest. There's no point to stay with me." Xiaolin was a bit nervous. "My family will send someone to pick me up. We'll go to one of the private cities owned by the Li family, for Season City. The private jet is waiting on top of the building, there'll be no problem. My brother and sister will also send people for protection, a whole team of soldiers. Also, cut the crap, I'm staying with you." Yue Song spoke in a serious tone. "Dad." Yu Song looked at his father speechlessly. "There's no way that you can fight against ranged weapons. You knew that Xiaolin's trip would be extremely dangerous and the assassins would attack him with guns. They could easily kill him with sniper rifles from a distance. The kung fu he learned would not help him at all." Angele just stood there. He was still thinking about the strange incident, but he just could not find the reason. He just stood there and listened to the conversation quietly. Xiaolin decided to take the whole team with him. Yueying and Yu just would not leave him. Angele wanted to learn more about the Ball of the Four Seasons, so he decided to stay with Xiaolin as well. Xiaolin treated him well, so he wanted to pay him back. No one left the room, they all decided to help Xiaolin. The training matches in the stadium had concluded, but there were still people practicing. They stayed in Shuyang for several days. Nian found them before they left. She wanted to be in the team as well and would not leave no matter what Angele said. Yueying forced Xiaolin to stay with the team. They all got on the plane and headed to Four Seasons City. In the plane, the strange feeling was still bothering Angele. He was trying his best to figure out the reason, but there was no hint. Angele slowly calmed down on the plane. Raising his head, he glanced around. The other people were all taking a nap. It was late at night and he was the only one awake. The cabin was spacious and the flight attendants were taking a rest. The noise made by the engine was quite loud. The plane was shaking slightly. Angele stood up and absorbed some more negative emotions. It almost looked like his muscles were growing. Angele peeked through the window, he could see the mountains below. The clouds blocked most of the view. He shook his head and looked at the others. They were still sleeping. He moved around the seats and entered the washroom. He stood in front of the mirror and washed his face. He looked at the mirror and exhaled deeply. Pa! He suddenly heard a light noise from the cabin. Ha! Angele leaned to the side. Bam! The last bodyguard in a white uniform fell to the ground as blood was spurting out of his chest. The blood quickly covered the floor. The cabin was full of dead bodies, there was blood splashing everywhere. Two men in tight black suits were holding handguns. They exchanged eye contact and moved to the door. "It'll take half an hour for our crew to get here." "Open the door," one of them spoke with a low voice. "No, it'll be 10 minutes. The other one took out a small egg-shaped device and put it on the door. "What are you doing?" a man behind them spoke in a calm voice. Angele stood behind them and stared at them calmly. His hair was still wet. He suddenly narrowed his eyes, it felt like Angele was staring at two insects, and was so calm that it was a bit strange. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 598, Huanri 1. Chapter 598, Huanri 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. These are all coincidences to me. Angele looked at them quietly. He stood by the door and had many thoughts in mind, but he did not move an inch. The blood from the dead bodies turned into a small pool on the floor. The smell of the blood permeated the air. "Kill him. The two men in black held their handguns in hands and aimed at Angele. Two blue rays landed on the wall behind Angele. The blue rays left two burned holes on the white wall. Angele stood there and flicked his finger. He threw two candies at the men's hands. The impact interrupted their aiming. The two blue rays missed the target. Angele caught the chance and rushed at the two assassins. He hit them in the chest using his palms. It almost looked like the two assassins were hit by a car. Their bones broke right away. Bam bam. The two assassins fell to the floor after they landed, and blood spurted out of their mouths. Their rib cages were messed up. Angele sighed with disappointment. His speed and power were much stronger than other kung fu masters in this world. He eliminated the two assassins without any problem. He picked up their handguns and shot them in the chest several times so that no one would know that they were killed by kung fu. He finished everything and dropped the guns to the floor. Also, he grabbed the small device that the assassin put on the wall. He walked in the yellow hallway and broke the device into pieces using his hands. He put the remains of the device on the wall and headed back to his cabin. Maybe I'm getting closer to the truth of this world. He walked back to his own seat and sat down. There were blue light dots flashing in front of his eyes. He made it look like he was peeking through the window. Boom! Suddenly, he heard a loud noise from behind. It sounded like something just exploded. The whole plane started shaking and leaning. The people in Angele's cabin were woken up. They had no idea what was happening. We need to parachute. Angele shouted, but his voice was barely audible in the noise. They realized what was happening and put on their parachutes immediately. Nian and Yu were in shock and they were not moving. Xiaolin and Angele quickly helped them to put on the parachutes. The flight attendants were probably also killed by the assassins. Angele did not see any of them around. The noise was getting louder and louder. They tried to communicate with each other using hand gestures. Angele and Yuan helped Nian and Yu. They made sure that the parachutes were properly put on. Xiaolin opened the door and they started parachuting one after another. Angele held Nian in arms and was the last one to parachute. He jumped forward and started falling in the night sky. Ah! Nian was screaming in Angele's arms. She could barely look down. Angele suddenly looked at the plane and noticed that it was smoking astern. It was probably a bomb placed by the assassins that Angele failed to disarm. He looked down and found something white hiding in the dark mountains. It was a small base surrounded by trees. He could see people walking among cargoes. Angele opened the parachute with Nian in his arms. Bam! The white parachute quickly stopped them from falling at full speed. Angele glanced at the forest and the random base. He felt that what he was seeing was not reality. Ball of the Four Seasons. Maybe I'll find the truth after I see the item. He turned around and looked at the night sky. There was something green glowing in the sky. It looked like a snake-shaped cloud. Green glowing silk. Green glowing silk in the night sky, dot. It seemed like the green cloud was called green blowing silk according to Yunsong's memory. Angele was checking the surroundings using the biochip. Everything just did not seem right. The white parachute slowly landed in the forest. It looked like a white mushroom. Angele was still holding Nian in his arms. They were hanging on a tree. He inhaled deeply and slowly calmed down. Angele's heart was bumping at full speed. What should we do now? Nian questioned in a hoarse voice. Angele took out a dagger and cut the parachute into pieces. He stepped on the branch and jumped off the tree, landing on the ground with Nian. The tree was around 4 meters tall and Angele had no problem landing on the ground. Nian exhaled deeply after they landed and stared at Angele. Senior brother, what should we do? It's just like a novel. They sent assassins to blow up the plane. Angele shook his head and raised his hand. His skin was so pale that it almost looked translucent. Don't worry, let's find Xiaolin first. We should be able to regroup with them soon if I'm not mistaken, Angele spoke in a calm tone. Follow me. He looked to the left. He started heading in a random direction. Nian hesitated for a second, and followed after him. They advanced in the forest. They heard people talking in front several minutes later. Angele saw white light deep in the forest. His pupils retracted, but Nian did not notice the change. They quickly walked to the source of the light. They found a small empty ground with a small helicopter parked on it. The helicopter had a triangular body and looked a bit weird. Xiaolin was tied up by two men in black. They were taking him to the helicopter. Yuan was lying in a pool of blood. Yu was shot in the right shoulder and left leg. She was still fighting with a bald man. The place was a mess. There were blood and burnt marks left by guns everywhere. There were also two dead assassins. They were killed by the snake palm. Their faces were severely damaged. Teacher! Senior sister! Nian shouted. She charged at the bald man, kicked the man in the waist. Angele walked to Yueying and checked his condition. Yueying was already dead. He stood up slowly with a blank expression on his face. He was not sad or angry, but he still acted like he cared. Chi. Nian was hit by two blue rays. Angele quickly charged at the two assassins by the helicopter. They aimed at him quickly with the guns in their hands. Chi. Angele stabbed two metal keys into their throats and killed them right away. He jumped into the helicopter and put Xiaolin down on the ground. There was blood spurting out of Xiaolin's neck and he could not talk. Xiaolin held Angele's hands tight and wanted to say something, but the only thing coming out of his mouth was the blood. Several seconds later, he passed away with his eyes still open. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. He checked the pocket on Xiaolin's chest and found a small black leather pouch. He grabbed the pouch and found an egg-sized crystal orb inside. The ball of the four seasons. Angele stood up with the crystal orb in hand. He saw that the bald man was trying to escape. The birthmark on his back was burning hot, but it did not impact Angele at all. He raised the ball and aimed at the bald man. The crystal orb changed the scene in his sight. There was no grass on the ground. The only things he could see were mud and piles of white bones. The sky was gray, it was the only color he could see. The tall trees were actually stone pillars. The most disturbing thing was, the bald man that was escaping was actually a zombie with a rotten body. He would leave a bloody footprint on the ground every time it took a step. Dad! You screamed in pain. Sister! She crouched and started crying like crazy. Angele was not concerned. He turned to you and looked at her through the orb. On the dried land, a naked woman with pale skin was crying on the ground. The left side of her face was covered with white maggots and the right side of her face was just white bones. Yu's short hair was replaced by some strange green things. Angele sighed and lowered the ball of the four seasons. Everything he saw became normal again. What's wrong with this world? He stood by the aircraft and raised his head. The green glowing silk was moving slowly in the sky. The scene was peaceful and beautiful. Angele recalled the moment he entered Yun Song's body. The memory of Yun Song was going through his mind like he was watching a movie. Yun! Yu suddenly shouted at Angele. Angele looked at Yu. She stood up with her eyes filled up with hatred and desperation. We must avenge them. We must. Angele did not respond. He held the ball in hand, and the birthmark slowly cooled down. He then checked the helicopter using the crystal orb. The black helicopter turned into a pile of rusty metal. Its gray, rusty body was twisted and cracked. Sister, do you know if there's a Kalong ruin around? Angele suddenly asked. What do you want to do? You noticed that Angele was extremely calm, which she found strange. Just tell me if there's one. I want to check something. Angele spoke in a light tone. I might be able to save them. Are you losing your mind? You suddenly rushed to Angele and pressed his shoulders. Answer me, sister. I can revive them. Angele was still speaking in a calm tone. It almost sounded like reviving dead people was nothing to him. You swallowed and her expression changed. Come on, Yoon. I know you're sad, but they already died. Angele sighed and tapped on the ball of 4 seasons slightly. A red string slowly appeared in the orb. Angele checked the string carefully and started walking in a random direction. You stood there and looked at Angele. She had no idea what she should do. Angele walked as he observed the changes happening in the orb. He walked into a random ruin. The ruin was full of broken stone pillars and damaged stone houses. Angele walked around the ruin for a while and slowly stopped in front of a black tomb. He crouched and wiped the dust off the tomb. The Forgotten Realm. A sentence in the chaos language was engraved on the tomb. Angele checked the tomb again through the orb. The tomb and the sentence did not change at all. This place. Angele wanted to say something, but he decided not to. He stood up and started wandering around again. He quickly found another tomb. He crouched and removed the dust. Countless words were engraved on the tomb. The first was like a prologue. The Forgotten Land, the Cursed Land, this is the end of the world, this is the end to everything. Angele kept reading. People remember what they want to remember, but they always know who they really are. Angele repeated the sentence in mind and suddenly realized something. 3 years. 3 years. That's enough. He stood up, turned around, and quickly disappeared into the forest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 599, Hwanri 2. Chapter 599, Hwanri 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. Angele found a random cave and lived in it. He hunted and collected fruits in the morning. The only thing he did during the night was practicing the snake palm. Yun Song learned the basics of the snake palm from Ying Song. Angele used the biochip to analyze the battle system of this world and slowly perfected the snake palm. The cave he was living in was right by the Kalong ruins. Strangely, he saw many soldiers passing by, but none of them entered the ruins. The people nearby also stayed away from the ruins. Angele was not sure what the reason was. The things in this world were changing in his eyes as time passed. He recovered faster as his body was strengthened, and that was why he started to see the truth of this world. Everything looked similar to the things he saw through the orb. Most of the creatures in the area were killed by Angele. However, he did not need too much food after his body was strengthened. It felt like that this world was lying to his eyes and he was not sure if he was seeing illusions. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Angele left the area once during that time and found an old helicopter. He used the helicopter to travel around the area and had many practice matches with other strong kung fu masters. The famous kung fu masters in Ming Ta Xing all learned about his name. He recorded many combat skills during the practice matches. The whole process took him another year to complete. Finally, 3 years passed. Linhai City. Angele stood quietly in front of the ultimate training dojo. The gate was broken and there were burnt marks everywhere. Angele could see the dried leaves on the ground through the gaps between the gate. The whole place was quite dark. Angele was standing right in front of the dojo. There were many people passing by, but none of them noticed his presence. The vendor on the right was playing with his communication device like he did not see Angele. Angele chuckled. So, they can't even see me anymore. He glanced around. The people that passed by had translucent bodies and were all walking in groups. Some of them went through Angele's body like they were just illusions. Angele could not feel anything when their bodies contacted. Finally, you found the truth. A voice came from behind. He turned around and looked at the person calmly. It was the girl named Huan Ri. She drove Angele to Shuyang years ago. She was standing in the center of the street. There were many people passing by, however, none of them could touch her body. Huan stared at Angele calmly. This is where everything starts, and this is also where everything ends. Angele nodded. I was sent into this world. I was confused. This is truly a mysterious place. My power is what keeps this world running. The sky, the sea, the land, everything. I've guarded this world for over 1,000 years and didn't expect that this day would come. Huan was naked. Her body was clean. It seemed like she did not mind being seen in her current state. I think my sister sent you here. They just stood there and talked to each other peacefully. Angele nodded slowly. If you're talking about the old monster from the dimension maze, then you are correct. She sent me into this world and left a mark on my back. The mark will heat up every time the ball of the 4 seasons is mentioned. I assume she's telling me that the ball of the 4 seasons will help me find the truth. Huan nodded. I used the ball of the 4 seasons to support this world. I made sure that everything is the same as before this world collapsed. Time is stopped here. Huan suddenly smiled. With my power, everyone is living their happy lives. This is just like a normal world. However, they just don't know that the world has already collapsed. Angele looked at the people that were passing by. No, you created a sweet dream for them. They all died when the world collapsed. It was the end of this world. You can't support this world forever. So what? You've experienced this dream too. It's so real that it doesn't feel like a dream at all. Huan pointed at a couple that just passed by. They were together before I became an ancestor. Sadly, they died when they tried to help me. I collected their souls and rewrote their memories so that they can live in this new world forever. Don't you think that this is great? This world collapsed millions of years ago, but you've still learned something new. See, even you're happy with this world. Angele looked at the couple and spoke in a light tone. Are you sure they are happy? If they can live together forever, they will find out sooner or later. Of course they can't live forever. They will die just like mortals. However, I'll help them to get together after they grow up and this will last forever. I wanted you to become part of this world, but you found out the truth too early. Huan sounded a bit depressed. Everything felt like coincidences to me, Angele explained. I just took over Yun San's body and Xiaolin suddenly got into trouble. I wanted to go to Shuyang and you suddenly decided to drive me there. You didn't want me to enter the Kalong ruins. Also, you used Nian to approach me. I disarmed the bomb, but the plane still exploded, and it only took me several minutes to find them. You wanted to turn me into a wandering soul in this gum using my emotions, right? I failed anyway. There were so many things that were wrong in this world. I assume this is your memory and the people in the dojo were your old friends. Angele took out the orb. This is one of the orbs that supported this world. If I break it, a part of this world will collapse, right? Huan nodded. Xiaolin, Nian, and the other members were all my best friends. What are you going to do now? You've found the truth. Are you trying to wake everyone up? She did not seem worried. She just asked Angele like she was asking a random question. What do I want to do? A strange expression appeared on Angele's face. Your sister sent me into this world because she wanted me to end this madness. Also, your sister is dying. With a flick of his finger, he released a red string in the air which quickly turned into a diamond-shaped light screen. The old woman that Angele encountered was displayed on the screen. She was still sitting in the chair with some white flowers on her knees. She looked so old that her body almost looked like a dried body. Angele noticed that Juan was staring at the screen quietly. She just looked at her sister and Angele had no idea what she was thinking. "Yeah. She's dying," she suddenly said. "So, what's your answer?" Angele sighed with relief and raised the orb. "Bring my sister to my world." A strange smile suddenly appeared on Juan's face. "Just live in my dream. You want to explore unknown worlds, right? There are countless attractive things in my world. You can get everything you want. This is the life you like, right?" Angele narrowed his eyes and noticed that something changed. The birthmark on his back heated up. It felt like there was a flame burning in his body. "You do want to keep me in your world?" "Of course. Without the mark on your body, you wouldn't notice anything and live in this world forever." "Why do you want to know the truth?" "Sometimes, you'll be disappointed if you know the truth. I've seen wandering souls like that." Juan raised her right hand and her right arm suddenly started burning. Her right arm turned dark and was burnt like a piece of wood. Her right arm was covered in burning flames. It felt like the flames would never be extinguished. Angele realized that Juan was not the Juan he knew. He also understood why the old monster pushed him into this world. She had been doing that to other adventurers, but none of them succeeded. "So, the battle will happen no matter what. Sadly, flames like that can't do anything to me." Raising his right hand, his arm started burning like crazy as well. It felt like there were invisible flames on his arm. There was confusion, fear, and some excitement in Juan's eyes for some reason. Maybe she's been waiting for someone that can defeat her. She was trapped in her own memory. Angele waved his right hand. Bam! Stones and mud rose from the land. They quickly gathered around Angele's body, surrounding him in the center and turning him into a large stone golem. The stone golem was getting taller and taller. It only took seconds for it to reach 10 meters, however, the golem was still growing. Also, a large stone sword appeared in its hand. Angele was in the center of the stone golem, staring at Juan calmly. The golem's height increased from 10 meters to 200 meters gradually. Everything around him became blurry and the illusions all disappeared. The golem stood in front of Juan and slowly reached to her using its hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 600, Oblivion 1. Chapter 600, Oblivion 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. Bam! The hand gripped Juan's body, however, it felt like the hand touched nothing. The hand broke into pieces of rock and splashed in the air. Angele's head was dizzy for a second and he took several steps back loudly. He stopped only after hitting a black stone pillar. Ugh! Angele shook his head. His sight blurred and he can only see that someone was walking to him slowly on the dark land. Raising his hand, he tried to hit the person that was walking to him, but his head got dizzy again. Angele's sight blurred, he could not hear or see anything. The only thing in his sight was pure white. Bam! A loud noise came from behind. Angele felt like he was hit hard by something and nearly lost his balance. Juan's body slowly appeared behind, and a green eye appeared on her right palm. The eye released a green ray, which pierced through the stone golem's back. The ray disappeared after traveling for about 10 meters. Such a thick skin! Juan was a bit surprised. She started teleporting around the stone golem's body. She would release a green ray every time she appeared. Chi chi chi. With a light noise, the green rays turned into green needles and all stabbed the golem's body. However, the green rays failed to damage it. The wounds would recover within seconds. The problem was that Angele would be interrupted by the random dizziness every time he wanted to fight back. The golem's body was leaning to the side, it seemed like the golem could fall at any time. There were countless white shadows flying around the golem, they all looked like Juan. The shadows were hitting the golem's body using the green rays constantly. Damn! A dark red glow surrounded Angele's eyes and a black scorpion pattern appeared between his eyebrows. He released some dark red energy waves, which quickly spread to all angles. The waves were quickly destroyed by the green rays after they left the golem's body. Time passed. Angele was still in the center of the golem, but the red glow around his eyes was fading away. She's wasting my energy. I'm not an ancestor and I don't have endless energy. She'll win sooner or later even if she can't break through my defense. I need to figure out a way. Suddenly, he noticed that something dangerous was coming from behind. He could feel goosebumps. It's coming. He suddenly turned around, but it was too late. Chi! A strong force sank into his back like a sharp needle. On the dark land, more than 10 green rays hit the golem's back at the same spot. The white shadows slowly merged into each other, turning into Juan. She looked at the stone golem calmly, the green light around her hands slowly faded away. It's over. Isn't this the perfect ending? She muttered as she stared at the giant in front of her. Her eyes were no longer focusing, and it seemed like she was thinking about something. Boom! The golem's body collapsed, it felt like the golem was hit by a bomb. A rain of stones and mud started. Pa! The stones and mud splashed after hitting the ground. Juan was standing in the rain, but her body was not dirty at all. The stone pieces and the mud went through her body like she was just an illusion. She watched the golem collapse. A lion man appeared in the rain of stones, his body covered with dark red patterns, the fur around his neck was flying in the air. Roar! Dot! The lion man shouted and charged at Juan. Bright red light appeared around his body and quickly expanded in all directions. The lion man left a red trail in the sky and charged at Juan. The area under his feet looked like boiling lava. Bam! The lion man slammed Juan's arms using its claws. They moved away from each other after the contact, green flames sparking in the air. Although Juan was moving at full speed, she was still calm. Green glow appeared around her eyes. Stay in this eternal dream. 2 translucent water beams were released from her eyes and hit Angele's face accurately. Roar! Angele quickly backed off and his eyes rolled. He started running around like crazy because he could not hear or see anything. He could barely think. The same thing happened. Her eyes. Her power is from her eyes. Angele raised his arm and the high-temperature field around him expanded. Juan was caught in the field right away. The dark land started turning red, and the fissures on the ground were filled up with red lava. The air twisted, it almost felt like the air was burning. The stone pillars melted, they looked like burning candles. They quickly turned into pools of dark liquid. The smoke rising into the air was poisonous. It almost felt like that the whole land was melting and evaporating. Juan's brow furrowed. Chi! She disappeared into the air and teleported hundreds of meters away from Angele. You are always like this. War and desperation are the only things you want. She complained as a large green flower appeared under her feet. The flower was translucent, but it slowly solidified. It looked like a humongous lotus. Juan was standing in its center. The lotus released a gentle green light, which blocked the red light. No matter how strong the red light was, it just could not invade the lotus. Juan stood on the lotus and span her body. Her long black hair was dancing in the air and her feet were surrounded by countless green light dots. The light's dots floated in the air and stopped moving. Chi chi. The green light dots turned into green eyes and were all staring at Angele. Angele finally got rid of the dizziness and stared at the green eyes carefully. He noticed that the power in the eyes might be the reason why he got dizzy. I must dodge these things. The pattern between his eyebrows flashed and he turned into two lion men. The lion men moved in two different directions and raised their arms as they ran. Their arms slowly turned translucent and released a bright white light. Chi. The sky was brightened up by the white light. Juan was just standing there quietly. Most of her green eyes were destroyed and half of her body was blown into pieces. Her flesh and bones were exposed to the air, however, her body was recovering at full speed. What was that? She had no idea what just happened. Crack! It sounded like glass being broken. Juan raised her head and saw the remaining part of the ball of the Four Seasons falling down his hands. Woo! The earth started shaking and the world became unstable. Chi! A dark fissure appeared between Angele and Juan. It felt like the space was torn apart like a piece of cloth. My chance! Blue light dots appeared in front of Angele's eyes as he dropped the destroyed orb. The dimension became unstable and everything was twisted. Dark cracks that looked like spider webs appeared in the air. Angele was analyzing the situation using the biochip. He was checking the dark fissures. Juan noticed his movement. Trying to escape? She laughed and pointed at the sky using her left hand. Green lightning splashed in the sky. The gray clouds in the sky slowly moved away, revealing a humongous aircraft with cannons attached to its bottom. The cannons were gathering green light and could attack Angele at any time. The green light from the cannon brightened up the whole area. Woo! The cannons vibrated and aimed at Angele. The green light was getting brighter and brighter. Boom! The green rays were hundreds of meters long and landed on the ground like green pillars. The green rays were surrounded by dark energy waves. The waves were formed by the unstable dimension. Angele raised his head and looked at the green rays. Suddenly, the birthmark on his back was aching again and the blue light dots were still flashing in front of his eyes. Rows of data were being refreshed every second. The strike from the sky stopped him from moving. Something he had never felt before was making him anxious. Angele had no other choices. His body slowly turned translucent and released some gentle white light. The pure white light, which had no impurities in it, slowly pushed the green light away from Angele. Angele's body almost looked like a large piece of crystal. Light form. The green rays landed on the ground and swallowed Angele. Everything was impacted by the endless green light. Angele's body slowly turned into dust and merged into the green light gradually. The blue light from his eyes was getting brighter and brighter. Rows of data were constantly being refreshed and analyzed by the biochip. I'm getting close. He muttered and stared at a certain thing in the air. The white light around his body slowly gathered on his head. Most of his body was turned into dust, but Angele's head was still floating in the air. The rest of his body all turned into glowing green dust. Suddenly, Angele opened his eyes and released some dark smoke. It felt like there were countless ants in the smoke. It hit something in front of him. Crack! The area in front of Angele's face cracked and the fissure quickly expanded. Pieces of green fragments started falling and revealed the darkness in the fissure. The green fragments looked like dried paint that was falling off a wall. The data analysis was getting faster and faster. Angele's shoulders disappeared and his neck started disappearing. Found it! Angele was excited. He had no time to think and hit the area in front of him using his head. Ka! He charged into a dark space and could hear the furious roar from behind. It was from Juanri. Angele glanced at the area behind for the last time. There were some pink light dots in the endless green light. The pink light dots turned into pink rivers and ran over the location that Angele had been standing at like sharks that were looking for prey. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.